Magical Energy Industrial Era. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 301, Bremen. Bremen, located on the west coast of the Kingdom of Sardinia, is a top 10 city even within the kingdom. Although it's often considered a bottom-ranked city, hovering between the top and bottom of the list, it possesses its own unique strengths. Its greatest advantage is its exceptionally good deep water port, virtually free of reefs, capable of accommodating even the largest ships. Large ocean-going vessels bound for the New World often choose to unload and load cargo here, a more cost-effective option despite the longer journey. This alone guarantees Bremen's prosperity. As a cargo hub, it attracts not only a large number of sailors but also a sufficient number of porters. Jobs lead to population growth, resulting in the sprawling, haphazardly constructed buildings outside the city, built brick by brick. At least 100,000 young laborers live there. Furthermore, Bremen's most noteworthy feature is its 3 large shipyards. They not only repair and maintain large ships but also undertake manufacturing. They have true master shipbuilders who possess core technologies. As for other small and medium-sized shipyards, they are established one day and closed down the next. Their exact number is lost to time. Incidentally, there is also a shipyard in the Siren port of the Flower Territory, specializing in the repair and manufacturing of Raymond family ships, and also undertaking some repair work for external ships. The owner of that shipyard was personally hired by Earl Carl from the Thermes shipyard in Bremen. It is said that this even alarmed the major shareholder behind the Thermes shipyard, a Grand Duke of the kingdom. Only after negotiations were they allowed to take the master craftsman and his apprentices away. As for the price Earl Carl paid, along with his death and the burning of Lion Castle, no one knows. Of course, if you think these shipyards are conservative, you would be sorely mistaken. In fact, to solve the problem of corrosion on the hulls of ships, they developed a method of lining them with sheet metal and nailing it with galvanized iron nails. Furthermore, although the Kingdom of Sardinia has a standard aristocratic system, their desire for magic-powered ironclad warships is extremely strong. They have sent delegations to negotiate technology transfer with the Habs Empire more than once, and it is said that the conditions offered are quite considerable. In addition, they have also sent many people into the Empire, attempting to learn the relevant technology through the Magic Academy. Of course, all of the above are the good aspects of Bremen City, things to be proud of. But now, what Loy is seeing is its most unbearable side. Aang led them not through the traditional city gates, but along the streets into the slums outside the city. Then, 2 gangs, with 30 or 40 people wielding swords and knives, were fighting in the street for territory right before Loy's eyes. Neither side was particularly strong, at least in Loy's opinion. Only the leader had the strength of a peak first-tier cultivator. The others were few and far between, mostly ordinary people with little training. But their fight was extremely fierce, with all their swords wrapped in cloth to prevent them from slipping and falling. Weapons were aimed at vital organs, with decapitations, severed limbs, and stabbings to the heart being commonplace, resulting in flying bricks and splattered blood. Some doors were tightly shut, preventing anyone from peeking out. Others, however, were bold and skilled, holding weapons and discussing the scene as if watching a grand spectacle. Luo Yi and his companions, of course, didn't care, but didn't want trouble either. Aang glanced around and led Luo Yi away from that area. They traversed a nearby alley, making a semicircle, and passed through. At the last moment, Luo Yi finally looked back. His vision was excellent, his gaze sharp, piercing the darkness of the night to see the battlefield where the battle had just ended. One gang leader had won, beheading his enemy with his sword, raising the head high as if in triumph, flaunting his power. But what impressed Luo Yi most was the expression on his face, a mixture of madness, excitement, and ferocity. This scene was Luo Yi's first impression of Bremen. He initially thought this was an isolated incident. However, in reality, he encountered 3 gang fights and 2 chases and battles along his journey through the slums. When they reached the end of the road, they found themselves at the city walls, where several small gates had been opened. These were occupied by a single gang. Some were for leaving the city, some for entering, some for transporting goods, and some for carriages. Of course, there was a fee for entry and exit, not too expensive, but the flow of people was considerable. Loy and his companions entered Bremen through these small gates. Here, the streets were much cleaner, and there were more lights around. Although it was night, there was no curfew, and many pedestrians came and went, along with bars, dance floors, nightclubs, theaters. Every now and then, melodious music drifted through the air. They didn't see any street fights here. However, Loy's eagle-eye technique was highly skilled, and Lyman's ear could hear sounds from extremely far away. In his eyes and ears, there were thieves stealing and prying, assassins killing and robbing, blood spurting and lives lost, and desperate battles fought to the death. On the rooftops, night travelers moved about. At the street corners, figures in black concealed themselves in the shadows, appearing and disappearing. Loy's lips twitched involuntarily. The nights in Bremen were truly bustling. However, after crossing the boundary near the city walls and walking a few more streets, the security finally improved. Note that Loy's improvement actually meant that there were many more city guards patrolling the streets, making the night travelers more cautious. In reality, those who dared to walk here were much stronger. Eng's lodging was in a grand-looking hotel called the Bremen Grand Hotel. At 6 stories high, it stood out prominently among the surrounding 2- or 3-story buildings. Its first floor was the dining area, luxuriously decorated like a palace. Even the maids were uniformly dressed, highlighting their tall figures and elegant demeanor. A live band played soothing music, effortlessly relaxing the senses. Those dining here were all wealthy merchants and nobles, adorned in gold and silver, exuding unparalleled luxury. Upstairs was a large bar, its circular counter displaying bottles of liquor from all over the world, each one appearing exquisitely beautiful and unaffordable under specially designed lighting. This wasn't just a place to drink, it was also a casino, with card games, dice games, poker games, and even gladiatorial combat. In the center, there was an octagonal boxing ring, magically equipped, where gladiators would occasionally engage in combat, accepting bets and gambling. These were the bar's busiest and most profitable times. However, when Luoya passed by, she didn't see any gladiators, but instead saw a bard playing his flute. The melodious flute music echoed, seemingly carrying a magical effect, but more than anything, it captivated and drew people in, making it impossible to pull themselves away. At this moment, Luoya couldn't help but grin. If he wasn't mistaken, that was a bard from hell. However, he didn't intend to kill him at this moment. Further up was the living quarters. Aside from the room design, even the corridor floors were covered with expensive wool carpets. Although only one floor separated them, the noise from below didn't reach the upper floors at all, clearly due to magical means. Of course, the most commendable aspect of this hotel was its safety. Because the entire building was essentially a simplified version of a mage tower, lacking complex structures, yet powered by an elemental pool. This magical energy was then channeled into the reinforcement of the building, leaving virtually no blind spots. Even a 4th-tier calamity would have to exert considerable effort to destroy it. And this was all without anyone in charge. This mage tower, like that magical warship, certainly didn't lack owners. Loy was also somewhat astonished. He truly hadn't expected someone to be so extravagant. Eng's room, however, was on the 5th floor near a corner. Through the window, one could see half of Bremen, offering an excellent view. Of course, Eng's main reason for choosing this location was the view to the northwest. There lay a luxurious manor belonging to the Isel family, adorned with numerous flowers and connected by a flowing stream, hence its name, the Water Garden. Further west was the Vermont Cathedral, where the 4th-tier calamity, Ignaz Isel, studied, trained, and grew. Ultimately, he swore a lifelong oath to the sun god, awakening his battle aura and becoming a 4th-tier earth elemental oath knight. Ignaz Isel was a master of secrecy. For a 4th-tier expert to avoid detection and to track his movements was even more difficult. However, these were the 2 places he most frequently frequented. With the door tightly shut, Eng activated the room's magical seal, theoretically preventing any further sound from escaping. However, Eng still took out a silencing scroll, unfolded it, activated its magic, and enveloped the room. Only then did Eng speak urgently. "My lord, you've probably seen the situation. I have a feeling something big is about to happen in Bremen." Loy perked up and asked, "What exactly?" Second update. Chapter 302, Planning. In the guest rooms and lounge area, Luoyi personally brewed 3 cups of black tea and placed them in front of everyone. He also picked up a cup for himself, waiting for Aang's reply. Aang frowned, not speaking immediately, but organizing his thoughts for a long time before saying, "Actually, I don't know much about the specifics. But the problem is, when I first arrived, Bremen wasn't in a state of chaos. It was quite chaotic back then, but both the gangs and the underworld still followed a cruel order." He paused slightly, tilting his head, and gave an example. Like Auckland before you came, the gangs, thieves, assassins, and pickpockets seemed to run rampant, but they actually followed certain underworld rules. But now, in just over 10 days, the situation in Bremen has completely changed. The gangs seem to have been driven, splitting into 2 factions and attacking each other. The assassins have taken on missions, killing with clear targets. The thieves are rampant, ransacking everywhere, as if searching for something, and many more are people who can't stand the light of day, gathering in Bremen, as if waiting for something. Because of all this, Bremen has become a place of widespread panic. It feels like a powder keg, and nobody knows when it will explode. Loy narrowed her eyes slightly and asked again, "Didn't you try to find out why?" "I did. But there's no concrete information from the underworld, only a lot of rumors and speculation. Nobody can tell what's true or false. I think this situation most likely stems from the power struggles within Bremen's upper echelons." "Then investigate further," Aang said with a bitter face. "Count, you don't know how severe the barriers between the upper and lower classes are here. For us newcomers who came from across the sea, being able to contact some big merchants is the best we can do. We can't reach anyone higher through normal channels, and we have no connections." As he said this, he couldn't help but rub his face, saying wearily, "Actually, I planned to kidnap a nobleman of high status and ask him some questions. But given the current situation in Bremen, I was afraid of alerting them, so I gave up. Our ultimate goal in coming here is revenge. What happens in Bremen is none of our business as long as it doesn't involve us." This statement made a lot of sense. After all, it was in another kingdom, thousands of miles away. As long as they achieve their objective, why should they care about anything else? However, Loy still asked, "Aang, don't you have any thoughts on this?" Aang hesitated slightly, but still replied, "I don't have accurate information, but I suspect it involves a struggle between royal and divine power. Bremen is, after all, one of the major cities in the Kingdom of Sardinia, directly under the royal family. The Saint Governor and the Cardinal of the Temple of the Sun are even more fraught with conflict." Oliveira then spoke up, "How about the Isel family? And what about that Ignatius Isel? I have the most comprehensive information on this." Aang nodded, took a sip of his red tea, and continued, "The Isel family holds the title of honorary viscount, but they aren't considered powerful nobles. They don't have fiefdoms, but they're doing quite well in Bremen, although the Isel family tries their best to cover it up and prevent people from talking about it. There are many rumors circulating privately that they started as pirates, previously. They were notorious pirates who committed countless atrocities on the endless oceans, but they obtained a privating license from the Sardinian royal family and helped win the battle. It was because of their service to the royal family that they were able to clear their names, receive the title of honorary viscount, and instantly become nobles. The surname Isel isn't ancient, it was probably just a temporary choice. Moreover, such people find it difficult to integrate into the mainstream noble circles. They are born with original sin, despised and looked down upon. It is said that many great pirates made the same choice at the time, but few ultimately succeeded. This was because they couldn't stand the sarcastic remarks and constant mockery of the nobles. Most of them caused a ruckus and rebelled, leaving the kingdom to become pirates again. There are many such examples, but the Isel family forged their own path. Seeing that he couldn't integrate into noble circles, Viscount Isel took a different approach, sending all his descendants to the Church of the Sun God, saying they would pray for atonement under the divine throne. They really started from the most basic apprentices, and spent money and resources equally to make these people grow step by step, continue to climb up in the church, and reach high positions. At this point, no one dares to look down on the Iser family anymore. As for Ignaz Iser, although he was not the highest-ranked member of the Iser family, he was the most talented in cultivation. He had practiced hard for decades and became a 4th-level natural disaster knight with the power of his oath. It's also because of him that the Iser family's prestige has reached its peak. Even in the city of Bremen, few nobles dared to speak loudly in front of them. Also, Although the Iser family does not have a fiefdom, its business scope is extremely broad, involving shipbuilding, shipping, cigarettes and other industries. Of course, there are rumors in the underground world that they also maintain good relationships with some big pirates, purchasing various supplies for them, and also help them sell stolen goods. This alone allows them to make a lot of money every year. Hearing this, Luoyer couldn't help but fumble with the hilt of his rapier, and concluded, is this Iser family really a black and white family? Indeed, so there are no weaknesses. Well, there are few, but they probably won't be very useful to us. Aang straightened up and added, I heard a priest mention this. Ignis Isol has long been qualified, but unfortunately, he awakened Earth-type battle aura instead of Holy-type. Otherwise, he wouldn't be where he is now. That certainly won't be very useful. Loi looked at Olivera and asked, Teacher, what are your thoughts? Olivera raised an eyebrow, her eyes even more indifferent and cold. We're here to kill him, why should we worry about so much? If you ask me, find him, intercept him, and then kill him. That's really straightforward. Loi's lips twitched involuntarily, and she looked at Aang again, asking, do you have a plan? I agree with teacher's idea. However, I think it's too dangerous to act in the city center. It would be best to lure him to a secluded place and then strike. In other words, to lure him out. Loi pondered for a moment, then abruptly stood up and walked to the window, looking out. Night had fallen, and as far as the eye could see, the Vermont Cathedral was shrouded in complete darkness. The vast area, devoid of even a glimmer of light, resembled a crouching monster. Slowly shaking his head, Loi looked in another direction. Spanning over a dozen city blocks, nearing the eastern edge of Bremen, there lay a brightly lit area. Loi's eyes sharpened into eagle-like pupils. Even from a great distance and in the darkness, he could still see the manor filled with flower beds and trees. A babbling brook flowed through the manor, its clear water reflecting images. And in the center of the manor stood a fountain. It depicted an angel, a protector of humanity, wings outstretched, head slightly raised, as if about to take flight, lifelike. Aang and Olivera also walked to his side and looked through the window. Loi asked, do you know Ignis Isol's whereabouts? Aang replied, every morning, he goes to the Vermont Cathedral and stays there almost all day. He only returns to Flowing Gardens at sunset. This is almost daily, with little variation, no extra social engagements, and no aristocratic banquets. That's why he has an excellent reputation within the cathedral. Everyone says he's the most devout believer, demanding of himself like those ascetics. The Vermont Cathedral won't do. Nobody knows how many powerful figures are there. So, let's do it in Flowing Gardens. At night, we'll pretend to be thieves, break into Flowing Gardens, cause a ruckus, and then quickly escape, luring him out of the city, preferably onto the Silver Sea. Then, Teacher Olivera will make his move and kill him outright. As Loi was saying this, before he could continue, Aang interrupted, that thief must be me. Loi turned to look at him and said, I'm talking about myself, Aang. Your strength is still a bit lacking. At this point, Aang was already a Tier 2 LV8 Windchaser swordsman and a Tier 1 LV3 magic apprentice. He had followed almost the same path as Olivera, mastering swordsmanship and spearmanship, and was also adept at stealth and concealment, having learned many assassin and thief techniques. Of course, he was definitely stronger than Olivera at the same age, because he had also mastered the secret holy technique, Divine Psi. Aang would be considered strong anywhere. Considering his age, he was undoubtedly a cultivation genius. However, in front of Loi, saying he was weak was absolutely true. But Aang had his reasons. I may be a little weak, but, Earl, weakness is what makes you real. If you were to disguise yourself as a thief, I'm afraid you'd be exposed the moment you made a move. Your aura, physique, and combat skills, where do they resemble a thief's? We're supposed to lure him out of the Flowing Water Garden and outside the city, but you'd probably just fight him directly. Loi couldn't refute these words. Olivera's lips twitched as well. He said, Patriarch, this is what Aang should do. He needs experience too. Loi turned to look at Olivera, then back at Aang. That's a 4th-tier expert. Though not known for his killing prowess, he's not weak. Aang, are you sure? Aang grinned. Back then, when the Earl fought this one, he was only a 2nd-tier expert. Alright, then so be it. Olivera spoke again, asking, when do we make our move? 3 days. We need some time to familiarize ourselves with the roads of Bremen, to scout locations, and to make various preparations. 3 days from now, that night will be the death of Ignis Isol. At this point, The three looked back at the flowing garden, their eyes flashing with killing intent. First update, second update will be a little later. Chapter 303, Angel Bones. Luo sent Aang to investigate, and he certainly didn't come alone. In fact, he brought a specially trained team of 12. 3 of them were second-tier assassins, specializing in combat, assassination, and even rearguard action. The remaining 9, men and women, each possessed unique skills, including disguise, stealth, tracking, and camouflage. They were practically defenseless and of average appearance, easily lost in a crowd. They never killed, never harbored any murderous intent, simply staying in a few fixed positions or carrying goods, living like ordinary people. Yet, they could suddenly pinpoint the people they needed to monitor, and by evening, they could compile the information and create a daily route map. It could be said that this was a plan and specifically designed for the strong. Even if perception wasn't their strongest trait, a Calamity Knight's senses were far more acute than the average person. However, a casual glance from a group of ordinary people wouldn't bother them, no matter how vigilant they were. For the next few days, Roy and Olivera, each led by a different person, wandered aimlessly through Bremen. They explored the streets and alleys, measuring every inch of the city on foot. They lingered at the docks, watching the dock workers carrying various goods, chanting as they moved forward. They lingered outside the shipyards, watching large ships come and go, countless sailors bustling about. They listened to bards singing and playing in taverns, their hoarse voices seemingly telling tales of bygone eras, and heard the sailors boasting and dreaming of glory. Roy had to admit that Bremen had its own unique charm, and here, he also felt the prosperity of the Sardinian kingdom. As for the city's roads, there was no need for Roy to record them. Deep Blue had already completed and created a 3-dimensional map. Following it, even in remote areas, one wouldn't get lost. Of course, during these 3 days, Roy also truly felt the tense atmosphere of Bremen. With his excellent hearing and even better eyesight, he also noticed that it seemed a storm was brewing around the cathedral. The struggles between the underworld and gangs were more like a power struggle between 2 forces. They certainly wouldn't start with bayonets drawn and bloodshed, but rather by cutting off each other's tentacles. So, these peripheral extensions of power clashed first. It was just unknown what they were fighting over or robbing this time. Time flew by, and 3 days later it was over. That night, the weather changed strangely, and a torrential rain fell. Raindrops like beans pelted down, pattering like the sea god wielding a scepter. However, this downpour came and went quickly, lasting only an hour before stopping completely. Because of this rain, the entire city of Bremen seemed to fall silent. Even aristocratic banquets and musicals were mostly cancelled. The streets were deserted, without pedestrians or carriages, only the flickering lanterns in the wind, creating shifting shadows on the ground. On the 6th floor of the Bremen Grand Hotel, Loy, Olivera, and Aang had changed into black and were ready. Loy looked at the sky, then at the ground, and couldn't help but say, "I thought that the heavy rain would make it difficult to hide in stealth, and that we'd have to give up on this tonight. But it was just a sudden downpour. The air is clean, making things much easier. Let's go." With that, he flicked down, as nimble as a cat, his toes barely touching the wall before he flew sideways. Although he didn't use his battle aura, his body was still as light as a feather, and he concealed himself in the shadows of the street corner wall, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Olivera and Aang followed closely behind, but their directions differed. Olivera headed east, where there were many docks, shipyards, and repair shops. Further east was the Silver Sea. As for Aang, he naturally headed straight for the Isel family's flowing gardens. Thus, the revenge operation officially began. However, to the surprise of Luo Yi and the other 2, the Isel family also welcomed several guests to the Flowing Water Garden. In the Flowing Water Garden, a hidden door opened, revealing a dark basement. Candlelight flickered, and oil lamps embedded in the walls were lit. A total of 10 oil lamps were lit along the way, illuminating the basement. Only then did someone lift the carpet covering the floor, revealing an even darker secret passage. At this moment, footsteps echoed, numerous yet unhurried, reverberating through the long corridor. Bright light poured out, clearly not from candlelight, but from magical crystal lamps illuminating the path. The leader emerged first from the secret passage. He was tall and agile, with a dark yellow, gleaming skin, around 30 years old, with hawk-like eyes and an air of arrogance. Although he had changed into luxurious clothes and moved with an air of elegance, a strong stench of blood and sea lingered on him, impossible to dispel. And it wasn't just him. Behind him followed 4 others of varying heights and builds, warriors and mages alike, all haughty and unruly. They ignored the attendants beside them, walking past with their heads held high, as if strolling in their own garden. Notably, the last 2 carried a box. The box wasn't large, but it appeared to be carved from a single, massive log, without rivets or metal plates, seemingly a single piece. Even more luxurious was the fact that the pale purple box was covered in numerous magical runes formed from golden threads of magic, powered by various colored magic cores embedded around it. Occasionally, the runes would flash with light. This was actually a magical artifact, and a rare one at that, a box-type magical item. Its specific effects were unknown. The 5 of them walked out of the basement as if no one else was there, and, guided by the butler, headed towards the manor's reception hall. Not long after they left, more people emerged from the secret passage. They were less particular, mostly dressed as pirates, some carrying loads, others hoisting them, transporting various supplies through the passage into the flowing water garden. The servants here seemed quite used to this. They had a clear division of labor. Some served food and drink to the pirates, some opened and inventoried the goods, some kept records, and some began calculating the accounts. Clearly, the Isel family had been involved in this kind of fencing business for some time, and had even developed some experience. Meanwhile, in the living room, a different scene unfolded. Upon seeing the 5 men arrive, a middle-aged man in a gentleman's suit immediately came out to greet them, a smile spreading across his face even before he arrived. "Sir Bernardo, welcome, welcome. Your arrival greatly enhances the splendor of flowing gardens." The arrogant man spoke with a forced smile. "Viscount Isel, you've really put me in a difficult position this time." "In a difficult position? How so?" "You told me to rob that merchant's ship, but you didn't tell me it belonged to an archbishop." Viscount Isel asked with a grin. "Are you afraid?" The arrogant man suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, his whole body shaking with ecstasy. "Afraid? Afraid? Let alone just an archbishop. Even if a cardinal came, I wouldn't be afraid, but I won't be used as a pawn for nothing." Viscount Isel's expression turned serious. "Then what do you want?" "Of course, more money. The price can be increased, but I want to see what I need." A voice suddenly rang out, deep and resonant, and a burly man in plate armor strode in. His imposing aura was so powerful and imposing that it felt like a moving mountain. The overwhelming pressure forced the arrogant man's 4 subordinates to take a step back. The arrogant man, however, felt no discomfort. He slightly raised his head and saw a fleeting twist of emotion on Viscount Isel's face. But the next second, he returned to normal, turned back to the newcomer, and said with a wry smile, "Ignaz, this isn't how you do business." The newcomer was none other than the strongest member of the Isel family, a 4th-tier calamity, the Oath Knight Ignaz Isel. He listened to Viscount Isel's words without a care. "I'm not a businessman, so I don't need to haggle. As long as the goods are genuine, I don't care if I have to pay more. My Isel family doesn't lack these things." His words almost made Viscount Isel lose his composure again, but the arrogant man was delighted. "Ho ha ho ha, this is the spirit the Isel family should have. Come, come, great Oath Knight, can you see if this is what you wanted?" With that, he waved his hand, and his men naturally brought up the purple wooden box. The arrogant man personally opened the lock, then looked up at Ignatius and asked, "Are you sure you want to see it now?" "Of course." "Then look." He said this, directly opening the lid of the box, and an indescribably rich, holy aura appeared, spreading outwards as if it were free. It even formed a circular shock wave, radiating outwards in endless circles. At this moment, Ignatius's expression changed drastically. His dark yellow battle aura surged, spreading and covering the holy aura, intercepting it just as it was about to spread outwards. The arrogant man, the great pirate Sir Bernardo, didn't stop. He reached into the box, took something out, and placed it on the ground. The magical wooden box clearly possessed special magic effects in addition to its sealing properties. Once taken out, it grew to a full 2 meters tall, pure white, with a complete skeleton and wings on its back. At that moment, Ignatius was already standing before the skeleton. He reached out, but pulled back halfway. However, his face was filled with fanaticism. At that moment, Sir Bernardo looked at Ignatius and said, "Look, this is the angel skeleton you wanted." Also at that moment, somewhere in the flowing gardens, in the darkness, Aang closed his eyes slightly, but his senses became increasingly acute. When he captured that divine aura, His expression was truly somewhat inexplicable. Second update delivered. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304, The Battle of the Stars. In the flowing garden, inside the living room, everyone's gaze converged on the pristine, sacred skeleton. Their expressions were a mixture of stunned disbelief and profound shock. Even the four henchmen of the arrogant man were stunned. They knew the box contained a treasure, but they hadn't expected it to be the remains of a fallen angel. This angel's skeleton was truly devoid of flesh and blood, leaving only a pure white frame. Yet it stood upright, like a sculpture, clearly the work of a highly skilled craftsman who had secured and connected the skeleton. A wooden cross pierced through the abdominal cavity, supporting the skeleton. His hands were clasped before his chest, his white head slightly bowed, his eye sockets empty, yet conveying a profound sense of compassion. Upon closer inspection, below his arms, his sternum was fused together, forming a complete breastplate. His angelic wings, also devoid of flesh and blood, were raised high, as if poised to take flight. On his back, at the junction of the angelic wings, was a ring from which a vast, divine power emanated, circling and surging endlessly. Only the surrounding dark yellow battle aura, like city walls, could shield it, otherwise, this divine power alone would have been enough to permeate the entire city. Long ago, the magical world recognized that angelic wings were the source of angelic power. In fact, the more wings an angel possessed, the stronger they were. In a sense, this was true. Powerful angels, whether four-winged or six-winged, were all renowned in the heavens. However, later, when angels fell to earth, legendary mages studied their remains and discovered that the source of angelic power actually originated from this ring on his back, the angelic ring. It possessed the ability to connect with the heavens, to gather, store, and control divine power. Angelic wings grew from this ring. A long silence filled the living room, everyone seemed stunned and speechless. Only the arrogant Sir Bernardo remained unmoved, clearly having already seen it all. However, he broke the silence. Lord Ignaz, although I accepted the mission and seized the ship, I truly know little about this. Perhaps you could enlighten me. That's perhaps inappropriate. It was Viscount Isol who spoke, smiling, clearly unwilling to elaborate. But before he could finish, Ignaz interrupted him directly. Actually, there's nothing I can't say. At this moment, Viscount Isol's smile twisted even more, a sight not only seen by Sir Bernardo but also by his four subordinates. They smiled knowingly, as if watching a good show. Only Ignaz remained unconcerned. His eyes were fixed solely on the angel's skeleton, as if admiring a work of art, completely mesmerized. But he didn't stop. Sir Bernardo, you too were born into nobility. Though fallen, you still have some legacy. You must have heard the story of the Silver Angel, right? The arrogant man raised an eyebrow and nodded. Legend has it that this one, though merely a two-winged angel, was incredibly brave and skilled in battle. Wherever divine pronouncements came, there he was, charging into battle, his ferocity unmatched. As a reward, the great Lord of Light personally forged him a divine rapier. He wielded this weapon, fighting from heaven to hell, from the abyss to the underworld, countless heretics dying at his hands, including abyss lords and demon lords. That divine rapier is also the object of imitation for countless alchemists. And countless swordsmen and assassins use replicas of that silver angel rapier. As he finished speaking, the arrogant man's expression grew increasingly stiff, and his voice grew softer and softer. He stared at Ignaz's retreating figure, his expression filled with disbelief. You mean, at this moment, even the arrogant man couldn't speak coherently. After a slight pause, he continued, you mean, this angel's skeleton is that of the Silver Angel? How is that possible? The arrogant man was even doubting himself. That one was probably a demigod. How could he just die like this? Ignaz slightly turned his head to look at him, simply saying, then why do you think his Silver Angel rapier was so eagerly imitated by so many alchemists? Isn't it because he has already fallen, and even the divine rapier was left behind in our world, which made those alchemists have no scruples? Turning back again, his gaze fell on the angel's skeleton, his expression still fanatical, but his voice was extremely cold. Besides, do you think something that can make me care this much would be an ordinary angel's skeleton? Sir Bernardo had now completely restrained his arrogance. He looked at the Silver Angel's remains and asked the most crucial question. Who caused this demigod angel to fall in our world? Ignatius's expression grew even more indifferent. The world of Herka may be chaotic, but can you really not guess the kind of war that could cause a demigod angel to fall? Or are you simply too afraid to even think about it? Too afraid to even mention it? Sir Bernardo seemed to be provoked. He raised his head again, his face full of disdain and mockery. What you're talking about is just that battle that some people don't even dare to mention. But just because others don't dare doesn't mean I don't dare. Isn't it the Battle of the Shining Stars, or, according to the records of the mages, it should be, sobs? His voice was clearly not loud, and apart from him and Ignatius, no one else present knew what it meant. But the result was that the moment those words were uttered, everyone felt an inexplicable chill. The vast radiance of holy power didn't make them feel any warmth. Instead, the chill that seeped into their bones filled them with dread and unease. Ignatius reacted the fastest, suddenly turning around and covering the arrogant man's mouth, silencing his last words. Are you looking for death? Forbidden. That's forbidden, don't you know? I won't stop you from dying, but don't you dare hold me back. Cough cough cough. Let go of my hand. Wasn't that what you provoked? But I didn't know you were so brave. You dare to say things that even magic books wouldn't dare to write? You're asking for death, but you can't do this. I didn't expect it either. Alright, shut up. At this moment, Viscount Isel spoke up. His originally amiable smile completely turned into noble majesty. He looked around, and surprisingly, no one dared to meet his gaze. Cousin Ignatz, have you checked it? Ignatz honestly replied, yes, it's what we wanted, then accept it. We have other matters to discuss. Alright. At this moment, Ignatz seemed to be showing his intelligence again. He immediately picked up the angel's remains and placed them back into the magic wooden box. Only after the lid was closed and all the divine power dissipated did he restrain his fighting spirit. However, looking at the wooden box, he glanced at the great pirate Viscount Bernardo and his men, and ultimately did not choose to carry the wooden box away himself. He raised his hand and summoned 2 guards from outside the door, instructing them to carry the magic wooden box away first. Then, everyone took their seats in the living room according to their status as host and guest, with Viscount Isel speaking first. Regarding the price, since my brother agreed, then so be it. However, there's something I need to discuss with you. The large 3-rail pirate ship you requested is almost finished. But if you insist on covering the hull with iron plates, that's achievable, but the price will have to go up. Why? Is the Isel family abusing its power? Of course not, but you didn't mention this before. Since it came up at the last minute, I naturally need to factor in the manpower and materials. Charging a little extra is reasonable, isn't it? Then how much exactly? I mean, no, you're asking for too much. Let me calculate my costs for you. First, the materials, then the labor, and the time. Suddenly, the only sound in the living room was the haggling, mainly between Viscount Isel and Sir Bernardo. The other 4 pirates and Ignatius remained almost silent, but they weren't bored. Instead, they were all trying to calm their fear. The previous incident seemed to be over, but everyone present was still pounding their hearts. They were merely using seemingly ordinary actions to mask their panic. However, this brief moment of distraction caused them to lose most of their vigilance. Then, a fluctuation of divine power emanated from the outside, fleeting yet felt by everyone present. At that moment, Viscount Isel and Bernardo's bargaining abruptly stopped, and they both looked outside, their expressions blank and bewildered. Just now, someone opened the chest again. Damn it, is there a thief? My silver angel skeleton. Ignatius suddenly stood up, his expression changing drastically. He no longer cared about anything else, his battle aura erupted, and he rushed out in a flash. Viscount Bernardo slightly turned his head, a thoughtful expression on his face, but it was only for a moment before he disappeared from his spot. Behind them were the 4 pirates, 2 followed, while the other 2 remained motionless. They stared at Viscount Isel for a long while before an elderly man with graying hair finally spoke up. Viscount Isel, is this flowing water garden not as safe as you say? However, losing the remains of the Silver Angel might not be such a bad thing for you. Viscount Isel didn't reply, but looked out into the dark night, his brows furrowing. Meanwhile, Ignatius stood in midair, his body radiating a dark yellow earth elemental aura, as solid as the earth itself. He glanced around, then stared intently at a departing figure, unable to hold back his roar. You dare steal from my Isel family? Your coding death, first chapter delivered, second chapter revised. Chapter 305, Theft and the Chase. Rewind a little. Aang slightly raised his head from the shadows, not daring to look directly into the distance, instead using the corner of his eye to observe the situation in the living room. There, Earth Elemental battle aura rose like a wall from the earth, enveloping the entire living room, yet he could still sense the spreading divine aura, seemingly endless. He was not only a second-tier combatant but also a magic apprentice, and his perception of elemental power was quite keen. That divine aura was clearly something rare and valuable. He was here to lure the enemy out. If he were to be a thief, he would naturally steal the best. Only by making the Isol family unable to part with it would that Oath Knight pursue him relentlessly. The thought flashed through his mind, and Aang immediately lowered his head again, his breathing becoming even more steady, almost imperceptible. He concealed himself in the shadows, as if he had vanished. He knew better than anyone the risks of this mission. Even with his holy skills, his second-tier strength was still far inferior to that of a fourth-tier calamity. But he still accepted the mission without hesitation. Besides what he said, his main reason was that he felt it was his duty. Lloyd didn't treat him as a subordinate, but rather as a friend, always looking out for him and never forgetting him when there were benefits. Take, for example, that secret combat technique. He only realized its immense value after practicing it for a long time. Let alone him, even among the nobles of the Norman Duchy, could you find a combatant who had mastered a sacred technique? Yet he had it, not only the bottle of the holy lava heart elixir, but also the complete cultivation method and meticulous instruction. This alone inspired in him the heroic spirit of a scholar would die for one who understands him. Of course, although he accepted the mission to venture into this dangerous place, he wasn't entirely confident of success. Although he mainly trained under Oliveira, following the path of a swordsman, his exposure to the underworld had also taught him many assassin and thief techniques. Concealing his presence, walking in the shadows, identifying traps, picking locks, he had mastered most of these skills. That's why he was able to enter the flowing water garden unimpeded, dodging all the traps and guards, and arrive at his place not too far from the living room. His plan was to go deeper, ideally to the storeroom or something similar, to steal some of the Isol family's treasure. However, sensing the sudden release of a sacred aura, his thoughts paused for a moment before he stopped in his tracks. He waited, though he didn't know if he would get an opportunity, but he still showed considerable patience. As it turned out, fate was on his side. Just as he was becoming impatient, two servants carried out a small, purple, gilded chest. Although Aang wasn't highly skilled in magic, his elemental perception was his strength, coupled with excellent eyesight. Therefore, he locked onto his target almost without hesitation, then slowly moved his body, weaving between the shadowy pillars, following the two servants deeper into the garden. Judging from the direction they were heading, Aang knew immediately that it was either the study or the secret vault. These were the two places most valued by nobles, and likely protected by various safeguards. So, with a quick glance, he made his plan, quickening his pace to reach them. He clung to the ceiling of the corridor, hidden in the darkness, until the two servants passed by. Then, he suddenly dropped down, placing his hands on the back of their necks and pressing down hard. It was a technique he'd learned from an old thief. A well-placed press was enough to knock someone unconscious. The two servants' eyelids rolled back, and they were completely unconscious. Just as the purple wooden box was about to fall, he caught it on his toes. It sounded complicated, but all of this happened in a very short time, without even a sound. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Aang immediately put down the box and dragged the two servants into the bushes. To ensure they remained unconscious for a long time, he even took out a secret medicine and gave each of them a little. After confirming that no flaws would be apparent in the short term, he picked up the wooden crate. He weighed it in his hand, a smile tugging at the corner of Aang's lips before quickly disappearing. Before the next patrol of guards, he stepped into the shadows. He had acted with complete ease when he entered, and he was even more so when he left. However, as he headed east, just before stepping out of the flowing water garden, he stopped. Confirming that no one was around, he took out a dimensional pouch, channeled magic into it, and retrieved various items. For example, a gun from Gary Mills, Rage, and its corresponding special ammunition, were all looped around his waist. Then came various potions, bottles for restoring battle aura, restoring stamina, healing injuries, and enhancing physical strength. Some were infused directly into his body, while others were placed in different locations. He even took out a drop of Isis's spring wine, tossed it into his mouth, and placed it under his tongue, ready to crush it at any moment. Several amplification scrolls, such as the elegance of a cat, the spirit of the wind, the speed of a leopard, and the agility of a deer, were opened one by one, all landing on him. But that wasn't all. He then took out a series of magic rings, slipped them onto his fingers, and examined them closely. Except for his thumb, all the others were complete. After doing all this, he took several deep breaths before picking up the wooden box. He opened and closed it rapidly, the opening facing the direction of the water garden reception room. His speed was extremely fast, yet the divine aura that suddenly leaked out was still like a torrent. Then, without further delay, he threw the purple wooden box into his dimensional bag, and his entire body transformed into a black shadow, quickly fleeing into the distance. At this moment, he no longer bothered with concealment, only focusing on escaping for his life. He resembled a thief who had obtained a valuable treasure, couldn't resist taking a peek, but then revealed his presence, and then fled for his life. Aang felt that he had acted quite convincingly, but even as he turned to flee, he still felt somewhat uneasy. He feared that if he failed to provoke the Oath Knight, his entire plan would have failed. Only when the intense fluctuations of battle aura and the roar still echoed in his ears did he finally relax. However, while he was relieved, he fled even faster. Utilizing the Windchaser step to its fullest potential, coupled with several amplification spells, he seemed to be riding a whirlwind, leaping through the streets. Even walls blocking his path were simply leaped onto. And he raced across rooftops. Aang felt this was his fastest speed, the wind howled in his ears, and the air in his face seemed to have a tangible quality, making each step incredibly difficult. He knew perfectly well how fast he was fleeing. However, a fleeting glance back, visible out of the corner of his eye, made his expression change. Beneath the sky, a dark yellow sphere of light, surrounded by swirling flames, carried a figure, like a shooting star streaking across the void, chasing after him. Earth-based battle aura provides the strongest defense when standing on the ground, thanks to its continuous replenishment, but that doesn't mean he can't fly. Judging by his speed, it's clearly a flight-type extraordinary combat technique. From behind, the dark yellow battle aura churned, wave after wave, propelling Ignatz rapidly closer to Aang. In fact, after his failed pursuit of Oliveira, the first thing he did upon returning was to seek out this flight-type extraordinary combat technique. Previously, he was incredibly confident, believing that killing a third-tier opponent would be a piece of cake. But being chased by two fourth-tier opponents, the pathetic state he witnessed, he never wanted to experience again. In his own replay, his biggest problem was his slow speed. If he had been just a little faster, he could have intercepted Oliveira within flower territory, preventing all the subsequent trouble. At this moment, Ignatz's training results were showing, his speed was increasing, and the distance between him and the thief was closing rapidly. It was only because this was within the city of Bremen, surrounded by buildings, most of which were inhabited, that he could have unleashed a powerful aura slash long ago. However, seeing that he was approaching 100 meters away, he couldn't resist slashing down with his sword. A dark yellow aura slash, like a crescent moon, shot out vertically, instantly covering the 100-meter distance and about to cleave the thief in two. But at the crucial moment, the thief suddenly rolled to the side, stepping into another dark alley, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, Ignatz merely smiled coldly, changed direction, and quickly gave chase. As the distance closed, he continued to attack, either unleashing a aura slash, raising a spike from a distance, or throwing stones. A fourth-tier Calamity Knight's physique was far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Even a casually broken stone thrown by him was like a cannonball, capable of creating deep craters. Not to mention the spikes, which appeared without any warning, making them almost impossible to avoid. However, Ignatz was somewhat puzzled. The reason was simple: the thief was only at the second tier of strength, yet he possessed a considerable number of magical items. Whenever he couldn't escape, either a barrier of flames would form, an earthen wall would spring up from the ground, a gale would act as a shield, or a deflecting force field would appear. All these things somehow managed to keep him safe, and although he was in a sorry state, he never stopped running. The question was, where did a mere thief get so many good things? This thought flashed through Ignatz's mind, but the next second, he dismissed it. He was just a thief with some money, he was going to die anyway. At that moment, Ignatz no longer wanted to delay. He suddenly leaped from the sky, like a meteorite crashing to the ground. His knight's greatsword transformed into its sharpest edge, aimed directly at Aang's back. If the attack landed, Aang would be pinned to the ground, but he didn't stop running at all, not even glancing back. At that very moment, a golden red aura slash shot out from the side, aiming straight for Ignatius's head. Ignatius's face was cold and hard. He wanted to ignore it, but his sense of crisis as a Calamity Knight made him retract his greatsword at the last moment. The sword spun, aura bursting forth, directly blocking the aura slash. But the next second, another figure appeared beside him with a burst of speed. The slender sword in that hand was like a phantom, wrapped in golden red aura, flashing with countless sword lights. Regardless of its destructive power, its speed alone was extremely fast. The sword light passed by, and the sound of whoosh 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 cutting through the air was incessant, almost enveloping Ignatius from head to toe. At this moment, even as a fourth-tier Calamity Knight, he was caught off guard and could only parry with his greatsword while retreating, and retreating again. Second update delivered. Chapter 306, Blocking the Enemy. A fourth-tier Calamity is naturally powerful, possessing formidable attributes, a robust physique, and various powerful combat techniques, far exceeding the limits achievable by a third-tier expert. However, it depends on who you're comparing yourself to. Luo Yi has fought calamities with his extraordinary abilities more than many times before. He understands the capabilities and limits of a fourth-tier expert better than even those of the fourth tier themselves. He knows perfectly well that even a calamity expert will bleed from a single sword strike, and a bullet wound will leave a hole. A gash in the heart or neck would be fatal. Therefore, he didn't even use many techniques, relying solely on his superior reflexes, exquisite swordsmanship, and the unparalleled sharpness of the Silver Angel rapier, using speed to force Ignatz to retreat. However, this was ultimately a street, and after retreating only a few dozen steps, he found himself behind a wall. But Ignatz remained unmoved, simply leaning against it, sending bricks flying and dust billowing. His figure vanished into the smoke and dust, clearly intending to use it to hinder Loi's attack, but Loi showed no intention of rushing into the smoke. He stood outside, raised his left hand, and the flamethrower began to charge, its magical runes glowing. Finally, Loi pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom! The gunshot was like a thunderclap, and amidst the billowing smoke, a muffled groan came. A huge spike suddenly rose, piercing the roof, and on it stood a person. Ignatz's expression showed 3 parts palpable fear, 3 parts disbelief, and the rest was pure rage. He lowered his head slightly, looking at his chest, where a dent had appeared on his once silver-white breastplate. It didn't look deep, but a bullet inside was still spinning relentlessly, causing the surrounding area to heat up from friction. Only his knight's plate armor was no ordinary item. It wasn't just meticulously crafted by a dwarven blacksmith, but also enchanted by an alchemist, which had managed to stop this armor-piercing bullet. Even so, Ignatz felt a rare sense of threat from death. He looked up at Loi again, his eyes turning utterly cold. It's rare to see someone at the 3rd rank with your strength. However, I'll show you why the 4th rank is considered a calamity. Before he finished speaking, a dark yellow aura shone brightly around him, and the earth beneath him writhed, forming a magnificent warhorse that reared up and neighed. Then, it galloped off. In his hand, his greatsword gathered seemingly tangible battle aura, extending inch by inch until it formed an incomparably sharp spear of battle aura. Then, from his high position, the knight charged, as if to pin Loi to the ground. Of course, what surprised Loi even more was that with his movement, an immense force seemed to surge from all directions, forcing Loi to immobilize himself and only able to withstand it. Loi's eyes shifted, but he didn't even try to dodge. He knelt on one knee, sheathed his rapier, and stood on the ground. He made a praying gesture, and his golden red battle aura suddenly surged forth, solidifying into a tower-like shield that stood before him. Bang! A crisp cracking sound rang out as Ignatz's battle aura spear shattered completely, and his warhorse reared up, emitting a hilarious neigh. Of course, Roy wasn't faring much better. Taking the full force of the knight's charge, his shield of Saint Mark exploded. The powerful impact propelled him backward, crashing through 2 walls before finally stopping, buried under the collapsed walls of a building. However, in just a breath or two, his golden red battle aura surged, sending earth and rocks flying, and he rose from the ruins. His disheveled appearance was undeniable. His steps, carrying his rapier, were unsteady and erratic. Overestimating himself, that was Ignatz's assessment. Just as he was about to raise his great sword again to kill Loy's hoarse, strained voice came, if you waste any more time here, he might really get away. He then raised his rapier and pointed into the distance. Ignatz looked in the direction he pointed and saw that Ing's figure was already disappearing into the distance. With the cover of night and his black clothes, he was barely visible from a distance. At that moment, Ignatz's expression froze. He could no longer care about Loy. His battle aura erupted, and he transformed into a ball of light, soaring away. However, before leaving, he still unleashed a battle aura slash towards Loy's location. This battle aura slash didn't seem particularly imposing, but the crystal-clear crescent-shaped blade of energy was incredibly realistic, arriving in the blink of an eye. Ignatz believed this attack would surely kill Loy. After all, Loy was already severely injured. Not long after he left, Luo Yi moved swiftly, easily dodging the aura slash, showing no sign of injury. However, Luo Yi's movements didn't stop. He leaped forward, his feet stomping repeatedly, shattering several eagle phantoms. Amidst the continuous cries of eagles, he had already soared into the air, his speed increasing rapidly. The slender sword in his hand was drawn again, its grip tightening and loosening, the mock rings humming and vibrating. Golden red aura swirled around him, transforming him into a streak of light, piercing towards a certain point in the void. There was nothing there originally, but as the sword light approached, a curved blade suddenly cleaved out from the void. The dark aura swirled around him, inconspicuous in the night, but the deathly stillness and coldness it exuded seemed capable of freezing the soul. Clang! The sword light and the curved blade collided in the void, sparks flying. The next instant, the slender sword flashed, bringing with it layers of silver-white sword light, slicing through a continuous V-shape. The overlapping blade lights created countless afterimages, seemingly multiplying into dozens or even hundreds, all of them real. Thus, the sword and blade lights intertwined and entangled once more, accompanied by the clanging of metal against metal, like a melody. Finally, a low shout rang out, and all the blade lights converged, transforming into a massive black blade several meters long, slashing down. Luo Yi narrowed her eyes slightly, remaining in midair, yet not yielding an inch. Her battle key suddenly erupted, blooming and gathering on her slender sword. With another horizontal slash, she unleashed a crystalline, almost tangible, golden red battle key slash. This time, the two battle key slashes collided in midair, seemingly locked in a stalemate for a moment, before shattering together, the shockwave spreading outwards. This time, Luo Yi used the shockwave to retreat swiftly, her figure like a falling feather, drifting and floating, reaching 100 meters away, standing on a rooftop. And in that void, another figure appeared. He held a curved sword in one hand, and with the other, he swept the shockwave away. Beneath his feet, dark battle aura seemed to swirl, like a great bird spreading its wings, supporting him as he stood still in midair. This man was none other than the great pirate of the endless ocean, Viscount Bernardo. He stared at Loy, then glanced at the scimitar in his hand, his expression grave. Though you're not a fourth-tier calamity, your strength is far greater than it appeared. So, are you luring Ignatius into a trap? Loy looked up at him, her voice no longer feigned, but calm and indifferent. Your battle aura, seemingly belonging to the dark element, can freeze souls. In my opinion, it's more likely connected to the underworld. Therefore, you're neither a follower of demons nor have you made a deal with the devil. You're a representative of the underworld. I wonder, which Grim Reaper do you worship? However, as far as I know, regardless of which Grim Reaper, their relationship with the Lord of Light isn't good. So, you really dare to go all out in Bremen? Sir Bernardo's expression froze, but the next second, he raised his head again, his face arrogant. I can come and go as I please. Who can stop me? Even if a legend makes a move, I can just sail on the endless ocean. Can you catch me? But you guys, if you really kill Ignatius, you'll be making a huge mess. Roy seemed indifferent. We came covertly, completed our mission, and left directly. Even if we make a huge mess, who'll know who we are? On the other hand, you're probably a well-known figure. Regardless of whether you were involved or not, someone will be watching you. Killing you on the high seas isn't easy, but being chased by someone won't be a pleasant experience either. At this moment, Viscount Bernardo's expression truly darkened. His face was grim as he stared at Luo Yi. After a long pause, he finally said, "What exactly do you want?" Luo Yi grinned. "I don't care about anything else, we just want Ignatius's life. So, don't follow us, or I'll have to fight you to the death." With that, Luo Yi activated Lion King. Although his Lion Knight wasn't here, the strange substance secreted and seeped into his blood, exponentially increasing his battle aura capacity. Luo Yi's golden red battle aura shone brightly, and with another sword strike, a battle aura slash swept across the sky. Sir Bernardo reacted quickly, raising his scimitar and unleashing a dark battle aura slash. But this time, to his surprise, his fourth-tier battle aura was crushed and then shattered by the opponent's battle aura slash. He was forced to unleash 2 more battle aura slashes to completely neutralize it. The shockwave still sent him staggering backward, landing him 100 meters away before he regained his footing. At this moment, his expression was truly remarkable. It turned out that not only had his opponent not used his full strength when fighting Ignatius, but even in his battle against him, he had only been slightly serious. Looking up again, Roy's figure had vanished. He stood in midair, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately did not follow. Just then, 2 more figures landed beside him, his 2 subordinates, 2 third-tier transcendent experts. This lineup was far superior to the Silver Sea Pirates. The difference in strength was like an insurmountable chasm. Among the 2 was a middle-aged man with red hair, dressed as a swordsman. Looking at his leader, he couldn't help but ask, "Captain, are we not going to give chase? The angel's remains are still missing." Sir Bernardo turned his head slightly to look at him and asked, "Was the angel's remains lost while I was on board, or was it lost while the Isle family was on board?" Of course, it was lost while the Isle family was on board, so, the deal is done. Lost is lost, it's none of my business. Saying this, he turned around and said, "Let's go, we should go back. Bremen is about to descend into chaos, we'd better get out of there as soon as possible. We're leaving already, of course. Before that, there are some debts we still need to settle, and the money can't be shortchanged. It's just that we probably can't contact the Isle family anymore." Posted first, revive later, 3 chapters today. Chapter 307, The Lion Family's Revenge. On the other side, in Bremen, at the Eastern Dock. During the day, the dock is the busiest place in Bremen, bar none. Countless ships dock in succession, and porters swarm like ants carrying goods. Merchants come here to find the goods they need, negotiate prices, rent warehouses, inspect goods, and find ships. In short, it's a sea of people, shoulder to shoulder. But at night, especially in the dead of night, darkness reigns, not a single person can be seen, making it all the more eerie. However, this night, the silence was broken. Aang stumbled and fell to the ground, his magical aura shattered, leaving only the triple deflection force field of his double serpent scale armor to barely hold on. But he couldn't hold on for long before being shattered again by an attacking aura slash, though this bought Aang time. He twisted his body, braced himself with his hands, and managed a backflip, managing to stand up. The aura slash struck the ground not far in front of him, carving a trench a meter deep and several meters long. Broken stones flew everywhere, cutting Aang's face, drawing crimson blood, but his expression remained unchanged. At this moment, Aang was cornered. Ignatz seemed no longer in a hurry to kill him. He looked down at him, his eyes icy, his words even colder. "Hand over what you stole, and I might leave you a whole corpse. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead." Aang straightened up, wiped the blood from his face, and suddenly laughed, a bright and carefree laugh. "Here, who lives and who dies is hard to say. And, Oath Knight Ignatz Isel, do you really think I came for that treasure?" Ignatz's eyes changed, and he became alert. He looked around, feeling as if monsters lurked in the darkness. The first thing he did was fall from midair, landing on the ground, which brought him some relief. "Who are you? What grudge do you have against me? Explain yourself." Aang didn't answer, but instead retreated step by step, yet Ignatz didn't attack. His gaze fell behind Aang, where a figure strode towards them from the darkness. The figure was tall and slender, with a steady gait, one hand on the hilt of his sword, his steps seemingly grounded in his own heartbeat. Though he didn't unleash his battle aura, the overwhelming killing intent surged forth like a tidal wave. Even Ignatz's eyes became incredibly serious at this moment, the kind of seriousness one displays when facing a peerless opponent, imbued with a profound sense of crisis from the depths of his soul. This person had come to fight him to the death, not just for a simple battle. "Who are you?" he asked again, Olivera no longer concealing his intentions. His voice was as hard as steel. "Oath Knight, you seem to have forgotten the blood feud of Flower Territory, forgotten the resolute pursuit across 1,000 miles." At this moment, Aang had completely vanished into the darkness. Oliveira approached, exposed to Ignatz's gaze. Unlike Loy and Aang, he didn't conceal his face, but openly revealed it. It seems you've forgotten, but we haven't. The blood feud of the Lion King will never be forgotten. At this moment, Ignatz finally recognized him. His expression shifted from confusion to shock, and then to understanding, all in an instant. Oliveira, you are Oliveira of the Raymond family. You actually discovered my identity and even tracked me to the kingdom of Sardinia. You are truly persistent. At this moment, Ignatz no longer paid attention to the skeleton of the Silver Angel, but became completely calm. He knew clearly that since the Raymond family had come, it would only be a situation of near death. The Lion family has always lived by the principle of blood for blood, tooth for tooth. Oliveira's steps never faltered from the moment he appeared. Though his speed wasn't great, his rapier was already drawn. With each step, the distance between them closed, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. I, Oliveira, in the name of the Earl's Guard of the Raymond family, have come to take the head of my enemy. I let you escape last time, but this time, I won't give you another chance. At that moment, lightning suddenly exploded, and Oliveira's figure vanished instantly. Instead, dozens of aura slashes swept down like a torrent. At that moment, Ignatius stomped his foot, and earthen walls rose from him, instantly increasing in height by 10 meters. Then, the collision of lightning and earth produced a terrifying sound like thunder. The continuous impact not only overturned buildings within a radius of hundreds of meters, but also caused distant waves to surge backward, spreading outwards in concentric circles. From the sky, it looked as if lightning in the clouds and earth dragons rising from the ground were locked in a fierce battle, neither giving an inch. Every now and then, intense collisions occurred. Lightning filled the entire arena, and everywhere you looked, there was a flash of electricity. The earth seemed to be shattered, cracking open and creating deep craters. The deafening roars and crackling explosions grew increasingly terrifying, with layers of shockwaves mixed with dust spreading outwards. This was a fourth-tier battle, akin to a natural disaster. Boom! Another violent collision occurred. The earth caved in, creating a huge crater 100 meters in diameter. Ignaz stood in the crater, his hands gripping his sword hilt to steady himself. Even so, countless bolts of lightning coursed through his body, causing him a tingling pain. There was no way around it. The earth conducts electricity, and earth-based battle aura is naturally at a disadvantage against lightning-based battle aura. Moreover, Oliveira's battle aura had been refined twice, reaching a certain level of purification, far surpassing Ignax in quality. Yet, at this moment, Ignax still looked up at Oliveira, grinning and slurring his words. You're powerful, I admit it, but so what? This is Bremen City. You can't kill me in a short time, and you'll eventually attract other powerful figures. That will be your death. Oliveira stood in midair, his body crackling with lightning. He nodded slightly and said, You're right, my time is running out, so, you should die too. Before his words even finished, a heartbeat like a pounding drum resounded, emanating from Oliveira and spreading outwards in concentric circles of air. Seemingly reaching the fourth rank, there was a change. These air ripples were mixed with lightning power, and as they radiated outwards, the lightning spread along with them. Thus, a domain resembling lightning itself was formed. With another sword strike, dozens of battle aura slashes tore through the air like towering waves. Oliveira's figure followed closely behind, flashing with lightning, appearing and disappearing, even faster than the battle aura slashes. As for Ignatz's response, he did only one thing at this moment. His vast earth elemental battle aura surged, causing the earth to tremble violently, countless boulders swirling and piling up on him. At this moment, Ignatz no longer cared about victory or defeat. He had to admit that this third-tier transcendent being, whom he had once easily crushed, had grown to a level he could no longer match. What he needed to do was buy time, stall for the other powerful figures from Bremen City until they arrived. However, at this moment, he truly felt the ferocity of Oliveira's attacks. Every strike, every battle or slash, seemed capable of tearing apart his proud defenses. His biggest regret now was why he hadn't completely killed Oliveira back then. Even at a certain cost, he shouldn't have let him escape. But in this world, there's everything except a cure for regret. As for the reinforcements Ignatius was hoping for, were they there? Of course they were. Bremen City was, after all, one of the top 10 cities in the Kingdom of Sardinia, a hub of resources, and naturally, a considerable number of powerful individuals. They didn't care about the fluctuations in battles below the 4th rank, but natural disasters were different. Natural disasters could cause too much destruction. If they really went all out, destroying half a city was only a matter of time. So, as the battle at the docks intensified, some impatient 4th rank powerhouses wanted to see what was happening. But don't forget, there was also Roy. He didn't participate in the battle, it was Oliveira's revenge, and he didn't need to get involved. He simply wandered around the battlefield, using his eagle eye to its fullest extent, while his leman's ear trembled incessantly, monitoring the surrounding situation. Mean Cortez was a 4th rank wind element assassin, a former evergreen on the assassins list, having killed countless important figures. After reaching the 4th rank, he became less inclined to act personally, instead training a group of disciples and apprentices to take on missions, living a fulfilling life. Assassins are extremely perceptive, and given that he lived in the dock area, he was naturally the first to notice the fluctuations of the natural disaster battle. Intrigued by this situation, he hesitated for only a second before disappearing from his spot. As an assassin, he excelled at concealment and didn't believe anyone could detect his tracks, making him incredibly bold. But just as he approached, before he could even observe the situation, a sword light shot directly towards him. The gleaming blade was so blinding that it made him squint, but his reaction was lightning fast. 2 daggers appeared in his hands, dark and seemingly without blades, yet he could wield them freely, unleashing wind elemental battle aura to create a turbulent flow of wind blades. He thought this attack would at least hold him off for a moment. To his surprise, the sword light, enveloped in golden red battle aura, shattered the wind blades with unstoppable force, and then flashed through the tiny space with a series of V-shaped slashes. Only Mean Cortez, possessing some skill, managed to parry the attacks with his dagger in a frantic frenzy. Even so, Mean Cortez was thrown back. A voice echoed in his ears, "If you don't want to die, don't meddle." The voice was faint. Mean Cortez steadied himself and looked up again, but the voice had vanished. However, when he looked towards the direction of the battle against the calamity, hesitation finally appeared on his face. Perhaps it was best to avoid getting involved in some of the chaos. Second update. Chapter 308, Death. Including the great pirate Sir Bernardo, Mean Cortez was the second 4th tier powerhouse that Roy intercepted, but certainly not the last. In fact, in this short period of time, he had already stopped 3 more waves, totaling 4 calamity powerhouses. Among them were 2 4th tier individuals, and they even appeared together. A combination of a 4th tier fire mage and a 4th tier guardian knight, a powerful offensive force coupled with ultimate defense, was truly difficult to deal with. Roy directly activated Divine Sigh, and, with an overwhelming momentum, exchanged several blows with them before scaring them away. Even so, Roy was somewhat surprised by the number of 4th tier powerhouses in Bremen City. In such a short time, and in such a remote area of the docks, there were actually so many 4th tier calamities. This density was truly exaggerated. Fortunately, the holy skill, Ear of Lyman, brought Roy a great surprise. He originally thought this holy skill was only for auxiliary purposes, but he didn't expect it to be so convenient when actually used in combat. Everything in the world has a sound, and as long as there is sound, it cannot escape the ears of Lyman's ear. Even those self-important 4th tier assassins, including the great pirate Sir Bernardo who used unknown methods to conceal himself, their heartbeats did not escape Roy's ears. Find their location, gather strength, and give them a ruthless blow, and they will hesitate. However, Roy knows that this situation cannot last long. But it won't be long either, as it's time to settle things with Oliveira. The dock. Hundreds of meters in radius have become ruins. In the center, the sword marks are the most dense, crisscrossing, as if they are about to crack the earth. And the Oath Knight Ignaz stands in the center, and his current condition is not good. His whole body is covered with sword marks, his clothes are blood red, and his hand holding the sword is trembling. There is also lightning running around him, dense and crackling, so much so that his muscles are twitching uncontrollably. Yet his battle aura remained formidable, swirling around him seemingly endlessly. He held his head high, slurring his words, and roared, "You can't kill me, Oliveira, Lion family, I told you, you can't kill me, just wait, after today, my Isol family will make you pay for your blood debt." Dozens of meters away, Oliveira stood with his sword, a rapier in hand, crackling with lightning. He didn't care about the opponent's taunts, but he still had to admit that this 4th-tier Earth Elemental Oath Knight's defense was truly shameless. Replenished by the Earth, he seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of energy. Unless one could tear through his battle aura defense in an instant, he was simply unkillable. Even though Oliveira had tried many methods and combat techniques, he was still lacking something. He was truly somewhat helpless against this completely defensive fighting style. However, he was not without powerful combat techniques. He had only been learning for a short time and was afraid of not mastering it, but at this moment, he felt that Ignatius was the best test subject. After only a moment's hesitation, Oliveira made his decision and directly plunged the rapier in his hand into the ground. He didn't use much force, but the rapier was too sharp, so it didn't reach the hilt. Oliveira's lips twitched, and he had to pull the rapier out and gently insert it again. Then, he placed his hands on either side of the hilt, his battle aura exploding once more, lightning coursing between his hands and the hilt. His heart pounded even more fiercely, the ripples growing faster and faster, and then the electric field reappeared. Within this lightning, the rapier, forged through countless hammer blows, was completely wrapped in lightning, densely packed and leaping incessantly. At this moment, Oliveira maintained the same hand posture, but slowly changed it, from holding it upright to embracing it from above and below. Even more strangely, the rapier, though clearly not gripped, crackled with lightning and, with a movement, straightened into horizontal position. The tip of the sword pointed directly at Ignatz. Lightning flashed, the lightning intensified, causing the rapier to spin, tremble, and hum louder and more rapidly. At this moment, Ignatz's shouts vanished, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. A 4th-tier expert's strength wasn't just in their physical body, but also in the growth of their soul, resulting in various divine abilities. For example, a mysterious intuition, a perception of danger. At this moment, Ignatz truly felt death approaching, as if death itself were wielding a scythe, waving it at his neck. The scythe could fall at any moment, reaping his head. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else. He knelt, clasped his hands together to his chest, and prayed to the Lord of Light, whom he worshipped, in the most humble and devout manner. His voice seemed filled with both grievance and fervor. I offer myself to the light, willing to be the sword of light, slaying all enemies, all the ungodly, all heretics. I offer myself to the light, willing to be protected by my Lord, to walk the path of light in the world, to spread the temple, and to carry out divine pronouncements. I offer myself to the light. His voice began softly, but grew louder and louder, like a dragon's roar, echoing throughout the entire dock. Accompanying his prayers, his previously dimmed battle aura quickly brightened again, clinging to the surrounding earth, forming countless piles of earth and stones into the strongest shield. Oath Knights are a type of knight exclusively trained by the church. They often make various oaths before idols to restrain their behavior and serve the deity. Regardless of whether the deity requires these oaths, this extreme devotion does indeed help improve their strength, especially when breaking through to the 4th rank. Purity through devotion is also a path. There are also rumors that true Oath Knights are favored by the gods, receiving divine grace and greatly increasing their strength. Of course, that has little to do with Ignatz. If he could achieve that, his awakened aura wouldn't be earth-based, but holy. Getting back to the point, at this moment, Oath Knight Ignatz is reciting his oath to the Lord of Light, his last remaining conviction. Through the effect of the oath, he activates his final potential, the culmination of countless days and nights of training. It can be said that at this moment, Ignatz is truly risking his life. At this same moment, Oliveira is finally ready. He looks at the rapier spinning endlessly before him, his expression somewhat strange. Thunder Aura is excellent in every way, except for one thing: the corresponding combat technique is hard to find. The Raymond family's inventory only has one, Thunder Battle Axe, and it's a battle axe technique, so it can only be used as a reference. Therefore, Oliveira's extensive use of Thunder's battle aura was mostly self-taught and self-comprehended. It wasn't until Roy found him the electromagnetic control technique that he realized how shallow his understanding was. Electricity generates magnetism, and magnetism generates electricity. When two currents interact, the force is incredibly strong. Even objects weighing tens of tons can be directly launched. This is the principle behind this extraordinary combat technique, and it has a very strange name: electromagnetic launch. At this moment, Oliveira finally released his grip. Without the restraint, he felt his rapier vanish. The speed was too fast, so fast that he didn't even have time to react. When he looked up again, he only saw the lingering white marks in the air. And Ignaz, pinned to the ground, coughing up blood. His eyes were still filled with disbelief. But before he could say anything, Loy had already descended from the sky. His gaze swept around, instantly understanding the situation. Without a word, he raised his hand, unleashing a slash of battle aura that sliced across Ignaz's neck. At that moment, Ignaz was no longer able to speak. His lips moved, his eyes wide and bulging, clearly dying with unfulfilled rage. At that moment, Ignaz Isel, the nightmare of Roy and Oliveira, a participant in the extermination of the family, a powerful fourth-tier Oath Knight, was dead. Roy, however, ignored him, walking forward and lifting his head. Blood spurted from the neck like a fountain, but Roy had already vanished. He swiftly retrieved his dimensional bag, took out a wooden box, tossed the head inside, closed the lid, and tossed it back into the dimensional bag. He intended to take the head back as a sacrifice. Having accepted the position of Earl Raymond, Roy had acknowledged his status. Having received benefits, he had to give something in return. Just then, Oliveira sheathed his rapier. In other words, with a change in his end position, the rapier that had been thrown out flew back, sparks flying everywhere. The speed was so fast that only Oliveira, who was prepared, could have been injured. However, you have to admit, this technique of controlling a sword from a distance was truly impressive. Alright, Teacher Oliveira, we have to go. If we delay any longer, countless powerful figures will come here. If they discover our whereabouts, our escape route will become a flight. Okay, Oliveira responded, but looking at Ignaz's headless corpse, he added, wait a moment. With that, he quickly approached, kicked Ignaz's corpse, and made it kneel on the ground, as if in repentance. Oliveira even smeared his blood and wrote a few large characters before leaving, satisfied. Meanwhile, Loy leaped away, quickly disappearing into the darkness. Although he didn't look back, he already knew the large characters on the ground perfectly: blood for blood, tooth for tooth. Blood feud, a fight to the death. These 16 large characters illuminated the earth, as if the entire land was weeping blood. A moment later, the first fourth-tier Calamity Realm expert finally arrived. He looked at the battlefield, now a ruin, at a headless corpse, and at the words on the ground. At that moment, he suddenly understood, and finally spoke. So, this is a blood feud. Third update. Chapter 309, The Cardinal. Humans are social animals, and given the many dangers of this world, living in groups is the only option for humankind. However, in an era before the rule of law was perfected, large groups gathering together to make a living inevitably had to follow some simple systems and rules. Blood revenge was an ancient rule that permeated almost the entire history of Herka. It disregarded right and wrong, life and death, and the outcome. It was based solely on blood ties, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Even from nobles and royalty to commoners and slaves, everyone accepted this ancient rule. In other words, even if the lowest slave sought blood revenge against a noble emperor, only one would live standing, and the other would die kneeling. Oliveira's actions under the guise of blood revenge were perfectly appropriate, not only guiding everyone to understand the situation but also concealing his own identity. Of course, the Isel family, having grown to its current state, probably didn't even know how many murders they had committed or how many people they had offended. Therefore, even knowing it was blood revenge, they couldn't pinpoint the target. For Loy, at this stage, his identity absolutely could not be revealed. Within 10 minutes, 7 or 8 fourth-tier Calamity experts had gathered at this spot. Although Ignatius was hoodless, his armor, physique, and the aftershocks of the battle were still clearly visible. As a result, when his identity was recognized, chaos erupted. Some showed anger, some silently retreated, preparing to leave, and some Calamity experts were even filled with fear. But before they could act, a holy light shone in the sky, like a suddenly rising sun, its dazzling yet warm light dispelling the darkness. Only when this holy light descended from the sky did an aged figure appear. He was truly old, hunched over, his body hunched, his hair sparse and white, his wrinkles deep. Yet his eyes, cloudy yet sharp, weathered yet equally cold and ruthless. However, this old man possessed the most brilliant holy light, like a god walking among mortals, making people dare not look directly at him. His attire was a priest's robe, made of crimson silk, adorned with intricate gold thread carvings of sun, moon, birds, and beasts, so exquisitely detailed they seemed almost alive. His appearance silenced all the fourth-tier powerhouses present, as if they had encountered a terrifying being, their movements frozen in place. Finally, one of the fourth-tier powerhouses was the most astute. He knelt on one knee, head slightly bowed, offering his utmost respect, or more accurately, fear. "Greetings, Your Majesty Saint Vermont." "Good night, Your Majesty." His voice trembled, but his words were still coherent. His actions jolted the other fourth-tier powerhouses awake. And so, with a whoosh, they all knelt, almost all the fourth-tier powerhouses repeating the same phrase, "Greetings, Your Majesty Saint Vermont." "Good night, Your Majesty." The old continent had extremely strict rules regarding titles, because reaching a high position meant not only power but also unparalleled strength. Therefore, those who can be addressed with the title Your Majesty are either direct members of the royal families of the few empires on the continent, or only fifth-tier legendary powerhouses. The Saint Bartholomew of Flower Territory belongs to the former category. He hails from the Hohenzollern family of the Habsburg Empire. His full name is Bartholomew Hohenzollern, making him a brother of the great Emperor Hohenzollern III. This is why he could give lawyers assurance, if he wanted to speak, as long as it wasn't a matter of principle, the emperor would have to give him face. As for the person before them, he belongs to the latter. He is a genuine fifth-tier legendary powerhouse, treated as an honored guest wherever he goes. The reason they are given the title Saint is because they have received the favor of the gods. This isn't just a simple divine favor, but a genuine blessing from the deities. It means that even among the gods, they are recognized and have divine backing. To put it simply, just hearing their names should tell you that this is not someone you can afford to offend. Even in death, they are guided by the gods, either reborn in the heavens as angels, or revived in the divine kingdom as holy spirits, helping to manage its many affairs. The one before you, His Holiness Saint Vermont, is the builder of the Vermont Cathedral, the blessing of the Lord of Light, one of the 12 cardinals of the Church of the Sun God, and a fifth-tier legendary powerhouse who has lived for over 1,000 years. Such an existence, just by showing his face, is enough to make a group of fourth-tier beings tremble with fear. However, at this moment, His Holiness Saint Vermont has no mind to pay attention to others. He drags his long crimson robe forward step by step, passing through the crowd, and stands before Ignaz's corpse. He lowers his head slightly, a hint of sadness seemingly flashing in his eyes, then reaches out, about a meter away, as if stroking his head. "Ignaz, you still die before me, but so be it. What about what I wanted?" As he said this, his eyes changed, and holy light gathered, solidified, and then bloomed on his withered hand. Then, holy light descended, and no matter how tough the fourth-tier Oath Knight's body was, no matter how high the quality of his plate armor, it all turned to ashes under this holy light. Faintly, they seemed to hear a scream originating from the soul. This made the surrounding Calamity warriors tremble, each lowering their heads even further. The old man turned around, his crimson robe billowing, and his hoarse voice echoed throughout the entire area. "Ignaz Isel, the Oath Knight of Vermont Cathedral, is dead. My treasure is lost too. Why don't you avenge him? Why don't you hunt down your enemy? Why don't you help me find my treasure? I'm here, at Vermont Cathedral, waiting for you to return with your enemy's head and my treasure. If you succeed, you will receive my reward. If you fail, you will all die." The last sentence was like a wind from the abyss, shaking everyone present and turning their faces ashen. They knew clearly that this man was not joking. If they couldn't kill him and retrieve their treasure, they would truly die. Seeing that no one agreed, the old man coldly spoke again. "Do you have any objections to what I said?" "No, no, we guarantee to complete the mission." "Then hurry up and go." "Yes, yes, yes." All the fourth-tier powerhouses left, some using magic, some using battle aura to fly, all heading east towards the Silver Sea at top speed. They seemed to be chased by demons, daring not to delay for even a moment. In an instant, the place fell completely silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. But the old man didn't leave immediately. Instead, he raised his hand again, and holy light transformed into chains that extended in all directions. In a short while, when they were withdrawn, they had bound more than 10 people. Who said that only fourth-tier experts could watch the spectacle? Most of these people possessed extraordinary strength, some were assassins and thieves skilled in stealth and concealment. Of course, there were also some daring mortals. Unfortunately, some excitement was simply beyond their reach. Before they could beg for mercy, The holy light on the chains blazed brightly, transforming into clusters of holy fire that enveloped them. Then, screams of agony echoed throughout the area. Whether they were third-tier extraordinary beings or ordinary people, they all suffered terribly in the holy fire. Hearing their screams, the old man actually showed a hint of satisfaction. On the other side, on the Silver Sea, in the darkness, a small boat, with a receding tide and 3 sails unfurled, was sailing. Around the ship, several magic scrolls were opened and activated, unleashing a continuous stream of wind that billowed the sails into a semicircle, propelling the small boat at considerable speed. Loy, Oliveira, and Eng sat in a circle on the boat, each looking down at the purple gilded wooden chest before them. Loy rubbed his chin and asked, "You mean there's a treasure inside, the one Ignatz is relentlessly trying to steal back from you?" "Yes," Loy continued. "What exactly is this treasure?" "I haven't seen it," Eng replied matter-of-factly, then explained, "However, I sensed an extremely strong divine power. It's most likely from the celestial realm, so, this treasure should be ours. Let's take a look first." With that, Loy took out his dimensional bag, rummaging through it for a while before finally retrieving several scrolls. Silent Field. Guardian Barrier. Water's Protection. Wind's Encirclement. He tossed out 4 or 5 scrolls in quick succession, each illuminating a different magical light. Loy then looked at Oliveira, nodding slightly, his body crackling with lightning-infused battle aura. Having done all this, Loy opened the purple, gilded wooden box. The overwhelming divine power that rushed out almost made him gasp. But none of this was as terrifying as the complete angel skeleton. Especially since the angel's ring on its back was still intact, meaning this skeleton still held immense value. Bang! Loy closed the box again. Then, he looked up, exchanging silent glances with Oliveira and Eng. Eng asked, "Isn't this a treasure?" Oliveira nodded seriously. "Absolutely a treasure." Loy's lips twitched involuntarily. "The problem is, while this treasure is valuable, we can't keep it. I now seriously suspect that the chaos in Bremen is most likely due to it. Ignaz is dead, but if we keep this thing, we'll be hunted down on the way back." Eng asked, "Then what should we do?" "Of course, we'll return it," Loy said, his eyes narrowing slightly, a strange smile creeping onto his lips. "Bremen might be quite lively," Oliveira asked, "so where do we go now?" "To the nameless desert island first." Third update today. Chapter 310, The Legendary Battle. Although they had traveled across the sea to seek revenge, to say that Luo Yi and his group acted recklessly would be a gross underestimation. Eng was the vanguard, responsible for gathering intelligence, but after various reports were sent back, Luo Yi used this information to devise numerous plans. How to kill was secondary, the most important thing was how to escape unscathed. Deep Blue alone planned and designed more than a dozen versions of the escape route. Escaping by sea and directly boarding a magic warship to return to Flower Territory was the best-case scenario. But if there were pursuers behind them, he had contingency plans for how to lure the enemy, how to shake them off, and how to hide. They had even predicted the worst-case scenario, how to divide their forces, how to escape, and how to use the right time and place to find a chance to survive. It seemed arrogant to have traveled thousands of miles to another country to kill and seek revenge, but behind this arrogance was thorough preparation. And this nameless deserted island was actually similar to Guanine Island in the waters off Auckland City, a small island, even closer to the mainland. Guano Island does have some resources, but at high tide, most of it can be submerged, making it truly worthless. However, on this deserted island, near the highest point, a simple magic circle pieced together from basalt has been set up. Magic-powered machinery may be one direction of magical development, but it doesn't represent the whole picture. This simple magic circle is actually built on basalt and constructed from lapis lazuli magic runes. After being formed as a single piece, it was cut into pieces for easy movement and transportation. When needed, it can be directly assembled, which can be considered a kind of modular usage. Of course, this method also has limitations. It won't work for overly complex magic circles or those requiring too much precision. Cutting and then piecing together will always result in some slight deviations, preventing a perfect match. However, what Luo Yu needs now isn't some high-precision magic circle, but simply two-way positioning. Several magic cores were placed in fixed positions, and he input magic power to activate it. The magic runes lit up, intertwined, and finally transformed into a bright pentagram magic circle. Loy took out a purple gilded wooden box again, thought for a moment, then took out a magic scroll for multiple flame rays, opened it halfway, and placed it inside the box. Finally, he took out a remote teleportation scroll and was about to open it. Just then, Oliveira grabbed his arm and asked, "Loy, weren't you looking for an item with divine aura? Is there anything more suitable than the angel's ring?" Loy pouted and said, "There are plenty of items with divine aura. This one really can't be kept. Compared to this treasure, our safety is the most important, so it's better to be prepared." Saying this, he shook off Oliveira's hand, opened the scroll again, and activated the magic. In mid-air, magic vibrated, and a portal slowly cracked open in the void. One of Loy's backup plans was that if the sea route was impassable, he could use the remote teleportation scroll in conjunction with a positioning magic circle to open a portal and return to Bremen City. He'd blend into the crowd. He'd definitely be questioned, but Bremen City was teeming with merchants, mercenaries, detectives, and other outsiders. The chances of getting away with it were high. If all else failed, he could wander the kingdom of Sardinia, or even board a ship on the vast ocean and disappear into the sea of people, impossible to trace. However, what he hadn't expected was that while they themselves hadn't used it, this treasure had come in handy. Thinking this, Luoya tossed the purple gilded wooden box inside. After the teleportation array in the distance closed, he immediately began packing his things. Meanwhile, in Bremen City, in a newly rented house, the simple magic array seemed to be activated, its layers of magic runes lighting up. Then, a portal opened in the void, and another box was thrown out. This magic box was sturdy. It bounced a few times on the ground without any damage. But moments later, flames erupted from within, crackling and popping before exploding with a deafening roar. Then, beams of fire shot towards the roof, burning a large hole before soaring several meters high. Tiny sparks fell like fireworks, clearly visible from miles away in the dark city of Bremen. But that was nothing compared to the true brilliance. Within the flames lay the perfectly preserved angel skeleton. And radiating divine aura from the skeleton, ring after ring, wave after wave, seemingly endless and inexhaustible. Without the deliberate suppression, the Silver Angel's rich divine power was now fully revealed. Although the aftershocks of the fourth-tier battle were intense, most people were unwilling to join the fray. After all, no one knew where those powerful figures had come from, or if they might incur the wrath of others. But now things are different. Now, the angels' remains float in midair, their holy light illuminating half the city, visible to anyone who looks up. Once seen, they are unforgettable. At this moment, countless powerful figures are moved, waves of magical energy surging, and rings of battle aura blooming. Suddenly, countless powerful figures appear in the sky, their eyes filled with greed as they gaze upon the remains. Of course, the fastest to react is the legendary powerhouse, the cardinal in his cardinal robes. He quickly withdrew his gaze from the east coast, turned around, and looked up. Looking at the angel's remains, still gleaming brightly in the flames, his face first showed confusion, then understanding, and finally, excitement. They do know their limits, knowing what they can and cannot take. However, none of that matters, none of it anymore. The most important thing is my Silver Angel's remains. He took another step forward, his entire body once again enveloped in holy light, like a rising sun, flying towards the location of the angel's remains. His every move was like the sun rising overhead, leaving everyone else in disarray. It could only be described as domineering. Of course, he was decisive, but the 7 or 8 powerful warriors who had just flown into the sea were dumbfounded. Their orders were twofold: kill and seize treasure. Now, the whereabouts of the person were unknown, but the treasure had returned to Bremen City. Should they go back? Or not? At this moment, their dilemma was written all over their faces. In the end, 4 chose to return, and 4 chose to continue the pursuit. There was also the possibility of simply fleeing. They weren't familiar with each other, so it was ultimately a matter of personal choice. Sharing the same dilemma was the great pirate Sir Bernardo. He had already returned to Flowing Water Garden and was demanding money from Viscount Isel, but Viscount Isel, a cunning old fox, was stalling and refusing to give him any. At this moment, the holy light once again shone in the sky, exposing the skeleton of the Silver Angel to all eyes. The great pirate jumped to his feet. He could no longer maintain his arrogance, his expression was one of extreme anxiety and panic. Turning to stare at Viscount Isel, who was also gazing at the heavens, he gritted his teeth and decisively said, "Let's go." With that, he led the way out, his speed more like an escape. His 4 subordinates, startled, disregarded everything else and hurriedly followed. The half-gray-haired assassin leaped to Sir Bernardo's side and asked, Captain, don't we want the money? Money? We only care about earning it and spending it. Let them fight. What does it have to do with us? Another subordinate caught up, urgently saying, Captain, we've suffered a great loss by robbing this merchant ship. If we can't even get a single gold mark back, how are we going to explain to the crew? Explain? Isn't my meaning clear? If we don't run fast, we won't be able to get back. Then, we'll lose our lives here, and that's when we'll truly have no excuse. Sir Bernardo's goal was clear. The secret passage they had come through led directly out of the city, allowing them to board his pirate ship as quickly as possible. At this moment, they had reached the entrance. Sir Bernardo stopped, looked at the four men, and said, I know you're confused. Confused as to why I look like I'm running for my life. It's simple, just look up. The four men almost simultaneously turned and looked back. Then they saw it, the holy light, moving with a speed that seemed both slow and fast, ignoring all the prying eyes, reaching the skeleton of the silver angel. He stretched out his aged, withered hand, about to grasp the skeleton. But at that moment, another hand reached out, its skin wrinkled and muscles withered, yet its fingers were longer and stronger. It locked Saint Vermont's hand, along with the intensely concentrated holy light. An ordinary person, even a fourth-tier knight, would be torn apart by the power of holy light. But this hand, merely carrying a ball of holy fire, steadily caught it. Then, a figure appeared in midair, also standing between Saint Vermont and the skeleton of the silver angel. This was also an old man, exceptionally tall yet thin, skin and bones, but with a vigorous spirit. His eyes were like deep pools, containing wisdom and compassion. He exuded no holy power, yet stood effortlessly in the void, as if walking on flat ground. Only his hands were ablaze with holy fire. Most striking was his priestly robes, pure black, an unfathomable depth. The Inquisition, one of the three chief inquisitors, Sigmund Lake, are you truly going to intervene? These were the words of the cardinal, calm yet accusatory. The old man in black simply raised his head, their eyes meeting, and said softly, we are believers of God. There are some things we absolutely cannot do. You should know I am about to die, so get out of my way. Then you should also know that since I have appeared, I will not back down. Then fight. Fight. I'll show you the madness of a dying man. The Inquisition, even if a cardinal goes in, he will not come out. The next second, the collision of holy light and holy fire exploded completely in the sky. This was a legendary battle. Or perhaps an internal strife within the Church of the Sun God. At this moment, the city of Bremen, which was like a powder keg, was completely ignited. Second update delivered, please vote. The New Year holiday is over, and I have more time now, so watch me pick up my writing speed. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311, When a Dynasty Prospers, the People Suffer. When a Dynasty Falls, the People Suffer. Legends, a battle of legends. In the Water Garden, before the underground chamber, the half-white-haired swordsman stared wide-eyed, unable to utter a complete sentence. Why is there a battle of legends? And both are followers of the Lord of Light. What exactly is going on? The great pirate Sir Bernardo narrowed his eyes slightly and softly recounted the madness of a saintly legend before his death. The infighting and struggle between different factions within the Church of the Sun God. The covetous archbishops plotting in secret. Add to that the Sardinian royal family's encouragement. Tell me, how could Bremen not be in chaos, so chaotic that I dare not get involved? It was unclear whether he was speaking to his subordinates or to himself. In any case, after muttering this, he turned almost without hesitation, disappeared into the tunnel, and vanished. His four subordinates only glanced once more at the battlefield of the two legends before immediately following their captain away without looking back. Shortly after they left, the holy light and holy fire collided violently in the sky. It was like two small suns rapidly approaching and briefly touching. The result was a cataclysmic upheaval, with the heavens and earth trembling, space trembling, waves crashing, and tides surging. A vast amount of holy light and holy fire scattered, like the most dazzling fireworks bursting forth, colorful sparks raining down. Unfortunately, these sparks didn't vanish instantly, they actually struck Bremen. Then, either flames erupted, impossible to extinguish, or the light scorched, creating large holes. In this rain of light and fire, the once babbling brooks of the water garden evaporated, and countless servants fled in all directions. Viscount Isel stared blankly at the scene before him, seemingly dumbfounded. A magical field surrounded him, indicating he was wearing magical artifacts, but at this moment, he had lost all will to live. In a short while, the entire water garden was destroyed in the flames, and this was not an isolated incident, but a widespread phenomenon. This mere rain of fire alone will claim countless lives. However, these two showed some restraint, knowing they couldn't fight freely here. So, like two suns rising ever higher, they vanished into the night sky, transforming into two bright yet intertwined stars, colliding endlessly high in the heavens. Even so, their battle still sent ripples of devastation through the air. A sun shower or a storm of holy light swept through Bremen, making the city sway like a candle in the wind. But their departure was not the end. Although the entire city of Bremen was engulfed in chaos and flames, with thick smoke billowing everywhere, the skeleton of the Silver Angel remained. Thus, amidst the fire and smoke, countless powerful figures lurked. Finally, someone couldn't resist any longer. The air distorted, and a hand grabbed the skeleton's wings, preparing to store it in a dimensional bag. But before he could succeed, bolts of lightning struck from nowhere, leaving even the most skilled concealment numb with electric shocks. Immediately afterward, a fierce wind howled past as a wind elemental knight channeled his azure battle aura, transforming into a whirlwind that swept across the land. However, halfway through, earthen walls rose, growing higher and thicker, firmly blocking the attacks of the others. The fourth-tier Earth Elemental Calamity Mage finally managed to collect the Silver Angel's remains into a magical treasure chest, which he then stuffed into his dimensional bag. But the next second, a fourth-tier Calamity Mage intervened, transforming the land into a swamp, the rotting mud trapping everyone inside. Even the ruins were slowly sinking. A disintegration spell precisely struck the dimensional bag, causing magical chaos, but ultimately it didn't shatter. It wasn't until a second disintegration spell hit that the dimensional bag completely exploded. A jumble of debris scattered everywhere, but the most conspicuous item was still the magical treasure chest. A burst of dark battle aura spread through the void, obscuring everyone's vision, and then the magical treasure chest was snatched up. The next second, however, a sudden burst of holy light dispelled the darkness, revealing the person to everyone's view. Then, a fourth-tier holy knight slammed down, his dragon spear imbued with holy light, relentlessly pursuing the Dark Calamity. But the Dark Calamity was alert. Finding an opportunity, it threw out the magic chest. The holy knight, seeing this, abandoned the Dark Calamity and tried to snatch it. But this time, the Dark Calamity wouldn't have it. It turned and chased after the holy knight, not engaging in a direct confrontation, but simply entangled him relentlessly. As a result, the holy knight roared several times, unleashing powerful attacks, but couldn't break free. Meanwhile, the location of the magic chest became another battlefield. One fourth-tier calamity after another attacked, unleashing a variety of elemental auras: earth, fire, wind, water, holy, and dark. Several fourth-tier mages also unleashed powerful spells, all aimed at the chest, but the most unfortunate were the people of Bremen City and the ordinary people living there. This city, teeming with countless fourth-tier powerhouses, seemed to be teeming with natural disasters. On this battlefield, the stark reality of mortals being as insignificant as ants was truly palpable. On the Silver Sea, after the mist shrouded the nameless island, Loy, Ang, and Olivera vanished. A magical warship picked them up and quickly turned eastward. However, in the void, a demonic eye had fully opened, its vertical pupil swirling with magic, its gaze fixed intently on the direction of Bremen. Inside the captain's cabin, Loy, Olivera, Ang, and the mage Walter were all huddled around the magic mirror, their eyes unblinking. Even they, at this moment, staring at the two legends transformed into stars, at the city shrouded in fire and dense darkness, at the chaotic battlefield, were utterly dumbfounded. Even Olivera, a usually calm and stern person, thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. Let alone the others. The silence lasted for a long time. Suddenly, the mage Walter looked at Ang, then at Olivera. The three stared at each other for a moment, and finally, they all looked at Loy. Walter was the first to break down. "Count, did you foresee this? How could that be?" Loy shook his head vigorously. "I don't have the abilities of a fate wizard." After a pause, he continued, "I just thought that the angel's remains were a hot potato. Throwing them back would be like bait, letting them fight over them. Besides, Bremen City seems a bit unstable lately. Something must have happened, we just don't know it yet. So, throwing out the angels' remains might attract a lot of people to fight over them. That way, our way home should be easier, but I never expected, it would be a battle between legends, a chaotic war of natural disasters. This is really, Loy's shock was no less than the others, but as he sorted through his thoughts, he felt the puzzle in his mind becoming more and more complete. But the most important part is missing. Walter, Your Excellency, what are your orders? Write to Lady Palacios, Butler Hoover, and Grand Knight Soul of Siren Harbor, have them mobilize all their connections and gather intelligence on the Kingdom of Sardinia and Bremen. I believe something is happening that we don't know about, which is why everything happening now seems so incredible. No, that won't do. Hoover and the others don't have enough connections, they can't access information from overseas. I have to write the letter myself, but the problem is, I'm still in seclusion. How can I know, and be so concerned about things thousands of miles away? Isn't that a bit unreasonable? I can't worry about that now. I'll ask first, Loy muttered to himself, then took out paper and pen, leaned on the table, dipped the quill in ink, and began to formulate his ideas. Well, to call it formulating ideas was actually just copying the language of the Deep Blue organization. However, he still needed to determine who to write the letter to, how to probe indirectly, how to subtly inquire. Finally, having formed an idea, he began to write. The first letter was to Virgil the Red Dragon, an insider in the church who should know more. The second was to Lord Robinwater, the imperial ambassador, whom he believed had the most comprehensive intelligence network and should know the inside story. The third, after much deliberation, was written to Grand Duchess of Fra, asking her to help gather information. After finishing the letters, he checked them again, and once he was sure there were no problems, he handed them directly to the mage Walter. He could use the magic mirror to send the letters to the Flower Territory, and then to different people in the shortest possible time. This would take time, and the spread of information would take time, but the magic warship naturally wouldn't linger here. In fact, as soon as he boarded the ship, Loy gave Walter the order, run as fast as you can, towards the Flower Territory. The further you can run, the better. At this moment, Walter manipulated the magic mirror to transmit the letters, and naturally, the view of Bremen City disappeared. Moreover, as the distance increased, this place was soon beyond the observation range of the magic eye. Loy was still somewhat lost in thought. Olivera noticed his low spirits and came over to ask, Count, what's wrong? Loy paused for a moment before finally saying, I was reminded of a saying I heard a long time ago, in times of prosperity, the people suffer, in times of ruin, the people suffer. In this turmoil, everyone has their own agendas and calculations, but the common people of Bremen are the ones who died innocently. Olivera deeply sympathized. I only hope that such a tragedy will never happen in the Flower Territory, then it's up to us. Although he said this, Loy lacked confidence. In such times, the future was truly unpredictable. 2 days later, the first letter arrived, written by the Red Dragon Virgil. It was from him that Loy learned that even among believers of the sun god, there were many factions. I fell asleep while writing last night. This is to catch up on yesterday's work. Chapter 312, The Three Major Factions. As a regional bishop, Virgil the Red Dragon's status wasn't particularly high, especially considering he was assigned to a region like the Flower Territory. The Raymond family's power and millennia-old heritage, to some extent, suppressed the authority of the Church of the Sun in other regions. A bishop might have taken action, but Virgil the Red Dragon was, after all, a dragon. His way of thinking differed somewhat from humans, so he didn't see anything amiss. However, he was ultimately an insider of the Church, following the proper path of advancement through the seminary, and he possessed the knowledge accumulated over many years. In short, he knew the inside story, dared to speak out, and acted without restraint. Of course, Virgil the Red Dragon wasn't aware of the specific situation in Bremen. Information didn't spread quickly, and it took him time to gather information. But he revealed everything about the Church's internal affairs. Undoubtedly, the Church of the Sun was a true behemoth. So vast that even His Holiness the Pope, the self-proclaimed spokesperson for God on earth, the omniscient and omnipotent Holy Spirit, could hardly claim to have grasped the entire situation. The Church of the Sun God, the faith of millions across the old world, coupled with a powerful deity who had won the War of the Gods, was, frankly, unrivaled in the old world for a long time. However, powerful forces often crumble from within. Within the Church of the Sun God, various factions existed, and as the system solidified, upward mobility gradually became rigid, exacerbating internal conflicts. This led to the emergence of various factions. But at that time, the Church remained incomparably strong. These emerging factions were still just that, facts. No matter how severe the internal corruption, no one dared to challenge its power. The result was that the corrupt became even more corrupt, the decadent even more decadent, the factionalism intensified, and the internal struggles became increasingly fierce. However, these good days vanished after the rise of the Habsburg Empire and the descent of the Seven Gods. No one knows the origins of these new gods, but their power is undeniable. In the old world, where the Sun God reigned supreme, they actually carved out their own territory, forcing the Church of the Sun to suffer repeated defeats and ultimately relinquish the religious market of the Habsburg Empire. Leaving aside the conflicts between the gods, this defeat within the Church of the Sun itself caused a huge uproar. Many previously suppressed contradictions erupted at this moment. From then on, factions large and small within the Church of the Sun began to openly contend, and for a long time, internal struggles reached a point of life or death conflict. These factions, large and small, went through continuous struggles, disappearances, mergers, and assimilations, eventually forming three major factions. Among them, the Sun faction was the most powerful and influential. They claimed to be the orthodox and oldest faction, adhering to the old system and unwilling to change. They revered the Pope, and their influence was concentrated in traditional areas where the old nobility held sway, such as the Duchy of Normandy and the Bonaparte Empire. They worshipped the Sun God as the one and only God, the Creator God. Their churches were mostly temples to the Sun God, and the priests were often seen as God's shepherds. The second faction is called the Light faction. They believe the Sun God is not unique, but that the radiant light is eternal, therefore they venerate the great Sun God as the Lord of Light. They consider themselves reformers and innovators, believing the old system is no longer suitable for the times and needs to be changed and optimized. This shift in thinking among some of the shepherds was clearly due to the stimulus of the Habsburg Empire. Their sphere of influence is mostly within or bordering the Habsburg Empire, including the Kingdom of Sardinia, whose trade reaches the world, giving them access to more information and ideas, making them more receptive to the Light faction. These people have had the most contact with the Church of the Seven Gods, and have experienced the greatest ideological impact, naturally leading them to reflect and seek change. Undoubtedly, the Light faction is the weakest and has suffered the most severe blows. However, it is also the most united internally, possessing a vibrant energy. Of course, while the Light faction's various actions seem radical, compared to the Holy Light faction, they are truly nothing. The Holy Light faction's power base is in the New World, and some of their policies are far more radical than those of the Light faction. For example, they accept followers not only from humans but also from other races. In other words, those who believe in the Sun God can become compatriots, partners, and family. This is arguably the greatest challenge to the Sun faction. Because of this, although the two sects haven't fought, there have been countless internal disputes and arguments. Naturally, neither side has been able to convince the other. The reason they haven't fought is largely due to the vast distance. The New World and the Old World are separated by an immense distance, making a holy war impossible. The Holy Light faction's confidence stems from their ability to cultivate divine arts, receive blessings through devout prayer, and summon angels through large-scale rituals. In other words, while the great being mentioned above hasn't said anything, neither denying nor expressing an opinion, they haven't neglected their duties. As a result, the Holy Light faction's current slogan is, "Those who believe in me will have eternal life." This statement seems perfectly reasonable, and it was initially proposed by the Light faction. However, the Holy Light faction now believes that this world includes both the old and new worlds, humans and other races, surface creatures and subterranean creatures, and even the entire world of Herka. One can imagine how groundbreaking this argument was when it was first put forward. But the Holy Light faction declared it, and acted accordingly. They developed extremely rapidly in the New World. Furthermore, not only other races, but they also showed a very high acceptance of the magical machinery of the Habsburg Empire. Besides the Habsburg Empire, the Radiant Empire of the New World imported the most technology. Of course, all of the above are just major factions. These major factions actually encompass many smaller sects and factions, countless in number. It must be said that Roy read Virgil's letter countless times, even wanting to dissect and analyze every single word. He truly hadn't expected the vast church of the sun god to be so complex. However, upon further reflection, he felt that this was perfectly normal. It's precisely because of these factions and cliques that things are normal. Perhaps that's why the saying goes, without factions within a party, all sorts of strange things happen. These religions have always seemed to intentionally separate themselves from the secular world, and even when there are some struggles, they rarely circulate outside. Lloyd didn't really know much about them. This time, he'd only glimpsed a corner of the truth. However, he really couldn't understand how these things had anything to do with the Kingdom of Sardinia. But subsequent letters revealed many secrets to him. The second letter was actually from Lady Palacios. Although she was a high priestess of the Flower Territory, as a fourth-tier mage and skilled in potion making, her network of connections was actually quite extensive. Then, from her, Lloyd learned some unknown facts about Bremen City. Bremen City ranked among the top 10 in the Kingdom of Sardinia, partly because of the Vermont Cathedral, besides its port and shipbuilding industry. And the Vermont Cathedral was so important because it housed a true legend, a legend who had lived for 1,000 years. His Holiness Saint Vermont, one of the 12 cardinals of the Church of the Sun God, is undoubtedly a powerful figure, on par with a regional lord. It's said he has a rather bad temper, and having lived so long, he's become somewhat twisted. For example, anyone below the 4th rank, or not a devout follower of the Sun God, is not qualified to see his face. If they accidentally do, they'll be burned alive in the sacred fire. Next is a letter from Grand Duchess Afra. She has little interest in the affairs of the Kingdom of Sardinia. This distant country across the sea, with whom she has at most some trade dealings, is naturally not worth her attention. However, after consulting the Norman family's database, she still provided Lloyd with a dubious rumor. The rumor is that this cardinal is dying. Even a legendary powerhouse's 1,000-year lifespan is nearing its end. Of course, this news isn't new. In fact, the tale of his near-death experience has been circulating for several years. And this gives Lloyd plenty of room for speculation. Of course, what truly connected everything for Luoyu was the intelligence provided by the Habs Empire. In short, the angelic remains, especially with the presence of the angelic ring, could prolong the life of a legendary figure of holy light accumulated over many years. Of course, prolonging life is just that, prolonging life, merely a temporary reprieve. But if used properly, it could potentially help him advance further. Above the legendary level is a 6th-tier demigod. If he takes that step, he will no longer be human, but a half-human, half-god existence. Their stage will no longer be limited to this world, but to the abyss of hell, to the boundless star realm. The magic warship was naturally very fast, and Luoyu was aware that there were pursuers behind him. His ears were exceptionally sharp. He could lock onto the pursuers even beyond his field of vision. He didn't intend to encounter the pursuers. His identity was still concealed. However, the Silver Sea was vast, so he would simply avoid them. Although the pursuers were 4th-tier calamities, in the current situation, if he didn't want to be discovered, no one could find this magic warship. Just as the letters were being sent back, the magic warship was approaching Siren Harbor when another letter arrived. It was again from the Red Dragon Virgil, who, through his own channels, had finally gained a comprehensive understanding of the situation in the Kingdom of Sardinia. At this point, all the pieces of the puzzle were coming together, and the truth was about to be revealed. To Roy's utter surprise, the Cardinal Archbishop, His Holiness Saint Vermont, this legendary figure who had lived for 1,000 years, was actually a member of the Light faction. The 3 major factions are based on reality, but with some modifications. Chapter 313, The Truth. Inside the captain's cabin of the magical warship, Lloyd faced Walter, Ang, and Olivera, sketching and writing on paper to clearly explain the ins and outs of the matter. His Holiness Saint Vermont, a 5th-tier legendary powerhouse, has served as a cardinal for over 300 years. His strength and status are beyond question. Even within the Church of the Sun God, he represents one of the largest factions. One would expect someone of his stature, having lived so long, to be a staunch Sun God, but in reality, he is one of the founders of the Light faction, with very progressive ideas, and was among the first to advocate for internal church reform. He has said more than once at archbishop-level meetings, if we don't seek change ourselves, it will be too late when others come knocking. Unfortunately, few listen to him, and the Light faction has always been suppressed. And was somewhat puzzled. Why? Why was he so radical? It is said that when the Church of the Sun God suffered repeated defeats in the Habsburg Empire, it sent many people to support it, including this man. After returning from the Habsburg Empire, his thinking changed, likely due to certain experiences within the empire. Of course, this is also the reason many sun god bishops attacked him, believing he accepted the preaching of the seven gods, thus betraying his faith. If it weren't for the word saint in front of his name, he would probably have been purged long ago. However, although he wasn't purged, life was still difficult. So, he almost never went to the Holy Land anymore, nor did he handle the affairs of the cardinal, but instead stayed in the Vermont cathedral to cultivate in seclusion. Although he didn't manage things, with a legendary figure present, Bremen City was a different story. Walter continued, so why this time? Because his lifespan had reached its limit. He was really going to die, but he didn't want to die, so, through some channel, he learned about the Silver Angel's remains. Then, the Isel family, with the help of pirates, robbed that ship and obtained the angel's remains. Because of this, the matter became huge, so huge that many forces sent people to Bremen City, wanting to find the angel's remains, and even more wanting to take advantage of the chaos. This is also why there are so many powerful people in Bremen City. Otherwise, where would so many fourth-tier beings come from? However, the Isel family did it very discreetly. At least, no one noticed. If it weren't for our intrusion, the skeleton would probably have safely fallen into His Majesty Vermont's hands. Unfortunately, Aang had the foresight to snatch it, to the point that even he couldn't resist and took matters into his own hands. Then it was my turn. I just felt this thing was too hot to handle, so I returned it, and in full view of everyone. At this point, the powder keg of Bremen was completely detonated, resulting in a chaotic battle with countless deaths and injuries. After a pause, Loy continued, according to current information, at least half of Bremen was destroyed, the number of injured is incalculable, and the dead number is at least over 100,000. Not to mention the two legends, there were also more than 40 calamities fighting, causing extremely exaggerated damage. In the end, it was the governor of Bremen who requested help from the Empire. And a legendary mage of the space element opened a remote teleportation portal and arrived in Bremen to quell this Fourth Order melee. Olivera finally asked, who was the legend who fought against His Majesty Saint Vermont, the Inquisition, and Sigmund Lake, one of the three chief inquisitors? He's a standard member of the Sun faction, a fifth-tier legendary figure. His presence clearly indicates another attack by the Sun faction against the Light faction, an attempt to reclaim power. Of course, many others covet the position of Cardinal and want to send him to the Divine Kingdom. Finally, Loy concluded, ultimately, this is an internal conflict within the Church of the Sun. The struggle between the Sun and Light factions, coupled with the ambitions lurking in the shadows and the Sardinian royal family's wavering, has led to this chaotic war. Bremen will likely take at least 10 years to recover. At this moment, Aang asked a crucial question, Count, what do you think the outcome of this battle was? Who won? Who lost? And who stole the Silver Angel's skeleton? That's an excellent question. Loy nodded, shrugged, and said decisively, I don't know, or rather, most people don't know, but what does this have to do with us? Loy stood up, clapped his hands decisively, and said, all right, I've told you so much just to let you know the truth. Actually, all of this has nothing to do with us anymore. There's only one thing that matters to us. Ignaz Isel is dead. We killed him, and our blood feud is avenged. Loy paused, then added, partly. Now, what we need to do is go back peacefully and continue our lives. Alright, everyone get back to work. This was a final summary, a way of putting an end to the matter. To be honest, after truly killing Ignaz, he and Olivera didn't feel the excitement and exhilaration they had expected. Instead, they felt a sense of daunting uncertainty about the long road ahead. This was just a fourth-tier calamity. The destruction of Lion Castle was led by three legends, with countless calamities involved. This path of revenge is truly difficult. There was also an important point of speculation that Loy hadn't mentioned, nor had he ever thought of asking anyone about, but some things were obvious. Fourth-tier calamities generally have origins. For example, Ignaz Isel was clearly trained by the faction of His Majesty Saint Vermont. In other words, the one who could drive him should be this one. Could this one be one of the three legends who destroyed Lion's Castle? This is a question worth exploring, but also one that cannot be directly addressed at this stage. So, let's put it aside for now. They've been away from Flower territory for a long time, it's time to go back. The study in Lion's Manor is piled high with government affairs. Lelia's bed is still so soft. Is Brussels bustling again? Is the magic energy factory outside the city even busier? And have those knight vassals begun their meditation practice? Suddenly, Loy felt a strong longing for home, a desire to return to his own territory, to see his familiar faces again. When this thought arose, his heart yearned to return. The magic warship was currently only a day's journey from Flower territory, which should have allowed them to travel quickly. Unfortunately, just as they were preparing to return at full speed, the Siren tribe sent a message requesting another meeting to discuss the details of their trade. Clearly, the Siren King had finally succumbed to reality. Having migrated from the outer seas, they essentially had to start from scratch, and without assistance, their situation would be extremely difficult. Therefore, their request for a meeting was actually quite urgent. Loy considered the situation and decided to prioritize business, instructing Walter to steer the warship in a different direction and make contact with the Siren King first. However, this time, Loy and the others would remain hidden, leaving the actual communication and trade to Walter. Frankly, the mage Walter was far from being a competent merchant. He wasn't even proficient in basic bargaining, let alone being bold, ruthless, or shameless. The problem was, the Siren King he was facing was also not a competent merchant. They met, a perfect match, neither willing to laugh at the other. Their meeting place was a randomly chosen, nameless island, even less desirable than the deserted islands outside Bremen. Located in the middle of the ocean, it was easily submerged by high tide, only revealing its outline at low tide, a rare sight indeed. However, very few ships passed through such a place, as a mishap could easily lead to a run aground, the damage to the ship being fatal. It was here that the Siren King and Walter met, their communication extremely simple. The Siren tribe presented a long list of urgently needed supplies. In return, they offered various items for exchange, all packed in giant seashells, for Walter to take away, to weigh their value, and then discuss the exchange rate. To Loy's surprise, the Siren tribe's most urgent need was iron ingots. In the deep ocean, it's difficult to start a fire, making the refining of ore a very troublesome process. Perhaps some large tribes and deep-sea empires had the means, but this was certainly not the case for the large-scale Siren tribe. Their warriors need real weapons, not fragile contraptions made of bone or stone. Therefore, iron ingots are their most pressing need, ideally forged into weapons. However, the size difference between sirens and humans is significant, requiring specialized design and forging for weapons. Iron ingots are far more convenient, as they possess their own processing methods. Nevertheless, seawater corrosion is severe, so their demand for iron ingots is actually quite high. Besides these, their greatest need is for potions, healing, wound healing, and even disease-curing potions are all essential. While humans and sirens are two different races, these potions are interchangeable. Loy doesn't know the exact mechanism, but past experience has proven it. Then there are miscellaneous items like soil, porcelain, cloth, and grain, all necessary for the sirens. Of course, these aren't crucial, because even if the Flower territory they demand doesn't have it or doesn't produce it, he can still procure it through various channels without delay. What truly captivated Luo Yu were the goods the Siren tribe could offer. These included magic pearls, coral, ore samples, fish resources, sea beast carcasses, and even various deep-sea specific magical materials. The abundance of these was exactly what Luo Yu craved. She had to leave that evening for some urgent business, and upon returning, she couldn't find her footing for a long time. It was utterly unbearable. Chapter 314, Profit Sharing, Customer First. On the magical warship, inside the warehouse, all the sailors had been cleared out. A wisp of mist rolled in, revealing Loy, Aang, and Olivera. Walter, meanwhile, was already in the warehouse, opening large, white seashells. These shells, native to the sea and scientifically known as sea mussels, were hollowed out and, after some processing, became storage boxes. This was the most common storage tool used by the Siren tribes, and almost every sea tribe had its own sea mussel farm. Of course, besides storage, the mussel meat was also their most frequently consumed meat. Furthermore, the sea tribes could cultivate magical pearls using these sea mussels. Stepping to a sea mussel box, Loy picked up a pearl about the size of a thumb and held it to her eyes. This pearl wasn't purely white, it was perfectly round with a hint of iridescent color, like a rainbow after the rain, exceptionally beautiful. Even more incredible was that it contained a small amount of magic power, not much, but extremely stable. It can be said that this regenerable and stable source of magic power is an excellent magical material. Even simply grinding it into powder and mixing it with other ingredients to make a whitening face cream would be coveted by countless noble women. While not immediately effective, it is undeniably so. This is its greatest, yet seemingly insignificant, use. It is also a commonly used material in other areas, such as secret medicines, potions, and classical alchemy. The only pity seems to be that its application in modern alchemy has not yet been clearly found. After all, magical machinery mostly uses magical energy pools or magical crystals, and doesn't really need this little bit of magic power. Even so, it's certainly enough to say it has a wide range of uses and is extremely valuable. And now, there's a whole box here, hundreds of them. This is the main product that the Siren tribe can offer, and it's definitely a highly valuable commodity. After setting down the magic power pearl, Luoyu looked at the second type, coral stone. This was a coral stone that was predominantly bright red, with gradient colors, dazzling and colorful, and had countless branches, resembling the shape of a tree. Its surface shimmered with a faint, striking light, captivating the eye. Even Luoyu found it merely magical. In fact, deep-sea coral, known as the gemstone of the ocean, is renowned for its vibrant and varied colors. Not only are humans fond of it, but sea creatures also consider it a prized collectible and decorative item, commanding high prices. Of course, it's merely a collectible, similar to famous painting or sculpture, perfect for showing off and eliciting admiration from nobles, but it has no real practical use. Luoyu wasn't particularly interested in it and turned to the third clam-shaped box, which was filled with mineral samples. Frankly, the Siren tribe probably didn't know much about ore smelting. It contained a hodgepodge of things. Clearly, they had thrown in anything they deemed valuable. Luoyu rummaged through it and discovered iron ore, extremely heavy, as if compressed by seawater, and of very high purity. There were also many worthless stones, all porous and easily crumbled, practically useless. Many more were unidentifiable to Luoyu. He wasn't a geologist. However, after rummaging through them, Luoyu couldn't help but pause in surprise. There, a piece lay silvery white, very light, with black spots and no magical fluctuations. It seemed utterly unremarkable, but in Luoyu's eyes, a screen of light descended from the deep blue, revealing a nearly identical stone. Beside it were various descriptions, the first three words clearly stating, silver amber stone, used as a magical binder. This silver amber stone looked similar to silver ore, but in reality, it had nothing to do with it, and it wasn't a magical material at all. Before the development of modern alchemy, it was no different from any roadside stone, but with a widespread adoption of magical machinery, it was given a new purpose. Besides the various mechanical structures, the biggest consumable material for magical machinery was lapis lazuli, which controlled the flow of magical energy. In Luoyu's view, lapis lazuli is similar to electrical wire, with magical energy flowing within it, and the magical runes drawn on it can achieve various effects and functions. Inscribing magical runes into lapis lazuli is inherently a delicate task, but after inscription, the runes will also deform to some extent. Just like writing on paper, there will be some smudging, resulting in impeded magical energy flow and reduced lifespan. Silver amber, however, has a conforming and solidifying effect, allowing the inscribed magical runes to maintain their original shape. It can be said that the amount of silver amber powder added determines the lifespan of the lapis lazuli. In fact, within the field of magical machinery, there is a well-known topic, how to use silver amber more efficiently to maximize its effects. The reason for this is the scarcity of silver amber. Before, when I didn't pay attention, I always thought that silver amber was like a roadside stone, plentiful. But when I actually needed it, I discovered that its reserves were pitifully scarce. It is said that within the Habs Empire, silver amber veins are extremely rare, completely insufficient to support development needs. This is also the main reason why lapis lazuli prices remain high. Even the exploration teams sent by the Empire prioritize this in the Dome Mountains. Unfortunately, so far, discoveries have only been scattered. What Luoyu didn't expect was that silver amber also exists on the seabed. If it were just scattered fragments, that would be one thing, but what if it were a vein? Most importantly, the sea creatures placed it among the ore piles. There must be a reason, right? Walter, Count, what are your orders? This is silver amber, silver amber? Is this really silver amber? Walter's voice shrill. Although he wasn't proficient in magical machinery, he had heard of this rare and sought-after material. He just never imagined that the Siren tribe would possess it. Thinking this, he took the silver amber stone from Luo Yu's hand, examining it closely, as if it were some rare treasure. Looking up again, he still seemed somewhat disbelieving, saying, "Count, are you saying this is really the silver amber stone that's said to be worth 10 times the price of gold? You mean pure silver amber stone powder? This is just raw ore, it needs refining. However, this piece should be enough to obtain 1/3 of the silver amber stone powder after refining. That would be worth 10 times its weight in gold, and still, it would be priceless. Does that mean we are going to be rich? If this isn't just a few scattered fragments, but an entire vein, then we're going to make a fortune." Luo Yu said this, then looked at the excited Walter and suddenly asked, "How do you plan to cooperate with the Siren tribe?" Walter was taken aback, seemingly not quite understanding. He paused for a long time, scratched his head, and couldn't come up with a coherent answer. Luo asked again, "Let me rephrase it, how much are you planning to earn from the Siren tribe?" This time, Walter understood, and he replied matter-of-factly, "The more the better." After a pause, he added, "We are the Siren tribe's sole supplier. We provide them with the materials they need, and we get to set the prices ourselves. We buy at a low price and sell at a high price, making a fortune." Walter was a core member of the Flower Territory, and he knew a lot of inside information, including just how profitable the magic energy factory was and how outrageous its profits were. The mechanical products from the Flower Territory generally had a minimum profit margin of 100%. Otherwise, how could they possibly earn 500,000 gold tires in just 6 months? Therefore, Walter didn't see anything wrong with what he said. In fact, he planned to do just that. But at this moment, Luo Yu slowly shook her head and said, "No, let's change our strategy now. Next time, after you contact that Siren King, clearly explain the importance of this silver amber stone to him and tell him to search for it at the bottom of the sea. If a vein is discovered and there's a possibility of large-scale production, then we'll sign a 50-50 profit-sharing agreement with them. They'll be responsible for mining and transportation, while we'll be responsible for refining and selling. We'll split the profits 50-50. Tell that Siren King this is the greatest demonstration of our sincerity." Walter was somewhat puzzled, "But why? We can clearly earn more. Even if we don't tell him, he won't know, so why create trouble for ourselves?" Luo Yu rolled her eyes and couldn't help but say, "Do you really think that Siren King is a fool? As long as we purchase this silver amber stone in large quantities, even if they're completely clueless about human relationships, they'll inevitably realize the immense profits involved. If we contact other people, like pirates or other nobles, once they know its value, will we still have any future cooperation?" Tilting her head, Luo looked at Walter and suddenly asked, "Do you also think I'm a shrewd businessman? Do you think our processing machinery is too expensive, priced too high?" Meeting Luo's gaze, Walter smiled awkwardly and said, "A little bit." He then added, "Of course, Your Excellency, you are certainly not a shrewd businessman, just making a reasonable profit." This statement can only be described in 4 words, a blatant attempt to cover up the truth. Luo Yu picked up the thread. "The problem is, you only see the cost and selling price. Have you considered the hidden costs? For example, my design fees, the R&D costs from multiple trials and modifications, the after-sales service, and the product optimization and improvement. These are all huge investments and must be factored into the cost. You think the Empire doesn't know we're making a lot of money? Why don't they say anything? Because if there aren't enough profits, if the patent value isn't guaranteed, do you think anyone would be willing to invest heavily in research? So, even if it's a monopoly trade, it's approved by the Empire." Walter seemed thoughtful. "I see. What about this silver amber? Is this silver amber ours? If we really find a vein, it'll be the Siren tribe's source. No matter how unpopular the Siren are, if they find any noble family, no one will refuse this business. So, we need to change our model and let the Siren tribe experience what services. For example, don't they need iron ingots to forge weapons? That's too much trouble. When we get back, we'll find Butler Hoover and have them make weapons and armor based on the sea creature's physique and needs. If needed, we can even provide anti-corrosion and rust-proofing treatments to ensure they're comfortable and happy using them. That's custom service. In the end, we'll guarantee they won't want to cooperate with anyone except my Flower Territory. Do you understand?" I understand. Walter hesitated before saying those 3 words, clearly unsure. Roy thought for a moment and said, I'll give you a 16-word mantra. Follow this from now on. What mantra? Honesty and trustworthiness, fairness and impartiality, profit sharing, and customer first. Roy thought the summary was spot on and was very satisfied. He added, as long as you adhere to these 16 words, the Siren tribe will definitely be able to cooperate with us for a long time. Walter was still dazed and didn't think much of it, but Olivera and Aang, standing to the side, had very strange expressions. They had followed Roy all along and had seen him do business. Honesty and trustworthiness, fairness and impartiality were one thing, but profit sharing and customer first? When picking up goods at a factory, wouldn't all the customers say, your prices are way too high? And what's Luo Yi's attitude? It's always, if she doesn't want to buy, she buys, if she doesn't, she moves on to the next customer. This chapter, after so many revisions, is so frustrating. Chapter 315, Marriage. Roy noticed the strange expressions on Olivera and Aang's faces, but what could he say? They wouldn't believe him anyway. He could only pretend he hadn't seen anything. Ignoring Walter, who was still pondering, Roy spent another hour checking the rest. He couldn't actually determine the value of a large portion of the items, he'd have to have them appraised by professionals back home. But he had already found quite a few. For example, the sea beast skeletons, though scattered and ancient, were still considered magical beasts. Grinded into bone powder, they were usable magical materials with a wide range of uses. The sea beast blood, while not as valuable as dragon blood, would definitely be excellent for making magical ink. Among the magical herbs, he also recognized 2 or 3 types, all water-based or ice-based materials, also quite valuable. They certainly weren't as valuable as silver amber, but at this moment, Roy was certain that the ocean's resources were incredibly abundant. Therefore, he needed to pay even more attention to the Siren tribe market. However, compared to marine resources, the supplies they could provide to the Siren tribe also needed to be upgraded and enriched. This required considerable effort. One day later, late at night, mist enveloped Siren Port, where a troop of knights led by Grand Knight Thor had been waiting for some time. They took over the goods and escorted them all the way to Lady Palacios' mage tower. Here, the goods would be sorted and then appraised and evaluated by specialists. Siren Port was, after all, the distribution center for goods in the entire Duchy of Norman, with numerous merchant ships coming and going, and never lacking in professionals. An evaluation was certainly feasible. And the data from these professional evaluations would become the most important standard for subsequent negotiations between the two sides. Of course, the silver amber stone was an exception. As for Roy, Olivera, and Aang, they had already returned to Brussels by boat sailing upstream. 2 days later, a violent fluctuation of battle aura emanated from within the mechanical mage tower, continuous and endless like a tidal wave, displaying its magnificent grandeur. Even more strangely, Luo Yi's body shone with a brilliant golden red battle aura, like a dazzling sun suddenly illuminating the sky. Although it only lasted for a very short time, it was extremely conspicuous. Even in broad daylight, it caused a stir in Brussels, drawing the attention of countless people. The sacred brilliant breathing technique, besides cultivating higher quality battle aura, also had excellent healing effects and was remarkably effective in tempering the physique. However, this was an internal effect, only the cultivator could clearly perceive its effects. What was actually revealed was the word brilliant. To put it simply, if needed, he could adjust the frequency of his battle aura to adjust its brightness. Although it consumed a lot of battle aura, it could radiate extremely high light in an instant, harmless yet frightening. Such a display at close range could definitely dazzle someone. It was practically impossible to defend against. Luo Yi had already completed the conversion of his battle aura long ago, but he didn't usually need this method, only revealing it now. Of course, he had his reasons for doing this, to let everyone know that he had emerged from seclusion. As a result, when he stepped out of his meditation chamber, a large crowd had already gathered outside. Butler Hoover, Mira Greenman, Leon Vasquez, Grand Knight Alfonso Zeke, and the Iron Knight Phil and Flame Sword Saint Otto, who were hidden in midair. They all waited quietly, and upon seeing Roy, they felt his aura had become much stronger, as if his strength had greatly improved. This wasn't untrue, given Roy's cultivation speed. With all resources maxed out, he made a significant progress almost every 3 to 5 days. However, He had only recently achieved the third-tier transcendent level. Even the most talented person couldn't possibly accumulate enough battle ki in such a short time. It ultimately required a process. At this moment, he was merely releasing his aura, appearing somewhat uncontrollable, to create the appearance of a breakthrough. This was, of course, to cover up the lie, not to deceive those present, but to fool those outside. Aang's intelligence network had long been aware of the presence of spying people outside Lion Manor, leaving him no choice but to be cautious. As for why he hadn't eliminated them all? Why bother if the nobles simply sent even more capable and covert agents? It was better to keep them under his watchful eye. After all, they might be able to relay some useful information at a crucial moment. Lost in thought, a petite figure rushed over and threw herself into his arms. It was Lilia Lightninger. She wore a moon-white magic robe, still carrying the lingering scent of perfume, clearly having just finished cultivating. Having received the news, she had rushed over. She buried her head in Loy's chest, her voice trembling with grievance. Loy, I was so worried about you. Although Loy's outing was well concealed, some people still knew. For example, Butler Hoover, whom Loy needed to cover for, and Lilia, even her bedmate couldn't be kept in the dark. Feeling the soft, fragrant body in his arms, Loy felt a pang of guilt. He stroked Lilia's hair and smiled, saying, "It's just breaking through a minor realm. It took a little longer than usual. It's nothing." Looking up at the crowd, he said, all right, everyone get back to your work. I need to appease your countess." With that, amidst Lilia's gasp, he swept her up in his arms and turned to head towards the top of the mage tower. Behind him, the crowd exchanged knowing smiles, then suddenly their expressions hardened. Leon Vasquez voiced their confusion. "Just now," the Earl said. Countess Mira nodded. "Oh, I didn't mishear." Grand Knight Alfonso Zook frowned slightly, saying, "Miss Lilia is certainly lovely, but her status..." He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. For a powerful earl like Loy, love wasn't important in his marriage, interests were the key. Especially since Loy was an illegitimate son who ascended the throne, his legitimacy was questionable no matter how you looked at it. If you were to marry the daughter of a high-ranking nobleman, the marriage alliance would undoubtedly garner immense support and create an ally within the duchy. Many assumed Loy would make this choice, but now, it seems that's not the case. Alfonso Zook's words provoked Mira Greenman's anger. She abruptly turned, staring at the Grand Knight Commander, and asked, "What about status? What about Miss Lilia's status? The Earl was once just an illegitimate son you all looked down upon, but now, don't you still submit to him? Status doesn't represent everything, especially in this era." In the Flower Territory, Alfonso Zook was undoubtedly a powerful figure. Leaving aside his own strength and status, just the fact that he had the Calamity Knight behind him meant few dared to speak to him like that. Faced with Mira Greenman's rebuke, he seemed somewhat at a loss, quickly explaining, "Mira, you know that's not what I meant. I'm just a little worried. After all, the Duchy of Normandy is still a nobeldom." "Enough." Butler Hoover interrupted the argument, and seeing everyone looking at him, he said, "The Earl has his own decisions. When did you need to interfere? And all of you, shut up and just follow orders." He paused, still smiling slightly. "However, I think we should attend the Earl's wedding soon." 2 hours later, on the 6th floor of the Mage Tower, in a bedroom. After a fierce battle, the bedroom was messy, with clothes and shoes scattered everywhere. On the downy bed, Lilia lay in Loy's arms, drawing circles on Loy's chest with her slender white fingers. Circle after circle, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, seemingly teasing, yet also revealing her unease. Loy lowered his head slightly, his voice coming, "Lilia, write a letter and ask your father to come over. Ask my father, ask him to come and discuss our wedding." He paused, then added, "I should take you with me, but you know the situation in Flower Territory, it's really not suitable for me to leave. So, please ask him to come and discuss and prepare for the wedding." Lilia finally looked up, gazing at Loy, her fair face flushed, a mixture of girlish shyness, helplessness, and excitement. After a long while, she stammered, "Loy, are you really willing to marry me?" Even though Lilia had received the most advanced education of the time, she still held strong feudalistic beliefs. High nobles were expected to marry into other high noble families. This wasn't just Alfonso's idea, but the social system of the entire old world. Lilia had never dared to bring up this topic before, because she was afraid of shattering her beautiful dream. However, for Luo Yi, she was never a choice. Luo Yi lowered his head and said softly, "Lilia, Do you also think I'm hesitating? Before Lilia could reply, he continued, actually, no, you are the wife I've chosen. The reason I took so long to speak is because of the sense of crisis in my heart. Last year, after arriving in this earldom, the war never stopped, and everything was in chaos. This year, I oversaw reforms within the territory and promoted the development of the magic energy industry. To be honest, even with the best plans, I wasn't sure if it would succeed or not. If it didn't succeed, I feared that everything would be turned upside down in an instant, and my earldom would be unstable. I might even have to flee with you, which I didn't want to mention. Until now, things are basically stable, and our wedding should be on the agenda. As he said this, Luo Yun moved his body so that he and Lilia were facing each other. He raised his hand again, and the sacred artifact, the proverb ring, appeared on his ring finger, shining brightly once more. Loi took out a flawless white ring from it. Loi presented the ring to Lilia and said, "Will you marry me?" A proposal in bed, that's certainly bizarre. But who cares? As long as it works, it's all good. There will definitely be 4 chapters today. Chapter 316, Memorial Ceremony and Drill. The next morning, under a bright and sunny sky, Loi, accompanied by Olivera and Butler Hoover, traversed the ruins of Lion Castle, now resembling ruins. As time passed, the traces of the great battle faded, the charred ground and craters covered by a layer of greenery. The vegetation was incredibly resilient. It seemed to defy the terrain, pushing its way through cracks in the rocks, piles of rubble, corners, and shady spots, stretching its branches and leaves. Loi strolled through it, feeling a sense of a fleeting dream of prosperity, realizing that victory and defeat, in the grand scheme of time, were ultimately insignificant. This pessimistic thought, however depressing, prompted Loi to shake off the swirling thoughts. They moved swiftly, the ruins unable to hinder their progress, and soon arrived at their destination. There, a broken stone tablet stood. The stone tablet was originally supposed to be very tall, over 3 zang, approximately 10 meters, high, rhomboid in shape, entirely black, and blank, simply standing there. Now, however, it had been severed in the middle by a sword, causing the upper half to slip and embed itself in the ground. The area covered was a deep underground entrance. Though narrow and mostly buried, a spiral staircase leading downwards was still visible. If no one told you, no one would guess that this was actually the Raymond family's cemetery. The Raymond family's treasury was located in a corner of the underground world, requiring a magic array for entry and exit. This family cemetery, however, was much simpler. One could enter the underground corridor through the long, narrow staircase. It was cold, dark, and chilling, yet at intervals stood sculptures. These were the tombs of the successive heads of the Raymond family, and the coffins behind the sculptures displayed their corpses. This is a place that every member of the Raymond family must visit. The stories and experiences of each patriarch are also content that all descendants must know and learn. Don't think this is insignificant. The family's spirit and style of conduct are shaped and passed down from generation to generation in this way. Listening to these stories, they will think and imitate, and even if they encounter trouble later, they will instinctively act accordingly. The Lion family's motto, courage, fearlessness, steadfastness, boldness, and invincibility, is passed down in this way. Of course, Roy is a survivor of the family's traditional education. Although Earl Carl Raymond is powerful, his wife is also from a high noble family and is known for her fiery temper. Therefore, Roy, this illegitimate son, lives a life of ease but has never entered the Lion King's castle. Perhaps, before the signs of disaster appeared, Earl Carl never thought of letting his illegitimate son inherit the earldom. But what was the result? Now, the entire Duchy of Normandy recognizes him as the true Lion King. Of course, Lei had no intention of clearing the passage or going down to pay his respects. He didn't actually have much affection for the Raymond family. With a wave of his hand, Olivera stepped forward, opened a box, and pulled out Ignaz's unseeing head, placing it before the stone tablet. Loi raised his left hand, channeling magic into it, and a flamethrower appeared, layers of magical runes lighting up and finally attaching to its collar. This was the flamethrower's second use, directly spewing out a fan-shaped spray of viscous flames that enveloped the head. This flame was no ordinary flame. Its extremely high temperature and viscosity caused the head to burn rapidly, charring, melting, and finally turning into a handful of skull-shaped black ash. Olivera stepped forward without hesitation, stomping on it and grinding it with all his might, clearly filled with deep hatred. Loi lowered his head slightly, as if he could see the ancestors of the Raymond family, the ghosts that had died within the Lion Manor. He remained silent for a moment before speaking. Now that I have inherited Raymond's name and territory, becoming the Lion King, your grudges are mine. Consider this a small payment, the rest can wait. After a simple ceremony, Loy led the two away. They hadn't gone far when a gust of wind blew by. The skull dust swirled in midair, as if countless ghostly figures were tearing it apart, before finally dissipating into the world. Loy's magical carriage continued down the mountain road, traveling further and further, but not towards Brussels, but eastward. That was where the Lion Knights camp was located. During his long period of seclusion, the Flower Territory had accumulated a great deal of administrative affairs, and even more things urgently needed his attention. One could imagine how busy Loy would be in the coming days. However, there were priorities, and the retraining of the Knights was his top priority. Therefore, whenever he had time, he went to the Knights' encampment. He was genuinely afraid that these Knights would cause trouble again while he was away. There's a saying, a person cannot betray their class. While this isn't everyone's choice, it's true for most, and this is precisely the biggest obstacle to reform in the entire Flower Territory. Even though Luo Yi believed he had used the most lenient methods, it was difficult to avoid pointing out problems. However, what he didn't expect was that from afar, he could hear the roar of gunfire, and knights and squires were blocking the road, preventing outsiders from approaching the military camp. Previously, there were guards, but they were stationed at the camp gate. Now, even the road was blocked, a strange occurrence. Luo Yi didn't need to intervene. Steward Hoover went forward to inquire, and the situation was quickly clarified. Since the arrival of magic-powered cannons and heavy machine guns in the camp, a group of knights had begun learning basic meditation. At first, it was fine, but later it became increasingly lively. Anyone with some magic power felt something was missing if they didn't fire a few shots, sweep a magazine, or unleash a few cannon shots each day. Then, the gunfire and cannon fire became more frequent and intense, successfully attracting the attention of certain individuals. Brussels City is never short of spies, both overt and covert, constantly gathering information. Their every move is known to the family. The best solution now is to move the military camp to a more remote location. The problem is, only Lloyd can make the decision, no one else dares to. Therefore, Alfonso Zeke expanded the outposts, setting up roadblocks on the main road leading to the camp, which can stop most people. As for the others, they can only be caught one by one, like catching mice. Of course, Lloyd's magical carriage entered the camp and arrived at the training ground without hindrance. Then, Lloyd saw a scene that left him speechless. The training ground used to be a huge plaza, with some training equipment and weapons, and a dedicated horse track. But now, it had completely changed. The first thing that caught his eye was rows of walls simulating houses. Although not real houses, the walls were made of red bricks and were at least 2 palms thick. Aside from the manners of certain noble families, ordinary residential areas simply cannot compare. Moreover, the gaps between the walls vary greatly. Wide gaps form wide avenues for horses, while narrow gaps allow only one person to pass at a time, simulating city alleyways. These walls are not connected, making it resemble a maze from the outside. In truth, for newcomers, these entire cities are themselves mazes. It's worth mentioning that numerous mannequins are placed within the city, some standing, some lying prone, some lurking in various corners, and some secretly positioned near gun barrels. This was actually commissioned by Luo Yi before his seclusion, designed to simulate urban warfare using magical weapons. However, while his idea was good, the reality revealed a significant difference. For example, the attacking side was clearly led by the extraordinary knight Tonya Anderson. A single Maxim magical machine gun weighed at least 100 kilograms, a substantial amount. With the ammunition belt, the weight would be at least 120 to 150 kilograms. For an ordinary person using it on the ground, continuous firing would cause numbness in their hands and feet, and their whole body to tremble. Without considerable strength, they wouldn't even be able to control the barrel. But now, it was being used by a group of knights. At least second-tier official knights, their bodies muscular and brimming with brute force. They simply held the magic-powered heavy machine gun to their chests, with ammunition belts wrapped around their bodies and waists. Even so, their movements were still swift and agile, completely unaffected. What's even more outrageous is that while this world lacks bulletproof vests, it has no shortage of armor. Most of them were still wearing full-plate armor, looking like mobile metal cans. They started from one side and charged forward like Mercury, cutting through street after street, their Maxim heavy machine guns never stopping. The wooden dummies were all shredded into pieces or riddled with bullet holes. Of course, to say they lacked organization would be to underestimate them. They worked in groups of 3, with virtually no blind spots within their field of vision. As they reloaded, the other side immediately moved in, launching a near-complete, non-stop attack. The most outrageous of all was the Tier 3 Transcendent Tonya Anderson. This massive woman, like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, wielded 2 heavy machine guns, firing them left and right, completely disregarding the recoil. Relying on her ferocious firepower, she charged recklessly. Sometimes, she didn't even care about walls. If she couldn't find a way out, she would lean against them and smash a hole in the wall. Although she wasn't the only one doing this, she did it with the most ease and enjoyment. On the carriage, Luo Yu watched this scene, rubbing his chin, utterly speechless. He swore that when he planned this simulated urban warfare, it wasn't like this at all. But, if you ask where the problem was, it didn't seem so. Given the physique and reflexes of Tonya Anderson and the other knights, this was perfectly normal. Second update delivered. Taking a break, we'll continue writing. Chapter 317, Inspections and Characteristics of the Times. The world of the extraordinary is truly different. These powerful knights can wield heavy machine guns like submachine guns, ignoring recoil and unleashing a barrage of suppressive fire. Even without a 600 round per minute burst, just 3 Maxim guns can cover the entire space directly in front of them. Whether a mosquito can escape is uncertain, but a person would likely find it difficult to dodge. Even for Loy, avoiding all bullets on such a battlefield is unrealistic. Because there is simply no space to dodge. In this situation, shooting accuracy is irrelevant. This was actually an idea that Loy had been pondering for a long time. Why must a magic gunner be agile? A strength-based magic gunner, combined with the suppressive fire of a heavy machine gun, wouldn't that be a much better path? Of course, it was just an idea before, but now, he seems to be putting it into practice. Currently, it seems that what limits these heavy machine gun knights is the amount and quantity of ammunition they can carry. If this could be used in conjunction with space equipment, that would be perfect. Just as this thought crossed my mind, someone noticed Luo Yu's arrival. Grand Knight Alfonso Zook had arrived, pounding his chest with his hand and bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Earl." Loy nodded slightly, smiling as he asked. "They seem to be having a lot of fun. How does it feel?" Alfonso Zook grinned, his smile genuine. "Feeling, of course, excellent." He paused, then added, "If I were to face the Carlisle Marquis's knights right now, I'm confident I could lead a force of only 30 and rout them." So confident, not confident, but rather a bit impatient, Loy shook his head, saying, "I understand knights crave military merit, glory, even sacrifice, all of which must be earned on the battlefield. But war consumes vast amounts of wealth and resources, one wrong move and it's utter ruin, a complete defeat. Therefore, Alfonso, we need to be sufficiently cautious in our approach to war." Alfonso didn't seem to care much, replying matter-of-factly, "Earl, I am a knight, your sword, the direction you point is my target. Whether to fight or not is your decision, and I'm only responsible for winning the war." This answer left Lloyd speechless, perfectly emphasizing the principle of soldiers not participating in politics. In fact, Alfonso acted exactly as he did. While Vincent Ackerman, also a Grand Knight commander, harbored inappropriate ambitions for the Earl's title, Alfonso, the chief Grand Knight commander, with far greater prestige, only adhered to loyalty and duty. "Well said." This was Lloyd's highest praise after a moment of silence. Alfonso was quite pleased and said, "Your Excellency, the military camp is different now. Shall I show you around?" "All right. I'd like to see your achievements too." As they spoke, the exercise over there had ended, and Tonya Anderson and the others noticed Lloyd's arrival. They carried their weapons and wanted to come and greet him, but Lloyd waved them away, telling them to continue their training. Then, Grand Knight Alfonso Zook led Loy into the military camp, explaining along the way the various modifications made to the camp during this period. For example, several tents had been grouped together to form a huge meditation chamber. Not only was a warning magic circle set up outside, but it was also surrounded by 2 layers of sound-absorbing force fields and 3 layers of sound-dampening magic circles. The sound-absorbing force fields, as the name suggests, isolate sound, preventing the roar of gunfire outside from affecting the meditation practice inside. The sound-dampening magic circles eliminate internal noise. Even loud noises are absorbed and have no impact. It can be said that this was a specially created optimal training environment. Loy stepped inside, stood by the tent, and peered out, seeing at least 100 people meditating with their eyes closed. Besides the regular knights, there were also many knight apprentices, all incredibly focused. The meditation chamber was filled with a rich scent of soul-stabilizing incense, and wisps of smoke rose from the four corners. Alfonso Zook moved closer to Loy before speaking. Actually, after the initial learning period, everyone's enthusiasm waned. After all, basic meditation isn't easy to learn, and most knights are muscular and not good at studying or thinking. Most of them struggle even with fluent writing and reading, so asking them to learn and memorize those complex magic runes is really asking too much. Most importantly, after their initial enthusiasm faded, they developed a fear of difficulty. So how did you solve that? Simple. I found a few of the best learners and gave them extra tutoring, providing them with ample spices and the necessary materials for cultivation. I had them complete basic meditation first, accumulating enough magic power. Then, I took them to train in the plaza every day, carrying heavy machine guns or even just using magic cannons, training daily, but not letting anyone else touch them. Loy's expression was strange. She felt that Alfonso understood these knights. These people were staunch violent individuals, staunch worshippers of force. If no one succeeded, and everyone was equally mediocre, that would be one thing. But now, some of them had succeeded. Then, seeing them carrying guns and pushing cannons, swaggering around like that every day, they couldn't stand it. If it were anything else, they could resort to force and beat them up, but now, with a dark gun barrel pointed at them, they could only obediently and resentfully go back. And then, they all worked hard to improve themselves. Alfonso chuckled and said, "My lord, you wouldn't believe it, but ever since I used this trick, no one wants the rotation system anymore. Unless someone is truly tied up with a mission, almost everyone has returned to the camp. Add to that the knights squires, the magic apprentices. There are over 500 people here training and studying, and those who have already mastered meditation, 83, including 30 knights, not counting the magic apprentices brought from Lady Palacios. That's not bad, but it's definitely not enough. They need to keep working hard. My lord, don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on them. To use your words, I'll make sure they were relentlessly studying, never stopping." With that, Alfonso led Loy to another tent location. This one also had a silencing field, but no other magic arrays. Inside the tent, rows of knights and knight apprentices sat like diligent students, with a teacher dissecting magical runes one by one, instructing them on how to meditate. There were two other teachers in the same class. One was a gunslinger who taught firearms disassembly, assembly, and basic maintenance. The other taught battlefield knowledge, using textbooks that Loy had hastily compiled. The main focus was on warfare with magical weapons, how to fight. This included the three-man formation, urban warfare, skirmishes, combat against knightly orders, artillery and infantry coordination, creeping barrages, and ground bombardment. To be honest, Loy's textbook was rather disorganized. Much of it was copied from Deep Blue's database. But given the lack of hot war experience in the old world, creating a basic textbook was still quite advanced. For example, the Habsburg Empire requested a copy, and it said that their military even organized people to study and research it. Later, the training grounds also broadened Loy's horizons. A knight without a mount always felt like something was missing, and even for a knight, running on two legs was far too slow. Therefore, Alfonso and his men wanted to combine war horses with heavy machine guns, for example, charging on horseback while holding a Maxim gun in their arms and firing. If successful, this would be incredibly powerful and fast, absolutely devastating. Unfortunately, it's still in the experimental stage and hasn't been successful yet. The reason is that although these war horses have magical beast blood, they can't withstand the shock of gunfire. Even with their ears plugged, they're hard to calm down, and once the mounts go berserk and run wild, it would be deadly on the battlefield. Furthermore, the horses are too jolted when running, and even if the riders are physically strong, their accuracy is compromised. If you can't hit the enemy, it's better not to fire at all. Currently, Alfonso and his men are still searching for a magical beast to try it out on. This isn't impossible, but what Loy is thinking of is that fearless, unstoppable, and powerful king of land warfare. Loy knew perfectly well that those weren't weapons that should be used in the present world, at least not by Loy himself. Further on was the artillery training ground. Contrary to Loy's expectations, those who enjoyed being artillerymen weren't knights or squires. These people were passionate about battlefield charges. Operating these magical cannons were all mages and apprentice mages from Lady Palacios's mage tower. They weren't lacking in magic power and had operated these magical cannons on the battlefield before, and many had fallen in love with the feeling. After all, learning magic relied heavily on talent. They were destined not to go far down this path, so it was better to become professional artillerymen. They were the main force of the Flower Territory Artillery Legion, using 4th-generation magical cannons, incredibly powerful. These cannonballs were also quite heavy. If used in battle, the constant up and down, back and forth movement would be extremely physically demanding. Therefore, the most conspicuous feature was the various training equipment behind the artillery positions. The equipment included dumbbells, barbells, resistance bands, pull-ups, parallel bars, push-up racks, and more, everything imaginable. Many mage apprentices had even stripped down to their waists and were exercising there. Each one, while not exactly muscular, had a clearly defined physique. Luo Yu watched with a strange expression. Knights in plate armor, carrying heavy machine guns, were charging into battle. Mage apprentices were being trained in physical fitness, honing their physiques. Was this a characteristic of the times? 3rd update delivered, 4th update will be later. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, Homecoming. The last area Grand Knight Alfonso took Roy to see was actually an area that had expanded northwards from the original military campgrounds. As far as the eye could see, there were only dug trenches and bunkers. The winding trenches covered most of the newly opened training ground, while the bunkers were positioned in key locations. They were cylindrical in shape, entirely constructed of brick and stone, more than a hand's width thick, and filled with discarded metal shields to enhance their defensive capabilities. In suitable locations, numerous narrow windows were cut, allowing heavy machine guns to extend and unleash suppressive fire with impunity. When Roy arrived, one side was practicing an attack. Lance Wall, a knight Roy considered lacking in talent and strength, was holding a Maxim magic-powered heavy machine gun, half exposed from the trench, and firing wildly. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The machine gun spat fire, reflecting the excited look on Lancewater's face. Their target was the bunker, and they were firing in a fan-shaped pattern. Around him, a group of knights, carrying magic-powered heavy machine guns and ammunition slung at their waists, swiftly crossed ravines and charged forward. Every now and then, they would peek out from the ravines, and once they were sure it was safe, they would set up their machine guns again, creating a crossfire. Then, the knights behind them would continue the charge, providing alternating cover. Loy watched, her brows slightly furrowed, seemingly puzzled. Alfonso quickly explained, "My lord, I thought your urban warfare plan was excellent, and combined with the information you provided, I created this trench warfare model. According to you, in the future, with a widespread use of magical weapons, this war model of digging trenches, building bunkers, and seizing high ground will become very common. So, I thought I'd build one first to familiarize myself with offensive and defensive methods and accumulate enough experience." Not bad, not bad, you have some autonomy now." "Excellent," Loy said, then rubbed her chin and asked, "Yours is alright, but I always feel something is missing." "What is it?" "Right, we have the attacking force, but what about the defenders?" "Exercises need to be conducted by both sides," Alfonso quickly said. "My lord, if it's live ammunition, people will die. Plate armor isn't very effective against these bullets, it can only block them from the front, but helmets and limbs are much less effective. It's not easy for us to train even one. If there are non-combat casualties, it's really, Luo Yu pondered. "I understand. So what we're lacking now is training ammunition. Training ammunition, it's bullets that can be used and fired normally, but won't kill. For example, replacing the bullet tip with rubber, it'll hurt a lot when it hits, but it won't be fatal. I can even make them red and blue, so you can assess the approximate injury and outcome by looking at the colors on the body." "Really?" Alfonso's eyes lit up. "If we really had that kind of bullet, I'd immediately organize 2 groups for live fire drills." "No, simple drills aren't enough. I can simulate all sorts of battlefields. Urban warfare and trench warfare are the most basic, but there are also skirmishes, ambushes, various valleys, swamps, mudflats, rivers, blizzards, and strong winds. We'll simulate them all. Although it's not real war, the experience gained will save us from countless detours. It has to be said, Luo Yi had a higher opinion of Alfonso. A pure soldier's focus and sensitivity to war are absolutely unimaginable to ordinary people. Loy nodded and said, "In that case, leave the training ammunition to me. I'll get it ready for you in no time. As for the combat exercise plan and the simulated warfare in various environments, you'll have to create a complete plan. You can think about it yourself, ask others for help, or pool our resources. Anything goes. I need to see a feasible plan." At this moment, Loy stared at Alfonso, awaiting his reply. Alfonso hesitated only briefly before nodding decisively. "Okay, all right, it's settled then." After a pause, Loy added, "Spread the word that there will be a bonfire party at the military camp tonight. I will dine with all my loyal knights and warriors." "Yes, sir." Loy turned back to Butler Hoover and said, "I'll have to trouble you with this party." Butler Hoover bowed slightly, his expression meticulous. "Your orders are my priority. Preparing for the bonfire party would take time, but Loy didn't need to worry about that. Butler Hoover would handle everything." Of course, Roy wasn't idle either. He set aside his count's dignity and began to delve into the military camp, talking with the soldiers and training alongside them. Before the magic cannon, he displayed astonishing gunnery skills. The Eagle Eye spell's vision, combined with Deep Blue's calibrated trajectories, resulted in an absurd level of accuracy. The mage apprentices initially didn't take it seriously, but seeing every shot hit the bullseye, they were finally convinced. Roy wasn't stingy either, testing their skills while also teaching them various techniques for calculating wind speed and calibration. In the urban warfare training ground, Roy displayed a completely different fighting style from the Night Squad. If Tonya Anderson and her group were characterized by reckless charging and sheer force, he was all about absolute speed, precision, and lethality. He only needed to glance at the map from a high vantage point before Deep Blue completely scanned it into the database. Although he also carried a Maxim magic machine gun, he chose burst fire mode. He seemed intimately familiar with the maze, navigating it like a fish, his Maxim machine gun firing in groups of 3. 3 shots to the chest, heart, and head, ensuring the enemy, regardless of race, was utterly dead. When he emerged from the maze, every single dummy bore the marks of his bullets. Note the emphasis on every single one, not one was spared. This sight utterly stunned the knights, even Alfonso Zook and Vincent Ackerman. With this foundation, when Roy imparted his experience to the knights, they took it exceptionally seriously. Of course, this was just a small taste. After mingling with the knights, he spent more time talking to different people, listening to their opinions and requests, and even joking with some. For example, he patted Tonya Anderson's arm, asking if she still harbored any resentment, or if she had disappointed him. The fiery-tempered female knight was actually somewhat embarrassed by his questions, and finally even patted the Maxim machine gun in her hand, saying, "This is what future warfare should be like, and this was just a minor incident." Taking advantage of Deep Blue's abilities, Loy could strike up a conversation with almost every knight, including every squire. He didn't even need complicated techniques. Simply calling them by name, their origins, and recounting a couple of their achievements was enough to win their hearts. These knights might be violent, but they were also loyal. They might be stubborn, but once their hearts were with them, they would die for them. As night fell, a bonfire blazed, illuminating half the sky, a band played melodious and cheerful music, and various foods were provided, making the atmosphere even more exhilarating. After an afternoon of preparation, Loy joined the others around the bonfire, singing and dancing, drinking and enjoying themselves, finding a rare moment of relaxation and happiness. He really liked the atmosphere here. These were people he could trust, and he felt very relaxed here. However, he didn't fully participate in the party. As was customary, the knights were all planning to play all night, but he wasn't willing. Instead, he boarded a magic carriage near midnight and headed towards the Lion Manor. In the carriage, Loy rubbed his temples, looking genuinely more relaxed. Although he had spent the entire day in the military camp, through in-depth communication and exchange with the people, he had already clarified one thing. These old noble knights had seen the benefits of promoting magic energy industry and were even profiting from it, perhaps not much yet, but they had seen hope. In other words, They were beginning to transform from traditional small landowners into capitalists. This change in status made them less resistant to magic energy machinery, more accepting of the current changes, and more actively involved. This was a gradual result, and exactly what Lloyd had hoped for. With their support, not only would future development be greatly facilitated, but more importantly, Lloyd could be more aggressive and bolder. Of course, that was a matter for later. Right now, his most important task was to deal with the accumulated affairs. For the next few days, Lloyd truly spun like a top, constantly busy. On one hand, he needed to travel between different magic energy factories for on-site inspections. A single visit is often more effective than 100 words from others. Then, comparing this with various statistical data reveals everything. From customers to rework rates, from consumables to production cycles, from employee numbers to profit margins, all these factors, when analyzed by Deep Blue, provide a clear picture of the specific operational situation and the pressing issues. It seems that in the first half of the year, the magic energy industry in Flower Territory was rising from ruins to achieving stability. While there was nearly 500,000 gold tires in revenue, this was only due to high net profits. The second half of the year involved continuous growth and expansion while maintaining stable production, and the cultivation of more talent. Talent cultivation can be slow, but it can also be fast. For example, the steel mill already has a complete workflow and a group of skilled workers. If they want to continue developing, they need to build new magic energy steel furnaces. And then there are the processing machinery factory and the armory. This is arguably the family's most profitable business. Whether it's the lathes, milling machines, grinding machines, planers, or even Maxim machine guns they produce, the Habsburg Empire needs them all, in whatever quantity. It's like a bottomless pit, devouring vast resources. Of course, this also brings considerable profits to Luo Yi, and trains a group of skilled machine operators. No one knows better than Luo Yi how valuable these operators are. In fact, most of the parts in the machining factory and arsenal are machined by them, piece by piece, with considerable precision. Of course, the magic energy factory is only one aspect. Railway construction and mining are also of paramount importance. Fourth update delivered, as promised. Updates have been unstable these past few days, but I've caught up now, and I'll start paying back the debts later. Chapter 319, Imperial Changes. Currently, the magical energy industry in the Flower Territory is clearly divided into two parts. The factories in the suburbs outside Brussels, handling all the processing machinery, magical firearms, secret medicines, and ore smelting, are all managed by Maruna. He is considered one of Loy's most trusted lieutenants, practically handpicked and trained by Loy himself, and best able to implement Loy's ideas and policies. Currently, the most profitable businesses in the Flower Territory are located here. Furthermore, batches of highly skilled, hands-on workers are being continuously trained. These people may not have high ceilings, but they are all excellent at their work. They are also the foundation for cost reduction, efficiency improvement, and continued expansion of the magical energy factories, and are also the reserve candidates for lower-level management. It can be said that Loy spares no expense in training professional personnel. The other part is managed by Lord Huck Cruz. This little old man is a true pragmatist. He has no complaints about Maruna taking over the most profitable business, instead focusing his efforts entirely on mining and railways. The Flower Territory's railway network is already quite extensive, but so far, all its capacity is dedicated to freight. In other words, not a single passenger train has been operational. Moreover, according to Roy's plans, it's unlikely to be operational anytime soon. As for mining, the focus is shifting from manual mining to mechanized extraction. While the mining environment remains less than ideal, the widespread use of machinery has indeed reduced the need for manpower and increased mining efficiency. With the promotion of magical energy industries, the Flower Territory's demand for steel is growing at an alarming rate. It's only because Lord Huck Cruz is stationed there, constantly monitoring mine production and transportation, that things haven't gone wrong. But this isn't a long-term solution, and the old man has written to complain more than once. His core demand is simple: more people. More precisely, a sufficient number of miners. You have to admit, of all professions, mining is undoubtedly the most arduous and exhausting, with extremely poor working and living conditions and a high mortality rate. Anyone with a better family background, or who had other options, wouldn't want to be a miner. It was then that Loy learned most of the previous miners had been bought by Earl Carl Raymond. That's right, they were purchased regularly from outside through slave traders. The Old World was relatively orderly, but the New World and its islands had a large indigenous population, making them a major source of slaves. However, this kind of trade was unacceptable to Loy. Therefore, the only solution he could offer was to improve working conditions, reduce labor intensity, increase wages, and send professional doctors. Better conditions would naturally attract some people. This was the limit of what he could do at this stage. After dealing with these matters, Loy turned his attention back to the accounts. It was now late October of the new divine calendar 313, more than half the year had passed, and the profits of the flower territory could be roughly tallied. It should be said that the accounts of the magic energy factory, managed by Mira Greenman, were the clearest. Every income and expenditure was clearly recorded and transparent. Through the diagram constructed by Deep Blue, Luoye could almost clearly see the monthly growth rate, which was almost a straight upward trend. Especially after opening the armory, the profits were even more staggering. However, with the increase in income, the corresponding expenditure on procurement also increased significantly. For example, lapis lazuli, as well as various necessary parts and raw materials, all represented a considerable expense. These were almost all purchased from the Habs Empire through the channels of the Roy Fitz Magic Energy Group, which could be considered a virtuous cycle. However, relying entirely on procurement was unwise. A complete industrial system must have its own production capacity. Therefore, Luoye thought that the next step was to support as many industries as possible. But this was not something that could be solved at this stage. Of course, in addition to the income from the magic energy industry, the income from other areas in flower territory was also rising steadily. For example, the ship trade in Siren Port, with the regular patrols of magic warships, the growing prestige of the Lion Banner, and the guarantee of security, naturally became more and more prosperous. With the increase in the number of ships coming and going, the variety of goods also increased, naturally ensuring tax revenue. Perfume trade, gold exchange profits, grain imports and exports, land taxes, horse farms, and so on were also reported. Last year was a chaotic year for the flower territory, with all incomes shrinking significantly. This year, with stability restored, there will naturally be an explosive recovery and growth. Coupled with the enormous profits from the magic energy industry, Loy was almost certain that both Red Dragon Virgil and the various vassals and knights would be very satisfied. It must be said that after reviewing the accounts, Loy himself felt a sense of relief. Of course, while checking the accounts, Loy also took the time to deal with the numerous letters. Letters to Douglas Hill, Lady Linda, and Gary Mills went without saying, but the letters from Baron Miller were particularly detailed. Since assuming the position of Minister of Railways, Miller had been traveling almost all over the empire. In each place, he would send people to survey the terrain, determine development plans, and produce railway construction maps. Then, he would contact the local nobles and upper classes to promote railway construction through a joint venture model. It should be said that each region has its own problems. Some places have progressed relatively smoothly and have shown great enthusiasm. Some places have encountered setbacks, but with the support of Lloyd's Railway Company, they can still proceed. However, in some places, there is strong opposition, and even Miller himself has faced danger multiple times. The most serious incident involved a fourth-tier assassin and several calamities surrounding him, which truly threatened his life. It was only through the desperate efforts of a powerful figure sent by the Empire that enough time was bought for Miller to escape via a magical teleportation array. The result of this incident was the fury and swift action of Hohenzollern III. This ruler even sent a fifth-tier legendary figure to directly find all the fourth-tier calamities and hang them in the street. As for the nobles and a series of related forces, none of them escaped. They were all punished. Their territories were confiscated. The titled nobles committed suicide by poison, and all the family heads were hanged. Then, a member would be chosen from a branch to inherit the title, retain the surname, and bequeath a small fortune. That was all. After this, the legendary Royal Society even sent a member to accompany Miller. From then on, no one dared to harbor any ill intentions. Miller's work became much smoother after that. Wherever he went, he was greeted with smiles. Everyone saw the Emperor's resolve and naturally dared not provoke him. Of course, these were just minor incidents in the letters. Miller mostly discussed local customs, developments, and the Empire's policies with him. From his writings, Roy could sense the dramatic changes within the Empire. Roy's meditation potions and soul-stabilizing spices had truly spurred a leap forward in education. After a period of adjustment, the number of magic apprentices with magical abilities exploded. They might not go far on the path of magical machinery, but they would definitely be excellent magic gunners. Currently, the Imperial Magic Academy's admission requirements are constantly being raised. Previously, basic meditation was taught after enrollment. Now, only those with magical power are eligible for admission. The basic meditation course has been expanded to include elementary and intermediate levels. In addition, the emergence of various processing machines has led to a rare phenomenon of talent downsizing in magical machinery. Previously, second-tier senior mechanical mages or third-tier extraordinary mechanical mages had to use specific magic to process various magical machines. Now, with processing machines as a foundation and skilled operators, even first-tier senior mage apprentices can do it. All these factors have propelled the Empire forward like a war chariot at full speed. Based on this, the Empire has launched numerous plans, including widespread education, military reform and expansion, large-scale infrastructure construction, and urban reconstruction. Within the Empire, progress and development are happening at a visible pace. Even Baron Miller, in his letters, is passionate, excited, and even struggling to contain his emotions. Roy understands that feeling. It's a strong awakening of national consciousness and self-confidence. Correspondingly, the Supreme Emperor's power and prestige had reached a point where no one dared to look him directly in the eye. But this was very dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Because, Luo Yi seemed to see a ferocious beast struggling to break free, sharpening its claws and fangs. It might choose to devour someone at any moment. Especially when the magic energy industry developed to a certain point, and the domestic market became saturated, a large number of products would need to find a market. At that time, the world would truly be turned upside down. However, although Luo Yi had this feeling, he didn't dare mention a single word in his letter to Miller. Another 10 days or so passed. After checking the accounts, Luo Yi turned his attention to the underwater trade. In just these 10 days, the Mage Walter and the Siren King met twice more, and the number of regular communications and consultations increased even more. Then, they finally confirmed one thing: there was indeed a silver amber mine on the seabed, within the current territory of the Siren tribe. The second update will be later, and there will only be 2 updates tonight. Chapter 320, The First Simulated War. With Roy's safe return, many things no longer needed to be hidden from the Siren King. With Roy's permission, Walter revealed everything to the Siren King, including Roy's identity, status, and sphere of influence. It's a simple principle: a powerful partner is always more reassuring than someone with nothing. Moreover, after Roy's suggestion, Walter adopted a humble attitude, giving the Siren King a clear sense that it was an equal exchange. Everyone deserves respect and seeks that feeling. Therefore, in their most recent meeting, Walter was able to sit down and talk with the Siren King, discussing the differences between the seabed and land. The atmosphere was no longer tense. It was under these circumstances that Walter explained the value of the silver amber and agreed on the distribution method. The Siren King, without hesitation, immediately mobilized his entire tribe for a thorough search. Then, they discovered the silver amber mine. Limited by virtually no prospecting technology, it was clearly impossible for the Siren tribe to determine the size and reserves of the vein. Fortunately, this was an open-pit mine, requiring no special mining techniques. Simply wielding a chisel was enough. With this foundation, other exchanges of goods were virtually problem-free. After several rounds of communication, both sides agreed on the first batch of goods and set a handover time. In Flower territory, Steward Hoover personally selected the supplies, which were then transported by Walter's magic warship to a specific sea area and dumped. Then, they sailed to the Nameless Island, retrieved the supplies prepared by the Siren King, and transported them away. In this way, there was almost no communication between the two sides during the transaction, and no loopholes. Of course, this was based on a certain level of trust and sufficient prior communication. It's worth mentioning that Loy was still unsure about this first transaction and asked Lady Palacios to oversee it. Finally, on November 1st, 313 of the new divine calendar, this first underwater trade was successfully completed. The Siren tribe obtained what they wanted, especially various weapons and potions. Loy's side transported the goods to Siren Port, while the rest were distributed to different merchants, making them impossible to trace. Only the silver amber was sent to Lion Manor, where Lelia personally refined it. An entire chest of silver amber was purified and ground into qualified silver amber powder. Roy then distributed it throughout the Empire's magical world through Douglas Hill's channels. While not foolproof, it would change hands several times before reaching him. And a single transaction, after deducting costs, labor, and losses, yielded a net profit of 12,000 gold tires. Even Roy was astonished by this profit. After all, this was only the first transaction, and both sides were testing the waters. Such a profit still demonstrated the immense profits of the underwater trade. Having opened up another source of income and market, Roy was naturally quite pleased. What pleased him even more was that the training bullets he had Christina help research had also been completed. This world didn't have rubber, but rubber-like substances were naturally plentiful. However, the bullets generated high temperatures and expansion during firing, requiring the selection of appropriate heat-resistant materials to ensure the bullet wouldn't melt. Christina tested over 30 materials, selecting 5 after repeated comparisons and adjustments, ultimately meeting all of Roy's requirements. The bullet had moderate hardness, was heat-resistant, and elastic. It hurt quite a bit when it hit, but was never fatal. An ordinary person would likely suffer, though not fatally, but would be covered in bruises and require a long recovery time. However, knights were different, especially those skilled in battle aura. Their recovery ability was unmatched. If red and blue pigments were injected into the bullet, it would leave red and blue marks on the body, making damage assessment easier. The only drawback was the relatively complicated manufacturing process, requiring manual grinding, injection, installation, inspection, and sealing. However, this problem was solved after Maruna hired over 100 female workers. And after Grand Knight Alfonso Zook tested the training bullet, he immediately submitted a plan. How so? From Luo Yi's perspective, it was ultimately lacking, mainly due to insufficient vision and a focus on the struggles between earls and marquises, or special operations. The scale was too small. It didn't rise to the level of a war between nations, involving tens of thousands of people. This was a limitation of his own understanding, which needed to be overcome little by little. What truly impressed Luo Yi was the opening of the entire plan, the first simulated war plan. A knightly heavy machine gun squad versus the Lion Knights. Ultimately, some knights still harbored reservations. Even though the heavy machine guns looked powerful, the thought of the bullets not hitting them was always unsettling. Alfonso knew them too well, so this scenario simulated the knight's strongest form against this new magical weapon. The magical cannon was indeed powerful, but moving, calibrating, and firing were all quite cumbersome. The time wasted was considerable, making it impossible to be fast. On the other hand, a knightly charge, with their horses at high speed, was extremely swift, making it almost impossible for the two sides to engage in a direct confrontation. Either the artillery, well rested and ready, would bombard the knights, or the knights would wipe them out before the artillery could even establish positions. It was a 50-50 situation, so it couldn't be said that cavalry was necessarily outdated. Back then, the Habsburg Empire won the battle by using 3-stage firing, creating a different kind of hail of bullets in a metal storm, to annihilate that elite knights. Roy naturally agreed with this idea. In fact, he envisioned something even more extreme. On one side, the Knights' heavy machine gun squad, the red team. Roy selected only 30 men, including one Tier 3 Transcendent, the female turret Tanya Anderson. They would be equipped with heavy machine guns and pistols, with plenty of ammunition. On the other side, the Lion Knights, the blue team, including all knights who hadn't yet entered the meditation stage, and all their squires. Leading them were 3 Transcendent Knights, Cody Isaac, Jarl Turner, and Bill Dean. This strength was definitely formidable. The chosen terrain was a flat grassland, the perfect battlefield for a knight's charge. Such an exercise was naturally unsuitable for a military camp. Too many people would hinder its execution. So, they selected a grassland, spent half a day preparing, arrayed their forces, and then, the horns sounded. And the charge began. The knight's charge was as awe-inspiring as ever. The thunderous hood seemed to flatten the earth, and those standing on the grass could even feel their bodies tremble with the force of the earth. 3 extraordinary warriors led the charge, their battle auras merging into one, their knightly halos expanding to envelop all the knights within. At the very front stood erect dragon lances, like a thicket of thorns. You have to admit, such a knight's charge was terrifying, capable of crushing almost any enemy. On the other side, the female tyrant Tanya chose to dig trenches, advancing step by step. A 30-man force set up Maxim machine guns in the trenches, and when the knights had charged nearly 400 meters, they pulled the triggers. The rat-tat-tat of gunfire was drowned out by the sound of hooves, but the spitting fire was real. Bullets rained down like a storm, sweeping across the battlefield. And their targets weren't men, but war horses. It's worth noting that because these were training rounds, lacking the lethality of real bullets, the knights weren't allowed to wear armor, and the horses weren't clad in vests. In a real battlefield, unless it's special magical armor, it can't withstand bullet fire, so this was the fairest approach. Humans might be able to suppress pain, but war horses couldn't. Suddenly, bursts of red mist erupted from the charging horses, intense pain stimulating their nerves. Some horses stumbled and rolled to the ground, while others reared up, neighing incessantly. The original charging formation immediately crumbled, but the knights behind continued their charge. And so, for a time, men and horses tumbled and fell. Tanya, the female tyrant, had originally planned to wait for the enemy to tire themselves out, fighting and retreating, using the trenches to slow her horses down before launching a final charge. But the situation was now in her favor. With a roar, she grabbed 2 Maxim guns and charged forward. Behind her, the 30 men quickly split into 10 small teams of 3, also charging. It's hard to imagine the sheer force of the impact, the flying bullets creating a metal storm that completely disrupted the entire 400-plus strong knightly order. They didn't charge recklessly. Instead, maintaining a distance of about 100 meters, they began to flank, drawing 2 arcs to encircle the enemy. The battlefield was chaotic, but outside, Loy and the others saw it clearly. It felt as if the 30 men had surrounded over 400, not even giving them a chance for close combat. Of course, the Lion Knights weren't entirely without a chance to fight back. Many knights abandoned their horses, grabbed their greatswords, and charged forward like madmen. They wanted to close the distance and engage in melee combat. Unfortunately, they were often the ones who suffered the most. These training rounds didn't hurt, but they really hurt. There were materials that didn't hurt, but Roy chose this one precisely because pain was necessary. The knights' endurance was unquestionable, but the pain of 17 or 18 red bullets exploding on their bodies was unbearable. The truly lethal force came from the 3 third-tier transcendents. After realizing they couldn't win, they launched a desperate charge, using their incredible leaping ability to close the distance and then inflicting damage with their battle aura. It had some effect, but Tanya wasn't to be underestimated. Instantly, the squads assembled, and heavy machine guns concentrated fire. Unless one possessed a transcendent combat skill like Roy wielding the St. Mark's shield, they would be riddled with bullets. The battle lasted less than an hour. The outcome was obvious. Many knights seemed lost after the exercise. Roy, however, ignored them, and didn't need to. Once they get through their period of confusion, they will definitely work 10 times harder than before, just to get started with meditation. And the simulated war has vividly demonstrated the power of technological superiority in weaponry. Second update. Chapter 321, Golden Bones. Undoubtedly, this simulated war was extremely effective, completely shattering the knights' unrealistic fantasies. Times have indeed changed. However, the most important thing in November of the new divine calendar 313 is always the grain harvest and tax collection, including the tithe. This is an unshakable administrative matter, and the entire month revolves around it. After all, in any era, food is the most important thing for the people. Without solving the problem of food, talking about developing the economy and promoting magical machinery is a joke. Loy is also fortunate that the territory he inherited has a suitable climate and abundant water resources, making it a good place for farming. Of course, Loy only needs to supervise the autumn harvest and tax collection. In addition, with a busy period of time, the backlog of administrative affairs has been dealt with, and he finally has some free time. Although even during the busiest times, Loy has never stopped his daily cultivation. Having free time gives him more energy to consider other things. For example, the secret holy technique. Lion Manor. Mechanical Mage Tower, 3rd floor, warehouse. To be precise, this was a small warehouse partitioned off from a large warehouse, containing items that Luoyi had specifically requested to collect before going to Bremen. These included materials needed for cultivating, golden bones, and various celestial artifacts derived from abyssal fire, that could be used to cultivate holy fire. Luo Yi strolled through the warehouse, picking up each material and examining them closely. For example, there was UK steel, a very peculiar type of steel, entirely black, with a weak magnetic field and a noticeable adsorption effect. This was a material needed for cultivating golden bones, requiring soaking in a secret medicine to soften it, then grinding it into powder for oral ingestion within 15 minutes. Then there was dragon bone, a complete adult earth dragon skeleton, its entire body resembling white jade, crystal clear, emitting a faint glow and a subtle magical fluctuation. This required washing with water and burning before grinding into dragon bone powder, which could improve bone flexibility. Of course, it was also a commonly used magical material, needed in many potions, secret elixirs, and even alchemy. Beside the earth dragon bones lay numerous scattered magical beast skeletons. Most were from sea beasts, some old, some relatively fresh, and some from the Dome Mountains, captured by professional hunters. After the humans completely conquered the old world, the magical beasts that were once inexhaustible and capable of easily triggering beast tides began to dwindle. They were now mostly found only in remote forests, such as the Dome Mountains. Even this was a result of conscious preservation efforts by the humans, a tacit agreement to establish wildlife reserves. After all, many potions and alchemy techniques relied on magical beasts. Extermination would create enormous problems later. Of course, this was only one aspect. On the other hand, the artificial breeding and cultivation techniques for magical beasts on the old world had gradually improved over time. For example, the kingdom knights of the Norman kingdom's mounts, the earth dragons, were products of artificial intervention. Frankly speaking, which type of magical beast's bones produced the most effective dragon bone powder? Luo Yi didn't know either. He'd only find out after truly cultivating the golden bone and trying everything. Take, for example, silver obsidian. While it seems similar to silver amber in name, they're completely unrelated. Silver obsidian is a byproduct of silver ore, seemingly mixed with certain light attribute substances within the metallic silver, thus exhibiting some peculiar properties. At night, shaking silver obsidian will emit a dazzling light. Frankly, Luo Yi always felt this thing was radioactive. If Deep Blue hadn't detected its harmlessness, Luo Yi would never have put it in his mouth. Then there's star iron, also known as star sand, which is actually extracted from meteorites that fell from the sky. Long ago, star iron was unimaginably expensive and one of the best forging materials for various weapons. Having experienced the alternating heat of day and the cold of night, and passing through the atmosphere to reach the earth, impurities were removed, resulting in sufficient condensation and purity. Of course, the magic that fourth-tier cataclysm mages most love to learn and master is meteor summoning. Because falling meteorites are truly valuable, very valuable. It wasn't until later, with the continuous advancement of magic, that mages could travel through the celestial realm, and a large meteor capture magic circle was set up, that this problem was solved. Even so, star iron is the most expensive of all materials, without exception. The above are considered the main materials. In addition, there are various auxiliary materials including enchanted sand, bearbile soil, agate silkstone, turquoise soil, 100-fruit grass, and eagle wing feathers. Again, Luo Yi will definitely cultivate the golden bone, but compared to the 3 paths recorded, he naturally trusts Deep Blue more. He trusts Deep Blue's data analysis ability, trusts the health monitoring module, and trusts that Deep Blue will use his body as a template to create the most suitable secret medicine formula for him. Of course, the specific formula trials and experimental process must be handled by Luo Yi himself, just like when he painstakingly experimented to develop the soul-stabilizing incense and soul-soothing incense. The process of checking the materials was also a process of verifying them against the information provided by Deep Blue. After confirming that there were no omissions, Luo Yi raised her hand again and took out a bottle of crimson potion from her proverb ring. This potion was vastly different from other potions. First, it wasn't the small bottle used for regular potions, but rather the size of an adult's palm. The crimson liquid inside was slightly turbid, and when shaken, particles floated up and down. One could even see the segments of white bone riddled with holes within, which now seemed to have shed their disguise and become golden. Strangely, these golden, perforated bones lacked any of the vulgarity of gold, instead exuding an aura of awe and inviolability. An ordinary person, upon seeing it, would feel an urge to kneel and bow down. You can hardly imagine that this feeling would arise from a bone, but it was the truth. Luo Yi knew clearly that anything that could serve as a vessel for a secret sacred technique was no ordinary item. This bone was likely taken from someone who had cultivated the golden bone technique to its ultimate level. This potion was also made by Lady Palacios at Loy's request. Although she followed the potion recipe and even tried it twice, she still said very seriously when she delivered it, "Effects unknown, use with caution." What could Loy say? He couldn't reveal the cultivation method of the golden bone, so he could only nod in agreement. After placing the potion on the shelf, Loy took 3 steps back, his eyes flashing with blue light as he scanned everything again. At this point, the resources needed for the cultivation of the golden bone were completely prepared. The only thing missing was the right timing. This still needed some arrangement. Ignoring the potion, Loy's gaze shifted slightly to the side. There were many miscellaneous items piled up there, including stones that exuded a sacred aura. Those were holy light stones. Legend has it that they came from the celestial realm and, after being baptized by positive energy for billions of years, their properties had changed, thus giving birth to these wondrous stones. It could be used for holy light prayer, cultivation, or as a vessel for divine magic. Unfortunately, the holy light aura was still too weak. Luo Yu shook her head, tossed the stone aside, and moved on to the next item. This was a tattered set of holy armor, only the upper plate armor and feathered helmet remained, covered in various mottled knife and sword wounds. Especially conspicuous was the hole in the very center of the helmet, clearly from an arrow. Dried dark red blood still clung to it. Even in its dilapidated state, a rich holy power still emanated from it. According to the seller, this was the armor of a fallen holy knight from the Church of the Sun God. The armor itself wasn't anything special, but the man was a powerful legendary knight, a devout fanatic, and God's most loyal warrior. This armor, after countless years of being tempered by holy battle aura, had become extraordinary. However, after stroking it for a while, Luo Yu still shook her head in disappointment. If it were the complete set of holy armor, it would be acceptable. Now, it still feels a bit lacking. The third sacred item was actually a unicorn horn, emitting a faint glow, with a skull still attached to its base. This was the horn of a luminous unicorn, skinned alive, and its sacred aura was the most concentrated. Luo Yi held it in his hand, sensed it for a while, nodded slightly, but couldn't help shaking his head. The concentration of sacred aura was sufficient, but it wasn't the sacred fire element he most desired. The fourth item was a broken sword, with only the hilt and a palm-length blade remaining. Even in its broken state, the blade was still incomparably sharp. Luo Yi lightly drew a line in the air, leaving a sword mark. This wasn't a weapon made by mortals, but a fragment of a divine artifact that had truly fallen from the heavens. However, it was too severely damaged, with only a small piece left. It wasn't even worth recycling. Luo Yu sensed the broken sword, feeling that the sacred aura was sufficient, but a kind of obscure muttering lingered. Then, he immediately threw the broken sword down, as if discarding some disgusting relic. He had decided to throw this thing as far away as possible. The reason was simple: this sword wasn't just broken, it might even be cursed or something disgusting. The sixth item was a painting depicting the burning holy fire that consumed the demons of hell. Luo Yu didn't handle it, but just looking at it, he could almost feel a pool of holy lava, seemingly connected to some location. Just by focusing his gaze, he could feel the scorching heat of the flames. This creation was truly strange, but Luo Yi was hesitant to use it for cultivation. Further on, there was a Templar Knight's cloak, a replica of Homer's Holy Grail, fragments of the Holy Shield of Amu, the sun god's tome used by ascetics. Frankly speaking, there were quite a few items with a sacred aura in the warehouse. But if Luo Yi were to evaluate them, he would say in one sentence, all of them combined couldn't compare to that silver angel skeleton. First update delivered, at least 3 updates tonight. Chapter 322, Harvest Festival. Although I always believed that magical machinery was the future of the Herka world, an inevitable development of the times, he had to admit that the world's original level of magical development was already quite high. Take interdimensional summoning, for example. By communicating with hell, the abyss, the astral plane, heaven, and even the underworld, powerful creatures could be summoned to aid in battle. This type of magic wasn't exactly commonplace, but it was relatively widespread, resulting in quite a few interdimensional items. Therefore, Loy's desire to find artifacts with a divine aura, allowing him to experiment with holy fire, was naturally understandable. Several items he had collected so far, possessing a strong divine aura, already met the requirement. However, people are always contradictory. After seeing the finest treasures, these damaged, incomplete, and problematic items just seemed unappealing. However, compared to the golden bone, the matter of holy fire wasn't urgent or in a rush. He could take it slow and see if any better divine artifacts appeared later. After taking stock, Luo Yi walked out again. Reaching the shelf, she casually waved her hand, and the unique, golden bone, potion vanished. Outside the warehouse, Butler Hoover stood quietly, a thoughtful look in his eyes, lost in thought. As soon as Luo Yi stepped out, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Your Excellency, what are your orders?" Luo Yi asked, "Is the autumn harvest almost finished?" "It's almost done, but the tax collection will have to wait a few more days." Luo Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in return, "Hoover, have you considered that the grain reserves in the flour territory are a bit low?" Hoover was taken aback, lowered his head, thought for a moment, and then said, "Last year, due to the war, the vassals' stored grain was depleted, but it was replenished by the autumn harvest. So, the reserves shouldn't be low, right?" "No, you don't understand what I mean." Luo Yi organized his thoughts and then said quietly, "A person won't die without clothes, a person won't necessarily die without a house. But a person will starve to death without bread, and a person in a state of hunger will go mad, lose their mind, and do anything that crosses the line of humanity. Therefore, grain is a red line. Even if it's stored up and stored, even if it goes moldy and spoiled, it's better than not being able to use it at a critical moment." As she said this, Luo Yi nodded slightly, looking at Butler Hoover, and said, "The flour territory never lacks food. The temperature here is suitable, and there are abundant water sources, resulting in bumper harvests almost every year. So, everyone seems to lack a sense of urgency, but what if something bad happens?" Butler Hoover's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help but ask, "Your Excellency, are you referring to another war?" "I don't know. It's just better to be prepared." "Then what do you suggest we do?" "In previous years, all the tax revenue came from grain. Apart from the portion going into the warehouses, the rest was sold through maritime trade. The wealth obtained was used to purchase other necessary supplies, and at the end of the year, there wasn't much of a surplus. Under a small-scale peasant economy, even a small village could be self-sufficient. Although they lacked both quality of life and spiritual pursuits, living simply to survive, they could still get by. Under such circumstances, even for the knightly class, it was clearly impossible to say they lived a very comfortable life. They didn't have much money. If they didn't sell grain, they wouldn't even have money to buy some items they desired, let alone the magic potions needed for cultivation. Anyway, in Luo Yi's opinion, the reason for the slow cultivation speed might not be a lack of talent, but rather, poverty. That's the situation, so what should we do now? Simple, collect the grain, and build large granaries everywhere. Store all the grain there, and don't sell it. Not just this year, but also in the future. Unless I give the order, follow this rule from now on. What about the price? The market price. We're not short of a few cents. Luo Yi spoke with great confidence, but it was true. The flour territory genuinely looked down on the meager profits from selling grain. He paused, then changed the subject, saying, "Hoover, after the autumn harvest, haven't you thought about holding an autumn harvest festival?" An autumn harvest festival? Hoover was taken aback. The topic had changed too quickly, and he was a little caught off guard. The Autumn Harvest Festival was an important traditional festival, highly valued in many places, and celebrated in grand style to pray for continued good weather in the coming year. However, the flour territory didn't seem to care much about this festival. It's somewhat ironic that the harsher the environment and the more difficult the harvest, the more important the harvest season is. But here in flour territory, beautiful mountains and clear waters, a spring-like climate year-round, and abundant water resources, even sowing a handful of seeds guarantees a harvest the following year. Given all this, how much reverence can you expect from those farmers? However, Hoover is such a shrewd man. Upon hearing Luo Yi's words, he immediately said, logically, after the autumn harvest, a harvest festival should be held, that's certain. Now, the problem is about to begin. But it's already November, and there are 2 more holidays in December, Divine Grace and Christmas. The two sides are getting closer together. If we hold the Autumn Harvest Festival, will we still hold Christmas? Yes, Luo Yi nodded, then added, we've been busy all year, What's wrong with having some fun and enjoying ourselves? He paused, then looked at Butler Hoover and said, most importantly, I need this autumn harvest festival. Butler Hoover didn't ask why, but simply bowed knowingly and said, Your Excellency, I'll begin the arrangements. Luo Yu nodded slowly. We're not short of money, so don't worry about it. Yes, sir. Butler Hoover left, and Luo Yu took out a bottle of golden bone potion again, his eyes flashing with blue light as he refreshed various information. Physical training requires time and a process, and so does the accumulation of battle ki. However, according to Deep Blue's calculations and deductions, at Luo Yi's current cultivation speed, he could fill his battle ki by mid-January at the latest. This efficiency, this speed, would astound any warrior. But this is the result of money power. The resources he needs for cultivation are at least 3 times that of others, not even counting treasures like Isis's spring of wine. However, the limit of the secret holy technique, divine Sai, is 3 purifications of battle ki. Luo Yu will definitely not choose to break through to the 4th rank, but will instead condense and compress his battle ki again. At that time, the quality of his battle ki will reach another level. Frankly speaking, Luo Yi's current battle ki, after 2 purifications, is no worse than that of a 4th rank calamity in terms of quality. In fact, in several battles, he has even gained a slight advantage. The only difference is the battle ki attribute. However, if he can complete 3 purifications, Luo Yi feels that while a 5th rank legendary might be hard to say, a 4th rank would be nothing compared to him. Of course, besides this, there is another thing that surprised Luo Yi the most. Basic meditation LV9, 99/100, although since he started practicing meditation and had enough magic power, Luo Yi no longer cares much about this basic meditation method. Only after mastering Divine Sai, Dragons Might Bloom, did he realize that this meditation, besides accumulating magic power, also had the effect of refining mental power. The strength of mental power directly affects the 2 major attributes of perception and wisdom, and also indirectly affects one's resistance to mental magic. This is why Luo Yu has never completely given up basic meditation. Even when busy, he still spends a certain amount of time accumulating magic power every day. Now, he has finally reached his limit, his magic power unable to increase further. In fact, generally, reaching LV6, 99 out of 100, in basic meditation already provides enough magic power to try and break through to the 2nd tier mage level. This means condensing a mental space and constructing a source of magic power. For Luo Yi, this is the current limit of his magic power storage. Without a better source of magic power, he cannot continue to improve. Or rather, even if he continues meditating, the bucket is only so big, pouring more water into it will only overflow. In other words, Luo Yu needs to find a way to open up his mental sea and construct a source of magic power. Although his current magic power was more than enough, a breakthrough would be a whole new level. Putting everything else aside, the improvement in his basic attributes alone was enough to excite him. Now, what Luo Yi was struggling with was choosing which advanced meditation method to use. Luo Yi ultimately chose the most common mechanical meditation method, which was also the choice for normal mechanical mages when breaking through. Its characteristics included a sufficiently stable mental space, capable of withstanding greater turbulence and backlash, and a significant and refined improvement in mental power, allowing for more precise control. However, its drawbacks were also quite obvious: slow and scarce magic power growth, and the quality wasn't high. This reflected the characteristics of mechanical mages, who had higher requirements for precision. This was also the most suitable for Luo Yi. After all, he didn't care about the amount of magic power, as long as it was enough. Of course, while Luo Yi was reviewing the Golden Bone and learning the mechanical meditation method, things weren't quiet outside either. Butler Hoover had already begun preparing for the harvest season. This news surprised many people, and 3 question marks popped into their minds. Butler Hoover offered no explanation, only issuing a barrage of orders, allocating supplies, preparing food, decorating the city, and creating a festive atmosphere. And so, everyone readily accepted. Of course they accepted. Because the Raymond family paid for the drinks. The Raymond family provided the food. The Raymond family hired a band. The Raymond family set up the bonfire. All the chores were done by the Raymond family. They only needed to bring their stomachs, and when the time came, they could revel and eat and drink. What was there to complain about? Time passed in this busy flurry, and just as the harvest season was about to begin, The Red Dragon Virgil sent a letter, inviting them to meet. Second update delivered, third update to be revised. Chapter 323, Intricate and Complex. That night, the autumn rain washed away the darkness, signifying the imminent arrival of autumn and winter in flower territory. Though brief and the temperature wouldn't drop drastically, it was already quite cold for the humans of this land. Luo Yi, draped in a black cloak and shrouded in shadow, moved through the streets and alleys. He knew the roads intimately, and even if he wasn't familiar with them, Deep Blue was there for him. But what truly suited him was Lyman's ear. While Eagle Eye was impressive, it was ultimately just a core skill. Vision has its limitations, blind spots, and areas that cannot be directly seen, but Lyman's ear was different. It could even pick up every faint sound in the entire city. Only with Deep Blue present could Luo Yi process such a vast amount of information. Now, focusing solely on his surroundings, he naturally became even more adept. Luo Yi didn't even need to use any stealth techniques, simply adjusting his speed was enough to avoid pedestrians in the alleys. From above, it would be clear that almost every step he took was purposeful. The road wound and twisted, but its direction was always towards the temple in Brussels. Half an hour later, Roy stood before the temple gates. Of course, he didn't enter through the main entrance, but instead went around to the back and jumped over a low wall. After several more twists and turns, he arrived deep within the temple, outside the golden chamber of the Red Dragon Virgil. Without knocking, Roy pushed the door open and saw a small old man lying on his golden bed, but he was restless, rubbing against the wall. Seeing Roy enter, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "You can't even knock on someone's door." Roy rolled his eyes back. "If you don't want me to come in, even if I knock the door down, I still won't get in." After a pause, he added, "Tell me, why did you call me here in such a hurry?" "I still have a lot of things to do." Red Dragon Virgil sat up, his old eyes fixed on Roy, and asked with some interest, "The Bremen City incident, you were the ones who did it, weren't you?" Roy grinned. "Guess, the Isel family has many enemies, but besides you, I can't think of anyone else who is obsessed with Ignaz Isel's head and has the power to do so. That's it. Of course, it's your unusual concern for Bremen City that aroused my suspicion. And looking at what happened in Bremen City, it's clear that a hidden force has remained hidden from beginning to end, but it was they who turned Bremen upside down, even triggering a legendary battle and a fourth-tier melee. A once prosperous city like Bremen is now mostly ruined. One of the top 10 cities in the Kingdom of Sardinia, who knows where it has fallen to?" Knowing he couldn't hide it anymore, Luo Yi didn't bother to cover it up. He found a stool and plopped down on it. Frankly, it wasn't as comfortable as a down cushion. He shifted uncomfortably before smiling wryly and saying, "If I were to say that what happened next was entirely outside my plan, would you believe me?" "I believe you." Red Dragon Virgil nodded without hesitation. "The scene was too grand, exceeding your capabilities. But you were the catalyst, you don't deny that, do you?" "Why would I deny it?" "It is." Roy frowned slightly, then added, "However, given the situation in Bremen, even without us, a war would have broken out sooner or later." "That's not necessarily true." Red Dragon Virgil held up a finger and wagged it before saying, "If you hadn't interfered, perhaps the cardinal who obtained the Silver Angel's remains would have been fine afterward? But you insisted on bringing everything to the forefront, leaving those two in a difficult position, with no choice but to fight. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves." Roy narrowed his eyes slightly. "Explain themselves? They're legends, who do they have to explain themselves to?" "There's a lot of strife within the Church of the Sun God. The three major factions are just a facade, their interests are only similar. If you really divide the spoils among different people, each faction has its own demands." This statement was veiled and ambiguous, making it difficult to discern the truth. Roy pondered for a moment, still clueless, and finally said, "Your Excellency, could you explain it more clearly?" The Red Dragon Virgil countered, "Who do you think took out that Silver Angel's skeleton? It's the remains of a demigod, a disciple of the Sun God. Even if he fell, how many people would dare to keep such a skeleton? Why did it suddenly appear when that cardinal was about to die? Didn't you think about why?" Roy froze, blinking, as if a storm was brewing in his mind. Suddenly, he asked, "You said it was His Majesty, the highest-ranking one, who intervened? But why? If we're talking about factions, he's the supreme leader of the Sun faction, the pillar of the conservative forces. Why would he help a member of the Light faction?" The Red Dragon Virgil looked at Roy, not answering, but asking another question, Do you know the outcome of that legendary battle? The outcome? Of course I don't know, Roy countered. Who won and who lost? No one won, and no one lost, because as legends, they wouldn't risk their lives. However, that cardinal, His Holiness Saint Vermont, ultimately didn't have much time left, so he chose to submit to His Majesty the Pope. Submit? Why submit? This was another result beyond Roy's expectations, his confusion written all over his face. Isn't His Holiness Saint Vermont one of the founders of the Light faction? That's true, but in the face of life and death, do factions matter? So, it's normal that he submitted to His Majesty the Pope, and His Majesty the Pope used some treasures to extend his life, isn't it? That's a legend, after all. Even the Church of the Sun God wouldn't want to lose him innocently. Besides, the Sun faction is indeed a collection of conservative forces, but who told you that His Majesty necessarily represents their interests? To be precise, that one always represents the will of God and conveys divine pronouncements. Roy never considered himself stupid. He had some experience with conspiracies and intrigues. However, he was still bewildered by the complex situation within the Church of the Sun God. Just as he was beginning to understand Virgil's meaning, suddenly, another thought popped into his head. What does all this nonsense have to do with me? Looking up again, Roy turned to the red dragon Virgil and asked, "No, you called me here so late at night just to teach me this? Seriously, I'm not part of your church circle. Why should I care so much? You can ignore it, but if you want to get ahead, you still need to know this. Not every place is like the Habsburg Empire or the Flower Territory. None of my colleagues are easy to deal with." Virgil paused, then added, "Of course. Calling you here tonight has nothing to do with any of this, nothing to do with it, yet you've said so much. We've gotten carried away, haven't we? So, tonight, you're looking for a divine artifact, right? I've got one here that perfectly meets your requirements. I'm showing it to you, asking if you want it." Roy leaned forward curiously. "What kind of artifact is it that you value so much? You'll see when you see it." Virgil waved his hand, as if pulling a treasure chest from a maze. Then, he opened the magical chest, took out another artifact, and placed it on the ground. Then, a vast, sacred aura spread outwards, circling and surging, wave after wave. However, this golden house was no ordinary place. The surging magic blocked this sacred aura. Even so, the sacred power within the golden house was increasing at a visible rate. Roy froze for a moment, then jumped up, stammering, "White silver angel bones? This, how did this come to be with you?" "The gist is that an old friend of mine acquired this treasure and, hearing I wanted a rare item rich in divine energy, sent it to me. Don't ask for details, I won't tell you." The red dragon Virgil also stood up, circling the silver angel bones before saying, "This thing is truly useless to others, but for you who want to cultivate the divine fire, there's nothing better. This angel ring itself possesses the ability to communicate with the heavens, which is why it spreads endless divine power. You could say that if you use it to cultivate, even the true, abyssal fire, is far inferior." After all, this was a devout demigod. Roy's eyes burned with desire, but she still managed a forced smile before asking the most crucial question. "How much?" 100,000 gold tires. "Are you kidding? 100,000 gold tires is enough for me to build another mage tower. With that tower, attracting a fourth-tier mage wouldn't be impossible. So, do you want it or not? Lower the price. If it's close enough, I'll buy it." "How much can you offer?" 50,000. "That's the limit I can give." 90,000. "If that's not enough, I'll just return it to my old friend." 60,000. "That's the most I can do. I can't handle that much working capital at once." 80,000. "That's the lowest price I can agree to. After all, it's not mine. I don't have the authority to lower the price. Besides, Earl Roy, don't try to play the poor card with me. Others may not know your financial situation, but do you think I don't? I'm an original shareholder. I can check the accounts. That's not all my money. I need to distinguish between my own and the company's money." 70,000. "That's really the most I can do." 80,000. "No discussion, let's compromise." 75,000. "Is that okay?" "No." 80,000. "It's 80,000 gold tires. Really can't lower it?" "Absolutely not." 80,000. 80,000 it is. I accept this price. However, Your Excellency, you must sincerely answer one question for me." "What?" Roy finally stood before the silver angel skeleton. He tilted his head slightly, meeting the empty eye sockets, and asked, "You say, someone as powerful as him, who has even ventured into the abyss and hell, Why did he perish in the world of Herka, or rather, who could possibly kill a powerful demigod? At this moment, the previously composed expression of the red dragon Virgil suddenly froze, like a clay sculpture. Loy turned his head, meeting his gaze, as if he could see terror in his eyes. After a long while, the red dragon Virgil spoke. Actually, 75,000 gold tires is enough. Third watch delivered. Going to sleep. Can't hold on any longer. Chapter 324, Torbu. An hour later, Loy left the temple, his black cloak still completely concealing him, blending him back into the darkness. His steps remained swift, his pace shifting subtly to avoid all passers-by. But Loy's thoughts were far removed from the world. He seemed to see Virgil's stiff expression again, as if he'd eaten shit. Loy hadn't expected that a question he'd asked out of me would be worth a staggering 5,000 gold tires. A full 5,000 gold tires. Don't be fooled by Loy's extravagant spending, often involving tens of thousands. The Raymond family was a 1,000-year-old clan, their underground treasure beyond the imagination of ordinary nobles. Flower territory was the wealthiest territory, and with Loy's money-making prowess and the opportune timing of the era, 5,000 gold tires seemed insignificant. In reality, many shorter established, less prosperous earls might not even be able to afford such a massive amount of liquid funds. However, under Loy's persistent questioning, the red dragon Virgil revealed some secrets. There were things he couldn't say, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. For example, the names of many great beings couldn't be spoken directly, as it would attract their attention and bring unpredictable risks. Furthermore, many secrets couldn't be written down. If you wrote them in a book, it would no longer be an ordinary book. It would either be annihilated or transformed into a magic book, carrying mysterious secrets and containing immense danger. These weren't isolated cases. Those evil magic books or celestial scriptures basically came about this way. And some secrets, you know them, but if you speak them aloud, they will bring great crisis. This is why the red dragon Virgil dared not speak. Those were taboos belonging to their class. Violating taboos would be punished. This was actually less of a concern for those of lower strength. Even if mortals talked about it every day, no one cared. But the stronger one was, the more forbidden it became. They were powerful, legendary, but the constraints they faced were unimaginable to ordinary people. However, the red dragon Virgil still managed to reveal some things to Loy within the limits of what he could say. For example, who exactly killed the Silver Angel? No one knew. Because, at the same time, powerful beings fell like countless stars in the sky. That's right, it was a terrifying and grand war. The only thing Loy could hear from the red dragon Virgil was the name of this war, the War of the Shining Stars. In the darkness, Loy's rapidly advancing figure suddenly stopped, as if being stared at by an unknown entity, like the cold gaze cast by a terrifying behemoth. Loy reacted quickly, immediately banishing his thoughts, his mind filled with a jumble of random ideas. Then, that gaze quickly dissipated, and Loy moved again. Well, let alone speaking it aloud, he couldn't even think about it. Just how terrifying was this war? Unconsciously, Loy thought of the ear of Lyman, again, the world's voice he had heard. He had a feeling that these two things might be pointing to the same war. Unbeknownst to him, Luoyi had already arrived outside the Lion Manor. He paused, stood for a moment, and then shook his head. No matter the world, the secrets hidden in the long river of history are countless, so why worry so much? It has nothing to do with him. The only thing that does concern him is, the Silver Angel's remains are his now. And the cultivation of the holy fire can finally be put on the agenda. Time flies like water. On November 27th, 313 of the new divine calendar, the long-awaited harvest festival officially began. Almost every festival in the old continent is associated with a certain deity, and this harvest festival was originally dedicated to the earth and the goddess of harvest. She controls the divine power of all things growing, the changing seasons, and the harvest. Legend has it that at her most powerful, humans and other races were all her followers. Her temple could be seen throughout the entire continent, and within the range of her divine power, even the cold and heat had to retreat. In those days, the sun god was her subordinate deity, spreading sunlight and warmth at her command. Christmas was unimportant, and the festival of divine grace even less so. Only the harvest festival was the grandest and most sensational sacrificial ceremony. However, her style of conduct differed from the current sun god. She was more gentle and tolerant. She allowed the existence and spread of other gods' beliefs and disliked divine wars. With her magnanimous heart, she created a prosperous era for all races. However, humans have ambitions, and so do gods. Her rule was ultimately overthrown by the combined forces of those gods, collapsing like a toppled building. Her fall directly led to the outbreak of the Great War of the 100 Races, resulting in countless years of chaotic warfare from the heavens to the mortal realm. It was also an era of rising heroes and demigods, one after another, until the sun god grew increasingly powerful, gradually ascending to the position of hegemon once more. However, this one seemed to have learned from the failures of the earth and harvest goddesses, and was ruthless in exterminating other deities, especially those of other races. Ultimately, this forced all the other races on the continent to migrate, indirectly leading to the discovery of the New World and the Age of Exploration. To get back to the point, the great sun god was notoriously ruthless towards his compatriots, but the earth and harvest goddesses seemed to show some mercy. This was evident in the fact that the harvest festival was still perfectly preserved. Of course, this festival was very different from Christmas. As evening approached, Luo Yi, dressed in a very thin silver-white silk robe, her chest bare, stood on the 6th floor of the Mage Tower, looking down. The sound of drums echoed through the tower's amplification array, reverberating throughout the city. Accompanied by the rhythmic boom, countless people opened their doors, lit their torches, and joined the procession. Holding torches high, they sang and danced barefoot on the earth, as if their lives were celebrating to the beat of drums. They walked along the streets, joining the flow of people. At first, there was a slight disarray, but after less than 100 steps, they merged into the ancient dance. They sang too, the lyrics unclear, many imitating the howls of wild beasts, yet possessing a unique vitality, like the revival of ancient bloodlines. From afar, they resembled long dragons dancing and winding their way out of the city. In all four directions, outside the city, were small hills of grains. In wealthier areas, real grains were used. In poorer areas, straw and hay were laid underneath, covered with a layer of grain. When the procession reached these hills, they would throw their torches into them, offering sacrifices to the earth and the goddess of harvest by burning the grains. And here, there were long tables, bonfires, harps, drums, songs, and music, and of course, plenty of food and drink. Everyone could receive food here, sing and dance, and freely express their enthusiasm and joy. Of course, what Luo Yi saw was different. His vision blurred, as if he saw an astonishing life force blooming, seemingly merging into one, transforming into giants dancing on the earth. He also saw countless points of light, following unseen paths, most of them disappearing into unknown dimensions, going to who knows where. But some gathered around him, so that in this vision, he seemed to be immersed in a golden ocean. This was the first time Luo Yi had discovered he had this ability. After pondering for a moment, he understood that this was the effect of the Lion King. The Lion King LV3, 99 out of 100, level seemed to have reached an extremely important threshold. Although he hadn't taken that step yet, he had already shown a lot of divine intent. This was the power of faith, the source of the god's power. And the reason Luo Yi held this harvest festival was for this abundant power of faith. Although most of the faith wasn't his, even just a small portion gathering around him was enough. After standing for a moment, Luo Yi abruptly turned to look at Olivera, smiling. "Teacher, you'd better be quick and efficient in a bit." Olivera's stern expression stiffened. He said, "How about we find someone more professional? Then tell me, in the entire flower territory, who has faster reflexes and better swordsmanship than you?" "Well, I really can't find anyone. Even if you did, I wouldn't dare use you. Only you, I trust you the most." Saying this, he strode to the bedside. He pulled over a round table and placed the golden bone potion, the healing water potion, the folded towel, and the replica silver angel rapier. Then, with a casual flick of his wrist, he removed his silk robe, revealing his muscular back and bronze skin. Only then could it be seen that Luo Yi was truly naked, not even wearing underwear. He lay there completely naked on the bed. He tossed the towel into his mouth, glancing at Olivera before biting down, and said, "Use my silver angel rapier, it's sharp enough." "All right." Olivera took a deep breath, took a step forward, and was right in front of him. Then, he extended his left hand, pressing his index and middle fingers together on Loy's spine. He moved down the spine, until he reached the last vertebra, the coccyx. Olivera wasn't trying to kill him, but Loy felt extremely uncomfortable being touched in such a vital area. He almost instinctively wanted to twist his body to escape the pressure, but reason prevailed, suppressing the twitching of his muscles, and he simply bit down hard on the towel. Then, as he waited, Oliveira finally struck Lang. The silver angel rapier was drawn, a sharp edge seemingly gathering in the air, then flashed, slicing across Loy's coccyx. Oliveira's swordsmanship was undeniably precise and highly effective. The blade sliced through skin, fascia, and crimson muscle. The speed was so fast that before blood could even gush out, the pristine white tailbone was already exposed. Without hesitation, Oliveira picked up the golden bone potion, uncorked it, and poured out the pink liquid. At that moment, Loy felt an intense burning sensation, causing him to groan involuntarily. Second update will be later. Chapter 325, Insecurity. Luo Yi hadn't encountered many secret holy techniques, and almost every one of them had some strange requirements and characteristics. Take the golden bone potion, for example. It wasn't taken orally, applied topically, or even steamed. It required cutting open the skin and flesh outside the tailbone to expose the bone before pouring the potion on. To be honest, this world had divine magic and potions, curing a large number of diseases, even limiting the development of pharmacology. Not to mention skilled surgeons. As a result, after searching for a long time, Luo Yi discovered that only swift swordsmen could do this. And the strongest swordsman in Flower territory was none other than Oliveira. In terms of precision, even the Flame Sword Saint couldn't compare, only Luo Yi could rival him. But the problem was, Luo Yi didn't have the ability to operate on himself. Fortunately, Oliveira was as reliable as ever. However, when the potion was poured onto his tailbone, Luo Yi felt as if he were being drenched in molten lava. It was completely cool to the touch, but on his bones, it was unbearably hot. Moreover, this heat wasn't constant. It originated from his tailbone and climbed upwards, flowing along his spine step by step. Luo Yi could clearly feel the molten lava-like heat clinging to him, merging with him, and entwining him, as if his bones were a sieve, seeping in bit by bit. This feeling was naturally unpleasant, extremely unpleasant, because bones naturally contain a rich network of nerve endings. Now, it felt like scalding hot oil was being poured onto those nerve endings, amplifying the sensation more than tenfold. Although he was biting a towel, Luo Yi was still breathing rapidly, sweat beading on his face, his muscles tense, his entire body as hard as iron. On his skin, due to his pounding hard and rapid blood flow, veins bulged and throbbed. Oliveira watched with growing anxiety, yet he dared not hasten the process, pouring the potion slowly to ensure all the liquid reached his tailbone. The potion contained the golden, porous bone, which Oliveira had expected to be left over. However, as the pink potion flowed, it seemed to melt, transforming into golden liquid that adhered to the tailbone. At that moment, the tailbone appeared golden, lacking the vulgarity of gold, instead appearing sacred and majestic. Only then did the surrounding muscles and fascia feel the pain, and blood began to gush out. Oliveira immediately discarded the potion bottle, picked up the healing potion, opened it, and poured it onto the wound. The potion was incredibly effective. Almost instantly, upon application, tiny granulations sprouted, intertwined, and healed automatically. In just moments, only a shallow mark remained. Unless it was violently severed, the scar would disappear completely in a few days. And this only used a third of the healing water. Of course, at this moment, Luo Yi couldn't care less about his wounds. He could only desperately endure the scorching heat of the magma spreading throughout his body. From his spine to his ribs, to his shoulder blades, to his arms, to his palms, to his fingers. Some of it even traveled along his lumbar vertebrae to his leg bones, and then along his shin bones to his feet. However, while this was agonizing, it wasn't the most agonizing part. The most agonizing part was when his entire skeleton was submerged in this scorching heat, and then it began to converge and impact his skull. That was the hardest, yet also the most vulnerable, part of the human body. The sudden impact on his skull brought a sensation 10 times more intense than before. However, this was the last wave. When the scorching heat enveloped his entire skeleton, it felt as if his whole body was about to burst into flames. Yet, it was also in this burning process that his bones became increasingly hard, solid, and resilient. If before they were pig iron, now they were refined steel, their quality continuously improving with each scorching process. In truth, the time wasn't very long, only about 10 minutes, but to Luo Yi, it felt like an eternity. It was only because his training wasn't merely physical, his mental will had also grown significantly alongside the cultivation of divine sigh, dragons might bloom, that he could grit his teeth and endure this moment. Only when he finally felt the first wave of change slow down, the burning heat subside, the cold return, and his nerve endings no longer suffer, did he finally spit out the towel in his mouth, cursing, "This damn holy technique, it's fucking unbearable." Turning his head slightly, he looked at the worried Olivera beside him and said, "Teacher, I'll sleep for a while. We'll talk about everything when I wake up." Olivera nodded gently, "Okay." However, before he finished speaking, he found that Luoya had already fallen into deep sleep. And with his slumber, Lion King had already activated, and a massive amount of faith power seemed to be released, surging into his body. Of course, it wasn't just the Lion King, but also the Ear of Lyman and the Golden Bone, all began to absorb the rich power of faith, and under the impetus of this power, they began to improve further. As for Olivera, he naturally wasn't idle either. After thinking for a moment, he went out and found Lilia. A short while later, in the room, Lilia used levitation to gently lift Loy up. The large down bed was already soaked with sweat. Olivera removed all the bedding and then laid new ones on top before putting Loy down. He then cast cleansing on him until the new bedding was on, and both of them breathed a sigh of relief. It was clearly a simple matter, yet they managed to do it with such care. And with Loy's vigilance, he didn't even turn over after everything was done. After doing all this, Lilia stood by the bed, gazing intently at the sleeping Loy, whose brow was still slightly furrowed, and couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. After a long pause, she turned to Olivera and asked softly, "Why? Why does Loy still work so hard? Sometimes I feel that he's actually very easy to please. He hates trouble and doesn't like to get involved. Although he can earn a lot of money, he's also quite generous. He himself says that as long as he has enough money, that's enough, but sometimes, I feel that he's very ambitious, extremely ambitious. It seems like he's never satisfied, never tired, and even if he's covered in wounds, he still has to move forward, and forward again. These secret sacred techniques aren't so easy to cultivate. He didn't just get one, he had to get a second, a third, a fourth. For this, he's even willing to risk his life. Why bother?" "And why?" Their eyes met, and under Lilia's questioning gaze, Olivera firmly shook his head. "That's not ambition, that's just a lack of security." Security? Olivera's gaze shifted slightly, also looking at the sleeping Loy. A hint of confusion and helplessness appearing on his usually stern face. He spoke softly, "I've known Loy longer than you have, and I've watched him grow step by step. I can see that he doesn't really have much ambition. Even this earldom, if it weren't for that witch of mercy provoking him, he probably wouldn't have bothered inheriting it, but there's a perpetual sense of insecurity that haunts him, as if he's surrounded by a jungle, where one wrong move and he'll be devoured by wild beasts. So, he can only keep growing, keep improving, forcing himself to always be strong." He paused, then Olivera added, "He never says it explicitly, but I can tell. He seems firmly convinced that something terrible will happen in the near future. He must become strong enough before then, strong enough to protect everyone he wants to protect. For this, he never wants to stop, never wants to relax." "I see." Lilia reached out, her slender, pale fingers tracing Loy's face. After a moment, she said, "So, I have to become stronger too." With that, she stood up, glanced at Loy one last time, and hurriedly left. To become strong, she had to study hard and grow every second count. After she left, only Olivera remained. He couldn't help but touch the gray hair at his temples, a bitter smile appearing on his hardened face. He had never imagined that one day he would actually find a fourth-tier calamity too weak. He also wanted to advance further and play a greater role. Unfortunately, with his essence damaged, he was destined to never achieve true legend. After a moment, Olivera found a chair and sat down, closing his eyes slightly. Lightning crackled around him, seemingly rising and falling with his breath. Luoya slept for 3 days and 3 nights straight, without even going to the toilet. It wasn't until late at night 3 days later that he was woken up by hunger. After eating enough food for at least 5 people, he felt much better. However, he still couldn't get out of bed. The bone changes brought about by the Golden Bone would be gradual and subtle training from now on, but this first time was the most intense. It seemed like a modification at the genetic level, requiring a considerable amount of time to adapt. This was the most vulnerable period for his bones, so for 10 whole days, he couldn't even get out of bed. It's worth mentioning that his harvest festival was effective. Although most people prayed to the earth and the Lady of Harvest, Roy also benefited. This faith power integrated into his bones propelled a significant step forward in the growth of his golden bones. However, to make further progress, he needed to ingest the corresponding substances. Roy experimented, consuming some of each of the 3 paths, having Deep Blue record the effects, and then activating the analysis module. It must be said, it was truly awful. However, during these 10 days, the bored Roy did something else. He completed his study of the mechanical meditation method, and after countless attempts and practices in Deep Blue's learning module, he finally completed the opening of his mental space and the condensation of his magical source without hesitation. In other words, he could boast that he was now a genuine second-tier mage. He's a second-tier mage who can't even use magic. Second update delivered. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.